greatest joy and privilege, really, to have been given this opportunity and this great honor to come and meet with you friends. I was mentioning last night to some of you who were there that when I was a child, I grew up amongst the early believers, and they could never conceive, they could never believe in their or use their imagination that one day the believers from all over the world, and especially from Europe and America, people will embrace this faith. Because in those days the faith was completely limited to a few countries in the East. And when you think of it, really, one of the greatest proofs of this revelation is that in a small, little, dirty, filthy prison, a dungeon in Tehran, the light of this great revelation broke upon that terrible dark dungeon. And who would have imagined in those days that that light will shine all over the world and reach to these remote places, as far as Tehran is concerned, the Siachal of Tehran, and will illumine the hearts of many, many people and bring in a new creation. And now you can see the results of this, how the faith has spread, how the power of Baha'u'llah has penetrated into the hearts of peoples all over the world. This is something which I really appreciated very much, perhaps more than all of you, because I remember those days when we were so few and when the faith was limited to just those lands remote, far, far from here, their culture different, their background different. And now look at what's happened. The world has been conquered by Baha'u'llah. He has created a new race of men. And you are the new race of men, really. And for me, therefore, it's the greatest privilege, really, to be able to look into your faces on behalf of the early believers who would have loved to see one European or American believer in their lives. They would have loved to gaze upon the face of a person who says, I believe in Baha'u'llah, coming from the Western world. Well, friends, I feel that this weekend we are going to be together, hopefully, to go through some of the most important, in my view, aspects of our faith. It is marvelous to be a Baha'i, but we have a great challenge, and the challenge is to grow in the faith, that our faith may grow day by day. This is, I think, the challenge to every person. And if our faith does not grow every day, then it's not good. It's like a child which is born. That child must grow. If the child does not grow, then it's not healthy. And this is why Baha'u'llah has mentioned in his writings, he says that we must make our life in such a way that the morning would be better than the previous evening, and tomorrow would be better than today, and we have to feel it. And this is, I think, the challenge to all of us. Perhaps it's easy to be a Baha'i or to become a Baha'i, but it is very difficult to grow as a Baha'i. Look back upon the earlier days, one can feel that one has grown in the faith. And nobody can say that I've grown enough. Nobody. As long as we live here, we have the scope to grow. Now, I thought to perhaps share with you some of these basic thoughts. Now, do not think for one moment that I have got all this know-how, that I have achieved all of these things. All I'm trying to do is from the writings of Baha'u'llah and the writings and the history of the faith and the history of the believers to just bring to your notice what we can do to grow. And I feel that one of the subjects which we should first begin with, and it's a subject which is really a very important subject, which we often do not think about. And I'm not talking of Baha'is, but especially of the non-Baha'is of the outside world. They seldom think or care about this subject, and that is about our soul. Because everything begins with the soul, really. And I think it is time that we paid some attention to find out what is the soul, to look at it, to see what condition it is. What condition is it now, really, our souls? And in order to start this subject, I wanted to mention that in order to appreciate spiritual realities, we should look at two things. If you want to understand the spiritual principle, a spiritual reality, you should look at two things. And look at them very carefully. One is nature, and one is the writings of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha. And when you put the two together, then we can understand many spiritual realities. Nature can teach us an awful lot, because God's creation is one entity. God has not created two different worlds, the spiritual world separate and the physical world separate. It's not like this. He has created one entity. The spiritual and the physical worlds is one and the same. And the laws which run through this creation are the same laws. The same laws that run in nature, exactly the same laws apply in the spiritual realms. The same laws that apply that you will find them in nature, the same laws are operative in religion. Every one of the major teachings of Baha'u'llah has its origin in nature. Every one of his teachings. It is very natural. Religion is very natural. The laws that run within the world of man, within our world, are also have their origin in nature. We can learn a great deal from nature. But each one of these laws are applied on a higher and higher level as you go higher and higher into the spiritual realms. Do you see? A certain law you find in nature, that law finds its application in the spiritual worlds, and but it has added features to it. It's to be applied on a higher level, but it is the same law. And so, if you know something physical, if you can understand the law of nature, you can understand something of its spiritual laws. Provided you read the writings. I mentioned that. Because if you don't, then you can get lost in your efforts to rationalize things and to bring in your rational faculties into it and try to compare things. You could get lost. But if you read the writings and then look at nature, then we can understand many spiritual realities. Now I will give you an example of this, just to give you an example of how the laws of God are the same in the physical world and the spiritual worlds. I'll give you one example, just an example. All the laws which govern the creation of a tree, for example, are the same laws as those which are used in the creation of man. The same principles, the same laws apply to the two things. They are very much counterparts of each other, a tree and a man. You see, the tree will drive its roots down into the ground to receive its sustenance, to get its sustenance. It's from the ground, because everything depends on the roots going down into the ground. It depends, its food comes from there. But the tree itself, as if it dislikes the ground. The ground is a very dirty place. It's a low, one of the lowest kingdoms. And this tree has no choice but to receive all its sustenance from this dirty soil. But the tree itself doesn't like the soil. It goes in the opposite direction. You noticed? As if it dislikes this earth. It moves in the opposite direction. And when it moves in the opposite directions, what happens? It receives the most beautiful thing of all. It receives the rays of the sun. Can you imagine the difference between the rays of the sun and the dirt of the soil? It receives the rays of the sun, and as a result of it, it produces beautiful flowers and beautiful fruits, just because it detached itself from this earth, disliked this earth. It moves in the other direction. If the tree would have said, well, I owe everything to this earth, my food comes from this earth, I love this earth, I'll go into it myself, well, then this wouldn't be a tree. It wouldn't be a tree. It would never receive the rays of the sun. Now this is exactly, can you see the exact parallel with the creation of man? We have to live in this world. It's just like this dirty soil for the tree, this earth, this world that we live in. We have to earn a living. We have to live in this world. But, and we have to get our food, our sustenance, our livelihood from this world. But the soul does not like this world, should not like this world. And that it should move, it should dislike it. It should really become detached from this earth and focus its attention in the opposite direction. And if we do that, if we become detached from the things of this world, then the rays of the sun of truth will shine upon us, and then our soul will produce beautiful fruits, you see, just like the tree. But if I attach myself to the things of this world, then there is no such a thing as the rays of the sun of truth shining upon me. Now here you see the difference. There's exactly the same principles, but with one difference. I mentioned that the laws which govern the physical nature and the laws which govern the spiritual world are the same, but they have added features. You see, in the tree, in the example of the tree, you will find the tree has no choice but to grow in the opposite direction. It just grows in the opposite direction. That's the way it's made. But we have an added dimension to this particular law given to us, and that is choice, free will. We have the choice of either going down into this earth or going in the opposite direction. It's up to us to choose. If we choose to go into the opposite direction, then you become spiritual. If you go into this, attach yourself to the things of this world, you become attached to material things. But the choice is up to us. Now this I gave you just an example to share with you how the laws of nature and the laws of higher realms are the same. But they have got different, they have to be applied on different levels. Now, we go back to our own story. We wanted to really understand the soul. We were going this morning to really try and discover what is our soul, so that we can recognize ourselves, so that we can understand our place in life. Again, in order to understand the soul, we must examine another principle. And that principle is what Baha'u'llah mentions. He says that in this life, everything in this physical world is a counterpart of something spiritual. Everything you see in this life is not something which is coming to us in a haphazard way. For instance, we were talking of the tree. The tree is not just something isolated that God has created in this physical realm. You can be sure it has parallels, it has counterparts in all the realms of God. This is only a reflection. The tree is only a reflection of something spiritual in the spiritual worlds. So everything has a counterpart. And if you can study the counterpart of something, you can understand the other counterpart. If you study anything in nature, you can study its counterpart in the spiritual realms. Do you see what I mean? For instance, Baha'u'llah mentions that the sun is a counterpart of a manifestation of God. What the sun does to this earth, a manifestation of God does to man. So the sun, he says, which is a physical thing, is a counterpart of a manifestation of God. If you want to study the manifestation of God, therefore, to understand something about the manifestation of God, you can study the sun. Really, if you really study the sun, and I mean studying it, you will get a lot of insight into the working of a manifestation of God. Because these two are counterparts. Now, we want to find out what is the counterpart, what is our soul. But you see, the soul is a spiritual entity. It's not a material thing. And if you want to understand our soul, which is a spiritual entity, we have to try, if we could, find a counterpart for it in this physical life and study that physical thing. If you could find that counterpart and study that physical thing in this life, then we could apply it, all its characteristics, the characteristics of its counterpart in the spiritual realm. Do I make myself clear or follow? You see that the soul, as I said, is not a material thing. It's not something you can push it into your body and pull it out of your body. It's not something you can take it to a laboratory to test it for you. It is, Baha'u'llah says, the soul is an emanation from the worlds of God. An emanation from the spiritual worlds of God. So now, where are we? We want to find a physical counterpart for the soul. There we turn to the writings. Where we turn to the writings. And when you turn to the writings, and when you study the writings, it appears to us, that's all I can say, it appears to us. When you read the writings, it appears that the counterpart of the soul, which is the spiritual thing, its counterpart in this physical world, is the embryo growing in the womb of the mother. Whatever happens to the embryo, thank you very much, whatever happens to the embryo growing in the womb of the mother, the same thing happens to the soul. You see, but one is a spiritual thing and one is a physical thing. But now we know everything about the embryo growing in the womb of the mother. And so we can understand from it a lot of parallel points which could apply to the soul. If you could give me a piece of paper, I want to make notes. Some of the things I forget and it comes to my mind, and thank you very much. Now we'll take the first point. Baha'u'llah mentions that the soul comes into this life, it's created by God at the same time of conception. When a child is conceived and the first cell is created in the embryo, physical cell, the soul of man is also created at the same time. That the soul of man did not exist before. This is one of the basic truths which Baha'u'llah has revealed to us. It did not have an existence before, but that it was created at the time of conception. In the same way that the cell did not exist before, but it came into being at the time of conception. And these two things are related together. They are associated with each other. Because the soul, being a spiritual entity, cannot enter into anything. You cannot say, my soul entered my body. You cannot use the word to describe it even. It cannot have any relationship, in fact, with the body. But it is somehow associated with it. And Abdul Baha describes it as, he says it's similar to the association of light in the mirror. The soul in the body is the same thing, he says. It's the same example he gives, is like the light in the mirror. When you look at the mirror, you cannot put your hand in the mirror and pull the light out. You can't touch it. It's not in the mirror. The reflection, the light is not in the mirror, but it is somewhat associated with it, reflected on it. And if you break the mirror, nothing happens to the light. And Baha'u'llah tells us that it's the same thing with the soul. It's associated with us. It's a spiritual thing. It cannot have any relationship with our body other than just being associated. And even you cannot say associated because you cannot use word to describe it in any way. But whatever it is, we know that, let us say, the nearest we can say, it's associated with us. Now we can find a lot of similarities here between the embryo growing in the womb of the mother and the soul. A lot of similarities. And from this we can learn a great deal, looking again at the writings and looking at nature together, because as I said, these two things have to go together. Now, one of the similarities is this, that the cell is created at the time of conception. The first cell, if you look at it, there is nothing that you can see in the form of limbs or organs or anything. But that cell has the capacity to grow, to multiply, to acquire limbs and organs, so that after a period of, say, 9 months, for instance, it will have you will have a perfect human being from that cell. It has all the capacities to acquire limbs and organs. But when you look at the cell, there's nothing really unusual about it. It's just a cell. Now the soul is the same. When the soul comes to us first, at the time of conception, it has no qualities and perfections. It has no virtues. It has no knowledge. It has no wisdom. But it has the capacity, during a period of, say, 70, 80, 100 years that we live in this world, to acquire these qualities and perfections. It's just like the cell in the embryo, isn't it? You see now the similarities? You can see how these two things are really counterparts of each other. Another similarity is that when the cell is growing in the womb of the mother, it is not designed to live there, to stay there all its existence, all the period of its existence, but that it's only there for a very short period. This is not its home. The womb of the mother is not the home for the body of man. It's not its home. It's only a temporary place for it to acquire limbs and organs. That's all it is, pardon. Now exactly the same thing applies to the soul. This world which we live in is really a womb world. It's a womb world for the soul. As if each one of us is pregnant with the soul. Each one of us have the soul in our custody, like shall we say, like preserving it, so that during this period of 100 years, 80 years that we live, or 60 years that we live, our soul may acquire qualities and perfections. But this is not its home. It's a stranger. Really, it's a stranger here. In the same way that the child in the womb of the mother is a stranger there. That's not its place. Now, we go further on, and we can go and find out more similarities. Another similarity is that when they look at the cell growing in the womb of the mother first, it is really very insignificant. Very insignificant. I mean, a cell is not significant at all, and nobody even notices it. It is so unnoticeable. You have to have a microscope to examine it. So, and yet, look at what happens 9 months later. You have a person. It has developed into a person. It has all the faculties of a man. See the difference between the first day and the last day? The entry into the womb, or the creation in the womb, and the emerging from the womb. You see that? The difference between the two stages? And it's the same thing with our soul. The day that we are conceived and the soul is created, as I said, it has no identity, it has no personality. It has no individuality really, but it will acquire this. Acquire qualities, perfections, individuality. And Baha'u'llah says that we will retain our individuality and personalities in the next life. So that you are yourself. It's not something that you lose. You are yourself. And he says that the holy souls will associate with all the souls, the holy souls, the prophets, and describe in the next life all their sufferings in the path of God, and all their joys and all the hardships that they have carried on in this life. So you see, it's not something that you will forget. It's something that you have an identity, individuality. And Baha'u'llah mentions, now this is a very beautiful thought, that the soul which comes into being will last, although it has a beginning, and that is when one is conceived, but it has no end. That it will grow and it will progress as long as God exists in the spiritual worlds of God. So you see what a beautiful thing it is to bring children into the world, so that you have a child coming into the world, a soul which is going to be there till eternity. And another feature, which again is part of the teachings of our faith, the soul is indestructible. You cannot destroy it once it is created. It belongs to the spiritual worlds of God. And at whatever stage you dissociated from the body, whether it is at the time that the child even growing in the womb of the mother, if there is a miscarriage, you cannot destroy the soul. The soul is growing, will grow in the spiritual worlds of God. It has not had the chance to acquire qualities and perfections yet, but we are told that God will compensate this. So it's not something which is lost. A child who dies at a young age is the same. He has no chance to develop qualities and perfections, but that it will grow through the bounties of God. And God will compensate for the things that he had not been able to acquire in this life. Now, there are other similarities. We go a little further, and we find that our soul, the body, first of all, when we look at the body, we find that, as I mentioned this before, the womb of the mother is not a place for it to live. And the soul also, this is not its place. This home is very much a strange place for it, this world. It's like being a bird which is kept in a cage. This is another example that Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha have given in their teachings. That they have given us an example of a bird being kept in a cage. The bird does not belong to the cage. The bird is there in the cage to be fed, to be nourished, so that when the cage breaks, it can take its flight into its own realms. And so again we come to the same conclusion, that this period of life that we go through, that our soul is in this womb world, really, and it is here to acquire qualities and perfections. To acquire love, to acquire knowledge, to acquire wisdom, to be loving. Another similarity is that when the child is in the womb of the mother, it acquires limbs and organs there, but those limbs and organs are not really needed in the womb world. Cannot use them there. It's not really of any benefit to him. He uses a little bit of it. For instance, he moves his muscles, moves a little bit of a movement. You see, but he cannot really, it's not a place for using it. You see, the child, for instance, towards the end, has got perfect eyes, but it cannot see because there is no light. But when it is born, all these limbs and organs which were useless to him, and he could never conceive what it is for, will find some use, and he'll begin to use them. The eyes now become perfect instruments for seeing. You see, the phenomena of seeing is a marvelous phenomena when you look at it. Can you imagine if nobody could ever see, if there was no such a thing as sight? We would be deprived of knowing something about the light. But the light comes, and the combination of the two makes us see, and there we know one of the attributes of God is the all-seeing God, and then we know something of the attributes of God. But you see, these limbs and organs are not useful in the womb world, but it will be useful when it is born here. It's the same thing with us, with the soul. All the qualities and perfections that the soul acquires in this life, in this life of 70 or 80 years, as I refer to it, I don't know what is the duration of life in this country. I don't know how many years people live. I think people may live longer lives than other countries. I know when I was a young person, people used to live to the age of 102, 103, you see, 110. But in here, probably people don't live that long. I'm going to tell you a little story came to my mind. It's not an authentic story. It's one of those pilgrim's notes, and don't ever take note of it. But it is one of those funny things that Shoghi Effendi had a great sense of humor, and he used to tell us that he's told one of the pilgrims about the American way of life. Now, it's no way to belittle anything, but he was telling this pilgrims. He said in a humorous vein, he says that the American male works very hard to please his wife. Now, I don't know if it's true or not. And he works very, very hard, and he provides all the facilities and means and comfort for his wife and family. And the poor man comes home tired and exhausted, and his wife is full of energy, and he wants to take her out to go to theaters, to do these places and enjoy themselves. And so the man, of course, will go and will oblige his wife. And then, as a result of all this hard work, he dies at a younger age. And the woman becomes a rich person, travels around the world. Well, these are some of the stories. Often Shoghi Effendi made a lot of humorous remarks. Baha'u'llah had also a great sense of humor. You must not think that he did not have a sense of humor, a great sense of humor. Abdul Baha had a sense of humor. The believers used to have a sense of humor, and those who had the capacity to come to Baha'u'llah or to Abdul Baha and make some humorous remarks which would make them all laugh, This was one of those characteristics. I tell you, now that I said about the Americans, let me go tell you everything. Shoghi Effendi had said to another pilgrim something story. I've heard this now. I don't know whether it's true or not. He was trying to describe, again, the various nations and how each nation has its own characteristics. And he said that in America, women dominate over men. I hope you don't mind me saying this. They rule over their husbands. In Germany, he said, it's the opposite. It's the men who are. He said in England, it's quite a balance. He said it's not a bad thing if an American woman married a German man and they lived in England. So here we are. So, well, we were talking about the soul. I don't know what happened. We went out of it. But, you know, one of those things that I wanted to mention about the soul is that we were saying that the limbs and organs which the child acquires in the womb of the mother are not needed there. But in this life, it's the same thing with the soul, really. These qualities and perfections that we acquire, love, unity, brotherhood, kindness, generosity, knowledge, although we can use it in here in this life somehow to our advantage, they are really needed in the next life. They are for the next life that we acquire these qualities and perfections. And even if you don't use these qualities and perfections in this life, you still can live. In fact, this is what happens with most people today. People hate, people kill, and they still can live. They don't use those qualities in this life. And they still can live. But the real place, the real use of all these perfections and qualities that we have to acquire, the real use of them is not here, it's in the next life. All these perfections and qualities and virtues that we must acquire becomes like our spiritual limbs and organs in the next life. It will become active. Just like the eyes, which are not active in the womb of the mother, and suddenly because the light comes up and it becomes a very marvelous instrument, our acquiring of the quality of love, for instance, in the next life, will become just an instrument through which we can progress. And if we don't acquire them in here, then we cannot use them in the next life. Because there is another similarity. And that similarity is this: that the child must acquire limbs and organs in the womb of the mother. If it does not, it cannot acquire them in this life. If you do not have an eye, or if you do not have an arm, you can't acquire them in this life. You are handicapped. You will grow, but you are handicapped. And the same thing we understand is true in the spiritual sense, that the soul must acquire these qualities and perfections in this life. That is why God has brought the body and the soul together. That's why He has decreed that we should live a period of 60, 70, 100 years here to acquire these qualities and perfections, so that these qualities and perfections become instruments of growth for us in the next life. And that if we do not acquire them here, we cannot acquire them in the next life. That's all we understand. And remember, we are not trying to say in these talks and in these studies that we can understand the soul now. Let me, first of all, I should have said this in the beginning. Don't think that by hearing these talks, on studying the writings, no matter how much deeply you study the soul, you will never understand what the soul is. This is only the impressions we get of the soul. These are impressions. This is as far as man in this life can understand the soul. We are limited in our understanding and vision. We cannot understand everything spiritual. We haven't got the tools for it in this life. It's in the next life that we will see the true reality of our souls. But it is hidden from us, because there is yet another similarity which I want to mention to you. And that similarity between the two things, between the embryo and the soul, is this: that if ever the child has not got the capacity to understand what a small place he's living in, what a limited place, a dark place is living in during the period that he is growing in the womb of the mother. He has no capacity to understand that. He has no capacity to understand what a great world expects him to be born into. The vastness, the glory, the greatness of this world, he cannot see. Impossible for him to see, because God has not given him the capacity to understand this. The same God has not given our soul the capacity to understand anything about the greatness of the world which awaits us, the spiritual worlds of God. And in fact, Baha'u'llah mentions that if ever the glory of the next life was revealed to the extent of a needle's eye, then man would commit suicide. In the same way that if a child knew what a small place is living in and what a vast place is awaiting him, that child, you couldn't live there, you would have a revolution there. Really. Wouldn't want to live there. But God, the same God which has not given the child a capacity to appreciate that period, is completely ignorant about it. We are the same in that sense, because we will never be able to know our soul. In fact, there is a passage in Islam which says, if you want to know God, you should know yourself. They have asked Baha'u'llah, what does this mean? He says it means that when you look at yourself, you will find everything you have in your body is a manifestation of the soul. For instance, your eyesight is a manifestation of the soul in the body. Your hearing is a manifestation of the soul. All your senses are the manifestations of the soul in the body. Your brain is a manifestation of the soul in the body. But he says, your heart, which loves, is a manifestation of the soul in your body. But he says, if you add all these manifestations together, the sum total does not become the soul. And then he says, what is the soul? And then he says, if you live as long as thousands of years, and if all the peoples of the world put their thoughts together, they shall never know what that soul is. And he says, when you reach to that conclusion that you will never understand your soul, the reality of the soul, the essence of your soul, then you will say to yourself, how can I ever know the essence of my God who has created that soul? And you realize your impotence to recognize the essence of God. And he says, when you reach to that stage, the knowledge of God has dawned on you. This is when you begin to know God, when you realize that you will never know him. Impossible to know the essence of God. The essence of God is hidden from the eyes of men. We can never reach it. In fact, Baha'u'llah mentions that manifestations of God have no understanding of the essence of God. Because if they did, they would be partners with him. The manifestations of God have no access to the essence of God. You know, you read some of the passages that Shoghi Effendi has translated in English. He says 10,000 Moses is thunderstruck, I'm paraphrasing his words, at the Sinai of God's revelation, not knowing his essence. And 10,000 prophets as great as Jesus are dismayed at this thought of not thou, mine essence thou shalt never know. This is the call they get from God. My essence thou shalt not know. Baha'u'llah mentions, says 10,000 prophets as great as Jesus stand dismayed at the threshold of God, hearing this voice, thou shalt never know my essence. Now this indicates that the essence of God is beyond the comprehension of anything. Can never rise to that. He is the creator, and the creator must always stand above his creation. If it was, then we would be equal with him. If the mind could ever grasp anything, it means you are equal with that thing. You can only understand something which is either below you or on the same level as you. You can never understand something above you. It's impossible. So now, Baha'u'llah says this is the meaning. When you realize that you cannot know your own soul, the essence of your soul, then you can say, well, how can I know the essence of my God who has created my soul? Impossible. Now we go a little bit further. Let me take you a little further. Now, what time do we close this session, Mr. Chairman? 12. What time is it now? Oh, yes. 12. But you can't carry on. You mean the first session is going till 12 o'clock? You are very great people. You mean you can listen to all this? Well, anytime you get, there's no break between it, no. Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see. If I see you yawning, and then I'll say, all right, we'll have a break. Actually, if anybody wants to have a little doze off or something, or go to a little bit of sleep, go and sit in the back rows, because you can never see them. That's what they are doing there probably now, in the back rows. Now, I will come back to your questions, if I may. If you just wait till I finish this subject, you might find your questions are answered probably, because we haven't even touched upon the subject.
Excuse me, not a question about the subject. Why you were digressing a little bit, I wanted to say, when I drove up, someone's ego in the parking lot had this emergency light.
Well, now, friends, we come to another similarity here between the embryo and the soul. And that is that when a child is born, it can bring with him whatever it has. It cannot bring anything that it hasn't. It just brings with him whatever it has. And in fact, in one of his tablets, Baha'u'llah says, if you needed anything else in this world, I would have given it to you there, in the womb of the mother. Now, it's the same thing with the soul. The soul can take with him whatever it has. But you can't take with you anything which is bad. Because bad does not exist in itself. It has no existence. Now, don't take me wrong and say that I said... You have 1 cent or you have $1. That's a very small amount of money. This is the meaning of poverty. But whatever you have is positive. And that's what you can take with you. A murderer, for instance, is a person who has impoverished his soul. Well, he can take with him a little bit of good. A saint is a person who has got a lot of good qualities and perfections, and he carries with it to the next life. And therefore, each one of them is like having a capital. You begin your life with a capital. One is a very small capital, one is a large capital. And everyone grows in the spiritual worlds of God. There is no such thing as eternal damnation. Well, there are some souls which we know are diseased in this life, and this is the only one which God has indicated will not be forgiven. And that is the souls of the covenant breakers. In the Christian theology, it is those who sin against the Holy Ghost. And I may, if there is chance, I will explain to you really what is a covenant breaker, as we Baha'is talk about it in this, in nature, looking at nature, not to look at the philosophy of covenant breaking, because we have no time for it in the faith, but nature. Again, as I said, everything in the faith, you can look at nature and find out these things. You can find out what covenant breaking is in nature. Now, we don't go into that subject now, but maybe I'll make a note of it here and sometime we can bring it up. So you see, every soul begins its spiritual life depending on its own qualities and perfections that it has acquired in this life. And this is why Baha'u'llah says that in the next life, the souls will be graded. We will be separated. Each one of us, in accordance with his own accomplishments in this life, will attain a certain position, a certain grade, a certain level. And he says those who are on a high level will encompass those who are on a lower level, and will completely understand them and will encompass them. And those who are on a lower level will not understand anything about those who are on a higher level. And their life in relation to them, to those who are on a higher level, is like non-existence. Now this exactly applies in nature. Exactly. You look at nature, you will find God has created in this nature great many levels of creation. First of all, there are several kingdoms. There is the mineral kingdom, there is the vegetable kingdom, there is the animal kingdom, there is the kingdom of man, And yet within each one of these kingdoms there are grades. Look at the animal kingdom. There are so many grades. On one end of the scale, you come across a creature like a worm, for instance. A worm is an animal. And on the other end of the scale, you come across the intelligent animals. And in between, there are enormous number of animals of different degrees, you see. And God seems to love this different levels. He loves to have this difference in His creation. We may not love it. I often say to myself, really, if we were God, we would have... it's a pity to, for instance, look at creatures like a mouse, for instance. What a terrible thing to be a mouse instead of being a man. Can you imagine he could have been a man? But it's a mouse. Now, God still likes this. He likes the mouse. He likes to have a mouse and He likes to have a man. He likes to have different grades. And it's the same thing in the spiritual worlds of God. We are going to be graded. And the life of a worm in relation to the life of another high intelligent animal is like death in relation to life. Really. But it has its life. It's not dead. The worm is not dead. It has life. But its life in relation to the life of a dog, for instance, is like death in relation to life. And so it is the same thing we understand in the spiritual realms, that the souls will be graded in accordance with what qualities we have acquired. As I told you, we cannot take bad things with us to the next life. But whatever good things we can take, those good things will determine the level in which we are going to be. Now, another important question, which again we can find it from nature and looking at the writings, of course. As I mentioned before, we must look at these two things always. And from that we learn a lot of things. Is that when you look at where is the next life? Where is the next world? Now, if you want to know that, look at nature. Nature will answer you. When you look at the child in the womb of the mother, we said that the embryo, remember, growing in the womb of the mother and the soul are counterparts of each other. When you look at the child in the womb of the mother, where is he when he's growing in the womb world? Where is he? He's here. Isn't he? He's in this world, really. The distance is very little. There is only a barrier which prevents him from being in this world. But he's here. He's carried with his mother around. Have you ever seen in a farm an egg breaking and a chicken comes out? Where was the chicken before the egg breaks? It was there. But it couldn't realize it itself until the shell breaks. So Baha'u'llah tells us that the next world is here. It's closer to us than we can ever imagine. But it is closed before our eyes. And as I mentioned before, Baha'u'llah says if we could only perceive to the extent of a needle's eye the greatness and the glory of the next life, then we would want to commit suicide to get there. So you can see here how the next life, the next world is just beside us. And then there is another thing we learn from the child in the womb of the mother, and that is this, that once the child is growing in the womb of the mother, there are many, many people who are involved in caring for that child. The mother is the first person who really is enabling the child to grow. The father, the mother, the relatives, the doctors, the nurses, the community, all of them are paying attention and working hard for enabling that child to grow once it is in the womb of the mother. And we are told it's the same thing in this life, in relation to the holy souls which have passed away. They are the cause of all the growth and development which takes place in this life. But you remember I was saying to you, it's a one-way communication. They encompass us, they help us, they inspire us in ways that we have no way of understanding it. Baha'u'llah mentions that martyrs of the faith will produce such an effect upon the growth and development of this world, that although that he says that even though that it takes place rarely, it will produce tremendous results in this life. It's just like the care, the attention, the love which the parents, the community has for the child growing in the womb of the mother. But as I mentioned to you, we cannot take with us into the next life anything which is bad, because bad does not exist in its own outward sense. So the souls which are gone on in the next life, everything they can do to us is for our good. They have no bad things. They cannot influence us in a bad way. They can only influence us in a good way. And if it is anything which we want, which is bad for us, they can't give it to you. They can only give you what is good for you. And what is good for you sometimes may be sufferings. Maybe it is sufferings. The more our souls suffer, the more it becomes ready to absorb spiritual powers to itself. Suffering in the path of God. Bearing those sacrifices we do, whatever realm it may be, in whatever field, you sacrifice something. You give up your time. You're tired, but you give up your time. You go and teach the people. You go and promote the faith. But you go through a great deal of hardship. That is good for the soul. That enables the soul to grow. And the concourse on high, those holy souls which are passed away from this life, they will assist us if we walk in the right way. But as soon as you want to go in the wrong way, they cannot assist you, because they cannot influence us in a bad way. Now I am going to now go into another aspect of the soul. And maybe before I do that, so far we can go on and talk about this quite a lot. But I think we have got an idea here. Maybe it's not a bad thing at this point that if you had any questions about what I have said which you have not understood it, maybe we can talk about it now. And then we will go to another aspect of the soul which is very important, because all these things that we have said so far about the soul coming to us from the worlds of God, we said from the spiritual realms. We said that the soul has to acquire qualities and perfections here. We said how everything in this life has a counterpart. In the spiritual worlds, anything physical is a counterpart of something spiritual. We discussed all these things, and there we were able to get some idea, only an idea, an impression of what the soul is and its qualities and powers are. But now, and we said that the purpose of life so far is to acquire qualities and perfections. But there is a greater purpose in our creation, far, far greater from acquiring qualities and perfections. Far greater. And again, in order to understand that, I'll take you to nature again. But before we enter into this subject, let us see if there is anything so far which you want to comment about or question. Now, I'm not referring to those people who are sitting in the back row who probably are asleep. But that's a place if you want to rest, that's a good place. We have this game in Europe. When we have classes, we often say, now look here, go into the back row. It's a good place to be. Right. Well, it seems to me there is no... Yes?
On the grades or levels of the soul after
Pardon?
When one person dies and then their soul goes on and then it's graded level,
Yes.
put on a different level, is the higher grade the more chance you might be put back to work in this world as a servant?
I don't know. One thing we do know is that the question is this, that if you are in a higher grade, will you be able to influence, is that what you're saying, this world more?
Work more,
Yes. Well, this is what Baha'u'llah says to us. He's not talking of the influence of those, he says the holy souls. In his writings, he talks about the influence of the holy souls in this life is so great that it can produce all the arts and sciences in this life and become the cause of growth. It is obviously from the holy souls that will be that this will happen. But again, you see, these are only, as I said, our own limited, very, very limited understanding of the realities and the truths. We shall know it in the next life fully what's happening. Yes? Sorry?
I would like to know if parents can aid or encourage the growth of the souls of their children.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what. Could somebody tell me? Because I can't hear it from there.
She said, can parents aid in the growth
Oh, yes.
of the souls of their
Of course. You know, there again we hear in the writings that prayer, through prayer, the souls of those who passed away can progress through the instrumentality of prayer, through the instrumentality of some charity work in the name of your children, in the memory of whoever it is, in the service that you yourself render to the cause. All of these things will aid the souls who are passed on to progress. And I will want to mention this to you, that when we people who have come from the East, like myself, not nowadays, but in the old days, there was a very clear attitude about oneself. And that was that I am not an important person, that I do not ever celebrate my own birthday. I'll just give you an example of it. Nobody in my time, when I was young, in the East, would ever consider even, or dream of, or think about that I have to celebrate my birthday. They considered that they were so insignificant that you don't celebrate yourself. The only person's birthday which was worthy of celebration was that of a prophet. That's when it's a holy day. And so there was never such a thing as doing this, because they considered this will create an ego-growing and egotistical attitude of turning to yourself and becoming a center of attraction or center of attention on your birthday. Well, I'm not saying that anything against birthday. Don't mistake it now. I'm not saying you can do what you like. I'm just mentioning to you that this was the attitude. But instead of that, instead of celebrating your birthday, they always commemorated one of their dear ones who had passed away and would pray for him on the anniversary of his passing. So that the anniversary that you could have was that of your passing. When you passed, your family would sit and would pray for you on the anniversary, would invite their friends to come together on that evening, on that day, in memory of that person. And then they would pray for him. They considered this was much better than celebrating your own birthday, because then your soul will progress as a result of the prayers of yourself and your friend. Now, who knows how these things will adjust themselves in the future? The more we pay attention to ourselves. Now, I don't want you to go around and say, I've said something against holding your birthday. Well, go on and do it as much as you want, and blow all the candles and all the things you do. But all I'm saying is, nothing to do with birthdays, but what I'm saying is that the attitude should be that of not playing up our ego, but playing it down. To subdue our ego, which we were talking about last night somehow. You cannot destroy it, you must not kill it. Because if we do that, we can't live in this life. You have to have yourself. You have to have, this is part of you. You can't, but it is a very dangerous animal. Self and ego. And when it comes out, all you have to do is to put a rein on it and hold it in your hand and control it. Probably we will mention a little bit about that. I'll make a note of it to bring this matter up later on. Now, any other questions here that you want to talk about what so far we've said? If not, then we'll go. Yes?
Yeah. Kind of a dual question. It's kind of a dual question. Two questions relating to each other, but kind of separate. Number one, would depression and despair be simply the lack of joy and confidence, or are they things in themselves? And in the next world, is there the appearance of bad, even though bad does not exist in itself? Is there the appearance of bad as there is in this world?
Well, I'll answer the second question because it's easier to deal with it this way. You see, this world we are having is the world of relativity. Everything in relation to something else. And therefore, you come across shadows and lights because everything is relative. Even a bad man, as you call him, is very good in relation to another man who is worse than him, you see? So things are relative. And there is darkness and there is light. But Abdul Baha mentions, he says, if you were living in the sun, there would be no day and no light. No day and no night. It would be, everything would be still. And in the next life, this is not a world of relativity, it's the world of the absolute. You see now? So that nothing will emerge from that world, will radiate except good. And this is my understanding from the writings and looking at nature. But whether despair is a lack of confidence, these are matters which we don't want to split hair. Now, if you think it is, all right.
Well, the reason I asked, I'm wondering, can there be despair and depression in the next world?
Oh, in the next world, you mean? No.
Yeah, because
No, not. We are talking. I thought you meant in this life. No. Oh, yeah. No. In the. Yeah. No, in the next life, you can see everything is positive, and despair is not there. They cannot have despair in the spiritual worlds of God. You see, it is all confidence and all positive qualities. Everything is positive. Yes, everything, every little bit of good. It is good. It's like having $1 with you. Well, $1 is money. It's just like $100, except it is less in value, but it is of the same quality. You know, I think that we cannot understand. You must always realize that what we are doing in here, we are getting an impression of what's happening and not the reality. But from the writings, the more we read the writings, the more we understand. It's not a bad thing if at this moment in here or some other stage, because maybe we'll have more people in the afternoon, I will talk about this aspect of understanding, which is a very important aspect in our life. Maybe we'll leave that later on. Any other questions now? And if not, we will go to that subject. We'll continue with it. Or are you tired now? What is the time? 11:15. Do you want to give yourself 5 minutes of a break? Everybody wants 5 minutes of a break, and then we come back again. Friends, I feel we should now continue our subject. But is there any other questions before I go on? There was a gentleman, a lady first. Yes, you were first there. You remember in the back? Mm.
And I was wondering about
Yes.
those qualities that we don't get any out of.
Yes. Yes, the question is this, that if a child is born blind, for instance, and of course in this world he has missed an awful lot, what happens to his soul? Isn't that what you're saying in the next life? No?
I'm saying, what happens to us in that kind of sense of the qualities that might be compared to the mind? Say we're handicapped in some attribute that we fail to achieve in this world, and then we're born into the next world, and we don't have that attribute at all.
Oh, what we don't have. Oh, I see. Yeah, you mean to say that if we do not acquire certain qualities and perfections here, and we said that we cannot get them in the next life, what will happen? Well, again, again, you see, remember this, we cannot be, we are not here going to be discussing this entirely on a rational basis and just say exactly what's going to happen. What we understand from the writings, that's all I can say, is that we must acquire these qualities and perfections in this life. This is the place for acquiring them. If we do not acquire them, we cannot get them in the next life. Then there is a question here which we must never overlook. And it is the bounties of God, and the grace of God, and the forgiveness of God. That's another thing. These are all the elements which must be taken into consideration. We know a child, for instance, who has not had the opportunity to develop these qualities and perfections in this life. God will compensate it for him in the next life through his bounties. I don't know how God will deal with us if we have not acquired these qualities and perfections. We cannot be sort of in here sitting and giving a judgment and say this is exactly what's going to happen. One thing we know, and that is that forgiveness of God is very great. Very great indeed. You cannot underestimate the forgiveness of God. I am sure myself, in my thoughts, in my mind, this is my feeling, that God will forgive everybody. Now, I'm not saying that God will immediately put us all on the same level. Yeah, we will be in our own levels, but God is very forgiving. And all the wrong things we do, God can and will forgive. There are some things that He cannot forgive. We'll discuss this later on. It is not something that He doesn't want to forgive, but He cannot. It's against the laws of creation. And one of those things I mentioned is this covenant breaking. But Abdul Baha mentions, if you do not educate your children properly, if you do not educate them, if you do not teach them the law of God and the love of God, it's something which God cannot forgive. I don't know what it means, how He will deal with us. There are few things that are unforgivable by God, but His forgiveness is very, very great. The ocean of His forgiveness is very immense. But it must not become a license that we can say, all right, now that God is forgiving, let's go and have a jolly good time here. You have to remember that we have to acquire limbs and spiritual qualities and perfections here. This is the purpose of life. You know, speaking of God's forgiveness, I'll tell you a little story just to amuse you a little bit. This just to amuse you. You know, there was a very great religious leader in the East, in Persia. And one day God said to him, and he had a lot of followers. This man had a lot of followers. And he was very proud of himself. He became proud a little bit. And God said to him, do you want me to... he said, I see you have a lot of followers, he said. I see you have a lot of followers. Do you want me to reveal to all your followers some of your bad qualities which you're hiding from them? And if I reveal all these bad qualities, all these followers will leave you. Do you want me to do that? He said. This man thought things are getting very bad. He decided to do a little bit of blackmailing. He said to God, do you want me to tell the people about the great ocean of your forgiveness, that you forgive everybody so that if they hear it, nobody will worship you anymore? And God thought, this is getting very bad. He said, we'll make a deal. I won't reveal all your bad qualities, and you don't talk so much about the ocean of my forgiveness. That's right. So I think it gives us an idea. Yes? Sorry? Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, if you like, we can discuss this. I'll make a note of this question, and sometime we'll discuss it when we'll be dealing with this subject. Now, can I ask, you had a question on this point there?
Yes. We are supposed to love God, and we try to learn to love God. And many people are troubled when Baha'u'llah talks about fear. Fear of God.
Yeah, all right. Yes, yes. You want to know what the fear of God is. Well, now look, I think we leave that subject also for later on. I'll make a note of these things. They'll come up a little bit later. These will fit in better at a later stage. Now, if there is no other questions, I think I'll go now and talk about this. And I'm not, I suppose some of you have not heard the first part of this talk, and so I don't know what you will learn now or will listen now. But anyhow, I'm not going to say what I have so far said, but I feel that it is essential to say this much, that we said that the soul comes from the spiritual worlds of God, it's an emanation from the worlds of God, that it is here to acquire spiritual qualities and perfections, so that in the next life it can use those qualities and perfections to enable him to progress. And we said that this seems to be the purpose of life. But really this is not the essential purpose of life. There is a far, far greater purpose in life, that God has created us for something far, far greater than this. He has not just created us to come into this world and acquire qualities and perfections alone. He has created us for something far greater. And in order to appreciate this, I'm going to take you to nature again. Because I was telling you this morning that nature will give us an awful lot of insight into spiritual things, provided you read the writings. In nature, you will notice anything which grows, which has an organic growth, has a beginning. And the beginning of it is when you put the seed down in the soil. You put the seed down in the soil, the seed will germinate. Then there come a time, it's like again conception of a child. It's the same thing. The seed will germinate, and then you have a little plant, and then the plant grows, and it becomes a tree. But now this tree, we can say it can only fulfill itself. Fulfill the purpose for which this tree is created is to give its fruit. When it gives its fruit, when it gives its seed, we'll say now it has fulfilled itself. It has carried out what it was created for. See, everything has to begin, has a beginning, it grows, it must give it fruit, it must bring a child. The soul is the same thing. Our soul has a beginning. We said it this morning. It has a time when the soul begins to grow. First at the time of conception, it grows and it acquires spiritual qualities, just like the tree that is growing. But at a certain time, and not immediately now. It's the same way with the tree. The tree cannot immediately come and give its fruit. It has to reach an age of maturity. And when the tree reaches the age of maturity, then it will give its fruit. The same thing is with the soul. The soul comes into this life. It first is created, like the seed is planted. Then it grows and acquires qualities and perfections. But at some point in his life, that soul must produce a child, must give birth to a child. The soul, I'm talking of the soul, which is a spiritual thing, must give birth to a fruit, a child. But as I said, it cannot produce it immediately. And in fact, there is a certain age for it, that it can begin to think in terms of producing a child. And I'll mention the age later on. Now go back to nature again. You will find anything which produces a child is a female. A female species is what produces a child. And I hope that men would not mind me saying this. I think that the female is a much better, more complete form of creation than a male. You know that? Oh, you agree? Oh, there we are. Now men will be angry when I go out of this room. You must be protecting me, you know. I'll be attacked. I'll be attacked. You see, because a female can reproduce, can produce a fruit. But again, the tree cannot produce a fruit by itself. And we are just talking of nature. It has to be pollinated. A female cannot produce a child on her own. There must be a relationship with a male factor, so that the female can conceive a child and then give birth to it. This is nature. This is the same thing with the soul. Our soul, which is a spiritual entity, if it has to produce a child, it cannot produce a child on her own. The soul here must act as a female and enter into partnership with another agency, with another force. But the choice here is given to us. A tree has no choice. It's pollinated by nature. See? The animal has this mating with its own type. But the soul here has got a choice. You can choose whatever agency, whatever force you want to give your soul to it and establish this marriage. It's like a marriage, really, our soul, which is a spiritual thing. Now, I'll tell you what most peoples of the world do. Of course, most people even don't know they have a soul. They won't even think about it. But most people, without knowing it, they give their soul to this world. They're born here. They live so many years. They think of nothing but material things. Isn't that right? So what happens? They have given their soul to this world. And so the child of that soul, which is a spiritual entity, the child that it produces is not worthy of itself. It is materialism. Imagine our soul give birth to materialism. It's become darkened. There is a little bit of spiritual entity there. But that spiritual entity has given birth, has given itself to this world, established a relationship with this world. And the child of that product is very unworthy. See? Its father is very low. The mother is the soul. But the father is very unworthy. It's in material things. And so the child is materialism. Now Baha'u'llah tells us, I'm just giving you in this form of example, to whom we should give our soul in marriage, in relationship, with whom we should establish a relationship. We should establish a relationship between our souls and the forces of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. In other words, we give ourselves to the influences of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. We open our heart and our soul to the influences of his revelation. Can you imagine? A very much more exalted station than ourselves. The forces of the revelation, which he has released in the world. We allow our souls to become fertilized by these forces, which he has released. If you let it, because it's up to us. And when you open your heart to the influences of his revelation, and let the forces of his revelation fertilize our souls, then our souls will conceive a child which is worthy. And that child, once it is born, it is known, you can call it the spirit of faith. Our soul has produced the spirit of faith, which is the purpose of life, the purpose of creation, the purpose that God has created us for. And Baha'u'llah says, if the station of that soul is revealed to the eyes of men, I'm paraphrasing his words, who has given birth to the spirit of faith, the whole of creation will be found dumbfounded. Someone who has given birth to the spirit of faith, someone who has said, I believe. When you say, I believe, what really has happened is that your soul and the revelation of Baha'u'llah, as a result of this mystical intercourse, has now produced a child. And you say, I believe. And that child is born. The spirit of faith is born. Now this is the station which God has destined for man, which can overlook all the other qualities and perfections, which can not overlook, it can really dominate over all the other things that we have acquired. When you have the spirit of faith. You know, this lamp in here is lighted. Before it was lighted, it was nothing. But when it is lighted, when you look at it, you can't see anything else but the light. It will dominate over all the things. In fact, if you closely look at it, you will see it's full of dust, probably. But you can't see the dust. It has completely overshadowed all the imperfections, because it has become lighted. Of course, you come across beautiful chandeliers somewhere hanging in someone's house. You come across beautiful people in this world with great qualities and perfections, really, who are not Baha'is. You come across great many people who live a marvelous life, much better than me, I'm sure. They are like as chandeliers, you know, like this beautiful crystal lamp, which is exquisite, but it's not lighted. This is an old little bulb or an old little lamp, full of dust and full of all kinds of imperfections. But it is connected. That's lighted. And that is the difference. But the real thing to be is to be a chandelier which is lighted. That is the real purpose of life. To have the qualities and perfections, and being exquisite qualities and perfections, and also lighted. That is the story of the early, or the believers, both early and the present time. To acquire qualities and perfections, and to have faith, to have the spirit of faith. Now, this faith, when it is born, when this child is born, we said the spirit of faith is the child which really our soul has given birth to. It has conceived it because You know, it doesn't happen suddenly also. When you give yourself to the influences of the revelation of Baha'u'llah, it doesn't immediately appear as a spirit of faith. Just like a woman who becomes pregnant doesn't immediately give birth to a child. There must be a period of conception, of growth, of that embryonic growth until it can be born. It takes time. But there comes a time that then you have so much sure of it that you have faith. And you say, I really believe. And you really believe in your heart. I also mentioned, you remember, that when the tree comes into being, you remember we talked about a tree. It's first you plant the seed and then it grows. It doesn't immediately produce a fruit either. You have to wait until it becomes mature. It's the same thing with the soul. A soul cannot immediately recognize and give itself to Baha'u'llah. There is an age for it. There is at least a limit for it, that you have to produce that. And that is, you might say, the age of 15, that you will become spiritually obliged to carry out some of the teachings. Although before that, you are a Baha'i, naturally. A child is a Baha'i. But the obligations is not binding on you until you reach that particular age. Now, having said this, that our soul must give birth to a child, now let us look at nature again. In nature, when a mother gives birth to a child, that action of giving birth to, it may be relatively an easy action. Or maybe I shouldn't say that. To give birth to a child is easy. I shouldn't say that. But really, parents know that to give birth to a child is nothing comparing with the afterwards. After the child is born is the beginning of all the cares and the attention and the labors and the work that you have to do for that child, to protect it constantly, all the time to protect it and help it to grow and mature. It's much more difficult. It's easy to become Baha'i, but it is difficult to grow, to protect the faith, to enable it to grow day by day, and to look after it, and to watch over it. Much more difficult. It needs a vigilance, which is constant vigilance. It has to be constant. So that there we come across again a very new challenge which has come to us. Once you have faith, a new challenge comes to us. And I have said, I am a Baha'i. What is the next step? So that my faith may grow. And remember, our faith is precious to us. Just as much a child is precious to a mother. And it's also precious to its father. And here is the forces of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. Baha'u'llah is attached very deeply to our faith. He loves a believer. He loves the faithful believer, a person who has faith. And his love for him is so great that we cannot ever measure it. The love that Baha'u'llah has for the believers, and the outpouring of his love is so great that we cannot visualize in this life. And the sorrow which floods the heart when one person, is his heart, when one person loses his faith or becomes weak in his faith, it brings great sorrows to the heart of the manifestation of God. Such sorrows that are not comparable ever with all the sufferings which were heaped upon him by the enemies. That is nothing. The sufferings of the enemies is nothing It means nothing to Baha'u'llah, really, the physical sufferings. And he himself mentions the suffering which comes to the manifestation of God is when one soul who has recognized him does one little thing which is an indication that he is not growing. Just like a father who sees his son is becoming ill. And he will see it. He notices. He becomes ill. And as soon as he becomes ill, he becomes worried. He becomes unhappy. One believer doing one thing against the faith brought so much sorrow to the heart of Baha'u'llah, to the heart of Abdul Baha, to the heart of Shoghi Effendi. That is beyond our estimation. And if ever one lost his faith, that would be just like a father who laments the passing of his child. His child is dead. Brings great sorrows to the person also, and to Baha'u'llah. I will give you an example of this, at least not about Baha'u'llah, but I talk about Shoghi Effendi. You know, Shoghi Effendi was he was very sensitive, a very sensitive soul, very sensitive heart. He was the guardian of the cause. And you know, of course, must have heard the name of Dorothy Baker, who was one of the hands of the cause, an American lady. And she, of course, was involved in a fatal accident where she was traveling in this Comet, which was the first jet airliner which the British made, and the Comet exploded in the air. It wasn't really fully tested, and she was killed. Well, one of the pilgrims was telling us a story. She was present at the time that the news of the passing on this tragic form of Dorothy Baker was brought to Shoghi Effendi. And Shoghi Effendi was sad, and he began to talk about her services, and spoke about her for some time that evening, and then changed the subject and carried on, and after all, this person has passed away. Then, a few days later, the news reached Shoghi Effendi that one young girl who was a believer has been, with some tricks and some plottings, has been taken into the company of the covenant breakers and has joined in marriage with one of them. Now that person is gone, is like a child, like a soul which is dead now. You know, the faith, what I was talking to you about, the faith is gone, is lost. The sorrows which flooded the heart of Shoghi Effendi as a result of this 15-year-old girl was so great that for some days he could not come out of his bed. And he was so crippled really with this blow. But look, the death of a hand of the cause was only 15 minutes. It passed by. Nothing. After all, she had ascended to the realms beyond. But the defection of this girl, losing her faith, dealt such a deadly blow upon him that he could not come and meet with the friends for 1 or 2 days. Now this shows how much our faith is really precious to God, to the manifestation of God, and to his disciples, and to Abdul Baha, and to Shoghi Effendi. Well, now we wanted to find out what should we do now. We have just given birth to the spirit of faith, just like a mother who has given birth to a child. What are we going to do with it now to enable it to grow? This again we can learn from nature. You want to say something?
Can I get perspective point on when we're talking about giving birth? Are we talking very black and white? We're talking about when a person becomes a Baha'i?
Yes, yes. The soul has just given birth to faith. Our soul has just produced a faith. He believes now in Baha'u'llah, and he has given himself to Baha'u'llah, really. And as a result of it, he says, I believe. That is when the first spark of faith appears in our hearts, just like a mother who has given birth to a child. This is just a form of looking at nature to see what happens there. Now, when you look at nature, you will find that the mother who gives birth to a child, the first thing she does, if you notice, she loves that child very much. And the next thing she does, she will feed the child. And the child has never been fed before in his life, never tasted the milk. And none of us can remember what it was like when we first received the milk from our mother. But it must have some effect on us, on the child. It gets the taste for it. And the next time, it probably wants, it's not going to reject it. It becomes more and more fond of that milk, to such an extent that it will cry for it afterwards. And he wants to drink this milk. And this milk make it grow. This is nature. And the mother will feed the child regularly. Now the same thing applies exactly to our faith. When you say, I become a Baha'i, it's a dangerous thing to remain like this and just remain in that state. We must feed our faith. We must feed the spirit of faith which is born. We must feed it with some food. And the food for it is the words of God for this age. This is why Baha'u'llah has commanded us. This is one of his commandments. He says you must read, you must recite, he says. Recite my words. Recite my words twice a day. In the morning and in the evening. He stipulates that. Recite my words in the morning and in the evening. It's just like a mother who says to her child, eat your food 2 or 3 times a day. You see how similar it is? And Baha'u'llah mentions to us, if we don't recite, what will happen to us? You can imagine what will happen to us. What will happen if a child does not eat his food? Baha'u'llah says, if you do not read my words, it's a very serious situation. He says, you are not steadfast in the covenant. Our soul, if it is to be healthy, it must be steadfast in the covenant. If it is not, it's a serious situation. And this is when the believer becomes confused. He's a Baha'i, yes. But he has never taken a food, or very little. And so he becomes frustrated. He cannot see joy out of his faith and out of life. Just like a person who does not eat his food. I remember a few years ago, one young person came to me and he said, you know, he said, it's 1 year that I'm a Baha'i, but I don't feel any difference. I'm the same person as before. Can you imagine, when you become a Baha'i, can you imagine what happens? We have to be different. One has to be very different. Very different. It's a new life. This is the second birth that Christ is talking about. The spirit of faith is born. It must be the most exciting thing which happens, just like an excitement which comes to a mother. There is no excitement in the world for a mother greater than to have given birth to a child. And this person said, well, I don't feel any excitement. I'm a Baha'i for a year, but I've not grown, I've not changed, I'm just like the old days. I'm not excited about anything. What is wrong with me, he said. Well, you can imagine what's wrong. You know, I mentioned to him, I said, have you ever loved somebody? Because you must remember, the faith, you cannot only become a Baha'i through your intellectual appraisal and intellectual investigations. You might begin with that way, but you have to fall in love, really. Your heart must accept the faith. You must fall in love. It's a falling in love. To be a Baha'i is that you have fallen in love. And of course this is a relative term. It varies from person to person. One person's love for Baha'u'llah is not much of a love for another, in another case, of another person. Everyone is in different levels. We are all in different levels. This is a relative term. But to be a Baha'i means that you have come to love Baha'u'llah. This is what it amounts to. You can understand it, yes, you must study it and everything else. I don't know how you become a Baha'i, it's not important. You might become a Baha'i through a purely an intellectual approach. But then, if your heart does not move, and if your heart does not fall in love, because I mentioned, we have to give ourselves to, we have to give our soul to the influences of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. It is just like a marriage. When you are marrying somebody, you love that person. You see? Now here it is. This young man was telling me, he said that after a year I don't feel any difference. I said, have you ever loved anybody in your life? He said, yes. Now let us see what happened that you love this person. Really, let us examine it. This is nature again. What happens that you come to love somebody? The first thing, you meet that person, isn't that right? And when you meet that person, you like that person. And when you like that person, you come a little closer to that person, isn't that right? You come a little closer. And when you come a little closer, you like him more or like her more. And when you like her more, you come still further closer. And you come closer and closer and closer. And it comes a point that you want to know everything about that person. Isn't that right? You want to know everything. And you're going to ask even people, what is this? Tell me all about it. And I'm sure if somebody rings you up in the middle of night, 2 a.m, and say, look, I've got some news for you about your friend. Would you like me to tell you? Oh yes, please tell me. You're not tired of it. You become excited. You see, you are beginning to fall in love with somebody. Oh. And so, this is how you fall in love with some person. So I mentioned to this young man, I said, when you heard of Baha'u'llah and recognized him and said you are a Baha'i, did you ever come a little closer to him? To Baha'u'llah? Did you ever allow yourself to come a little closer to him? No. Did you ever read anything about the history of his revelation, really, to find out what was going on in all this? Did you try to find out anything about him? No. Did you read any of his writings? No. Did you care to carry out his teachings? Exactly. See what he has said, let me carry them out. No, he said. Well, what do you expect? You have kept your distance. And now you want to be different. Of course you're not. You're the same person. You're just like a mother who has given birth to a child somehow. But it's gone now. It's not there anymore. It's very little of it left. And this is why I said it's very easy to become a Baha'i. But to grow in the faith is the greatest challenge and the greatest difficulty. But we can learn. We can learn from nature and we can learn from the writings of Baha'u'llah. And as I said in the morning, everything that he has said, it fits into nature. Now this very teaching that he tells us, this very commandment that he tells us we must read his words twice a day, in the morning and in the evening, is just as vital as eating the food for a child. And you see how much similar it is to nature when he says do it twice a day. You know, in life it's the same thing. If you eat, you cannot lump together all your food and eat it once a day. You can't do that. It's not healthy. You eat something in the morning, then that something that you eat in the morning, you have to give it time to be digested. And when it is digested, then you become hungry again, and it is a sign of digestion is that you're hungry again. Then you will eat again. Baha'u'llah has given us the same commandment. He says, read my words in the morning, which means when you read it, you mustn't just read it and forget it, but rather allow it to penetrate into our hearts. Penetrate into our hearts. And when it penetrates in the heart, then the sign of it penetrating in our hearts, what we read, is that when we come home in the evening, you are eager to read again of the writings. This is the sign. If I come home and I'm not eager to read, it means what I have read in the morning, or if I have read it, what I have read in the morning have not penetrated into my heart. And there is again a challenge. What are we going to do? How are we going to enable the words of Baha'u'llah to penetrate into our soul? And now what I'm trying to tell you in a way is this, that in life you have to do so many things to live in order to enable you to live. Isn't that right? In life you can't just say, all right, I'm going to eat only and then I'm going to live. No, you can't do that. You have to do so many things to enable you to live in this life. You have to eat, you have to sleep, you can't do without it. You have to breathe air into your lungs. You have to wash. You have to dress. You have to go shopping. You have to work. You have to have friends if you want to live. You have to do all these things. And if one of them is not done, if I say I'm not going to shopping ever, and we can't live really. You must go for shopping. You have to do all these things. It's like in electricity, it's like, you know, these switches which are in series. If you put a number of switches one after the other, you must close all the switches so that the current may flow. If one of them is open, nothing will happen. It's the same thing in the faith. You become a Baha'i, now the task begins. You have to close switch after switch in order that you may live happily and grow, our faith may grow. And one of them, the first one, was this reading of the writings in the morning and in the evening. It is such an important commandment that nobody can ever emphasize this point enough. How important it is to make it a habit for ourselves to read the writings. And you know, to form a habit is difficult when you are grown up or when you become a Baha'i. You've never been reading the writings before, so to form a habit is difficult. It's all right for children to learn it. A child will learn it and make a habit of it. But to read the writings when you are grown up, you have to force yourself at first until it becomes a second habit. And it doesn't matter, we must not be worried about it. If once there is a lapse in this, you may do it for a week and then you forget it. Doesn't matter. Try it again. You forgot it for another week, okay, doesn't matter. God is forgiving, of course it is. You just take one little step forward, He comes to you 1,000 meters. Doesn't matter. Do it again, so that it becomes a habit. So that the goal of a Baha'i really is to become an addict to the writings of Baha'u'llah. This is the goal. And you know how you become an addict? Now you must know, or must have heard of. I don't think you're addicts yourselves to anything. But people who become addicts to drugs, what happens to them is somebody introduces the idea to them and eventually give them a little piece to try. The child becomes an addict to the milk of the mother. And we have to become an addict to the writings of Baha'u'llah. And I will probably, in the course of next sessions, will talk about it, of how should we read the words, so that we may become really addicts to it. Now, I think when they are children can learn this when they are young. And we should teach our children from childhood to make it a habit of reading the writings in the morning and in the evening. Then they grow and it becomes natural for them. Now, there is one point that I must mention here. It's a very important point. What is the writings? We must not mix it with prayers here. We are not talking of prayers. Prayers are different things. We do it differently, and I'm not going to talk about it now. Prayer plays a very important part in our life. But reading the writings of Baha'u'llah is a very different thing altogether. The writings are those things that you come across in English now. Many of these writings are available to us. The Gleanings, Book of Gleanings is full of the writings of Baha'u'llah. The tablets of Baha'u'llah lately published by the House of Justice. These are the writings of Baha'u'llah. There are other books which are not prayers, of the writings. The Hidden Words is one of the writings of Baha'u'llah. And there is a vast difference between reading the writings and saying prayers. In fact, these two things are sometimes opposite things. Very opposite. A prayer and a tablet of Baha'u'llah are opposite things. I will explain to you how. When you say a prayer, you often ask God for something. But when you read the writings, it's God who asks you to do something. It's very different. You see how different it is? And we have to be differentiating this very clearly in our minds. And especially if you are teaching our children. I note that the children of all the Baha'i families, they are taught prayers. You know, most children learn prayers. But we should have a program, every home, where we can see that, we show the children the difference between reading the writings and saying your prayers. You could say, all right, say a prayer, but let us now read the writings. And pick up something for them which they can read. So that it becomes a habit for them and they can distinguish between the two things. In our meetings, this is my own taste now, if you like call it. This is just a taste, personal taste. I feel we should say prayers, but equally we should read the writings when we gather together in a meeting. When we have a devotional program, you can say prayers, you can read the writings. Now, Baha'u'llah has again here applied the same laws of nature to this particular commandment by telling us that we must not read the writings when we are tired. He said, read as much as you are enjoying it. As soon as you become tired, don't read it. Do you know what it is like? It's like a mother who says to a child, eat your food as long as you're hungry. As soon as you're full, stop eating. This is it. You see, very natural. All these teachings, as I said, have their origin in nature. Now, we must also, I'm going to, the time is coming 12 o'clock. I think I'm going to tell you a story. There's much we have to cover in this field. We haven't even touched upon this properly. Of all the things we have to do, as I said, there are a lot of switches we have to close in order that we can enable our souls to experience that growth and that joy of faith. A growing faith, not a static faith. A static faith for a Baha'i is fatal. You know, something which is always the same. But he says we must allow our faith to grow day by day. And we must feel it, just like a mother who feels that his child is growing. And he's happy for it. Now I'm going to tell you a story, which is a true story. Now I don't think it's made up. It relates to one of the early believers of Baha'u'llah. Now this is a very well-known, one of the well-known apostles of Baha'u'llah. One of the apostles of Baha'u'llah was called Zainul Muqarrabin. It doesn't matter now the name to you. He was one of the outstanding disciples of Baha'u'llah, one who really had a great qualities of knowledge and learning, and his particular work was, at one stage in his life, was to transcribe the writings. You know, transcribing the writings was a very important task, because when revelation came to Baha'u'llah and his amanuensis would write it very fast, so fast that you cannot read it. Revelation writings, you can look at Revelation writings, it's not possible to read it. The way Revelation came to him was so fast, and there is no shorthand in Persian or Arabic languages, that his amanuenses had to use a special technique of writing them. And I'm not going to go into details of it, but I can just illustrate for you how he used to write so fast. He had very large sheets of paper, very large sheets, piles of them. And when he was writing, he found out that you cannot use, if you hold a pen in your hand, and normally we used to hold the pen in our hands and we begin to write by moving our fingers. When you're writing, you move your fingers. When you move your fingers, you can't write very fast. But he used to hold a pen like this between his fingers, but he wouldn't move his fingers when he was writing. He would move his wrist. And so you can write one letter would maybe, one word would take the whole line maybe. And it would be, each word would go into each other. All the words would go into each other. Quick, he would write them down. Because remember, Revelation came at the speed of 1,000 verses in an hour. The Kitab-e-Iqan was probably revealed in 3 or 4 hours. Because when this person sent the questions to Baha'u'llah in writing, 48 hours later, the Book of Certitude in its original form, in the handwriting of Abdul Baha, was presented to him. It didn't mean it took 48 hours to be revealed. It meant that Baha'u'llah had to eat, had to sleep, had to do other things during that period. 3 or 4 hours. The revelation is like this. And so when it was written down very fast, then he had to go to his room, the secretary of Baha'u'llah, the amanuenses of Baha'u'llah, and rewrite it again properly. And then he would bring it to Baha'u'llah. And Baha'u'llah often would pace up and down the room and re-reveal that tablet as if he knew it all by heart. And this man would check it. And any corrections were made. And then when it was properly done, then there were people who would transcribe it, because there were no typewriters in those days, or no printing machine. People were transcribing. Abdul Baha was one of those people who used to transcribe the writings during Baha'u'llah's ministry. Now this man that I'm going to tell you a story of, and we are getting late, was one of those who used to transcribe the writings. But he was a very meticulous man, very meticulous in his work of transcription. So meticulous that he used to check it all, everything he wrote, he used to check it with his son. He would call him after a few pages that he would write, he would call his son, and the son would come and read for him the original tablet, and then he would check what he has written. And this is how the writing of Zainul Muqarrabeen, anything you find in his handwriting is authentic. It's a standard for Baha'i publications. You always compare every publication with his handwriting. Now, he had a great sense of humor, this Zainul Muqarrabeen, and he often came to the presence of Baha'u'llah, and he always had some humorous remarks to make. And as I said, Baha'u'llah loved humor, good humor. One day he came into the presence of Baha'u'llah and he said, he said to Baha'u'llah, we in our family, we of course carry out your teachings, but we are particularly have a favorite amongst your teachings. Each one of us have a favorite of one of your teachings. And so Baha'u'llah said, well, what are they? Well, he said, my son has a very special favorite. He said, every day I write many pages, because this was his work, this man's work. He said, I write and write and write, and then when it's all finished, I call my son to come and to read for me the writings so that I can check them. So he comes in, he reads one page, and then he turns to me and he says, Father, I am tired. And Baha'u'llah says, when you're tired, you must not read the writings. This is his favorite teaching. And Baha'u'llah laughed very much. Then he said, my wife has another favorite. When I have done a lot of work and very tired and exhausted, I say to her, would you make us a cup of tea, please? She says, go and make it yourself. Baha'u'llah says men and women are equal. This is her favorite. Well, now, friends, I think we'll leave it here. And we will come back. Do we come back this afternoon sometime? At what time? Maybe you want to announce it so that we can... Ted, you have given me all these papers, and some of them are your indexing notes on it. Here we are. So I wouldn't have that. Well, you all must have been nourishing very well, huh? Have been nourished very well, I should say. Well, I think we better continue the subject. We were discussing or talking about still the reading of the writings, the reciting of the writings of Baha'u'llah in the evening and in the morning. And we said it's the spiritual food. But it is very important that we should remember that what we read, what we recite, should allow it to penetrate into our hearts. And I am not I'm not going to give you any methods for doing that, because after all, every individual is different. But when we read the writings, if we do not allow it to penetrate into our hearts, as I mentioned, it's just like a food that you take which you don't digest it, and it is of no value. You know, if we want the words of God to penetrate into our hearts, we must first know something about the Word of God, not to look upon it as the words which we ordinarily read in our daily life, because we are all so much engaged in the act of reading. We are so good readers. We begin a book and we end it up quickly or after a short while. And I've seen people who get into a train and they open a book, and till the end of the journey they're reading. Now you can't do that with the words of God. If you want to read it in that way, it's no use. We have to know whose words we are reading, and this is the key to it. Whose words is it that we are reading? And here it opens up really. This subject now opens up a vast, many questions. Whose words am I reading? If somebody says, well, I believe that Baha'u'llah is his words are the wisest counsel that anybody can give, or he says Baha'u'llah's words are the most profound words that you can find, or if he says that Baha'u'llah's words are having all the solutions of the problems of the world within it, this is not at all what Baha'u'llah's words are. This is not what Baha'u'llah's words are. He is not the wisest man. He is not the greatest man. He is not the most profound, learned person. He is the voice of our Creator. You see now? He is the voice of our Creator. He is the supreme manifestation of God. You cannot compare it with anything that man has ever had or has ever got, except the manifestations of the past, whose words we don't have adequately. Now here we see, therefore, our attitude has to be right when we read the writings. Whose words am I reading? This is the words of my Creator. Not until you believe that can those words penetrate into your heart. But if you believe that, then when you open the book, when you touch the book, it means something to you. It already has moved you. When you touch the book, when you handle it, when you open it with feelings of joy and excitement. I'm reading the words of my Creator. You know, in this life, our Creator, that's God, communicates with His creation. All creation. Not only man, but all creation. Every created thing. God communicates with it. But this communication is in the form, in different forms. For example, and when I say God, by the way, let us be make it very clear. I mentioned this morning, we are not talking of the essence of God. You cannot talk about it even. The essence of God. We will never understand it. The manifestations of God do not understand it. Let alone us. You're not talking of the essence of God. The essence of God can have no connection whatsoever with His creation. If it ever has any connection with the creation, then He ceases to be God. You cannot attribute anything in His essence. These are some of the profound statements that you will find in the writings. You cannot attribute anything to God in His essence. The minute you say God is the all-knowing, you limit Him immediately. The essence of God you're talking about, because you're limiting Him. When we talk about God, it is God which is revealed in this creation, which is manifested in this creation, not the essence of God. So let us make this point clear. So when we say that God communicates with all this creation, man and other creation, when we look at nature, we find this is true. For example, you will find God communicates with all the living creatures through the rays of the sun. This is the way He communicates to them. Communicates energy to them, which enables them to grow. The energy comes from there, and that is what it is. It's a form of communication, pouring out its energy. And you know, when the energy is poured out from the sun upon all created things, those created things which are alive, they yearn for that energy in their own ways. They yearn for it. They long for it. You know, a tree which is living, a tree will stretch its boughs and branches towards the sun. This is just yearning for this energy to reach it, as if it's conscious that these energies are giving it life. But it can't help it. It just stretches itself towards the sun. And if it doesn't, it's dead. Now, on the other hand, you realize that whether the rays of the sun pour upon the tree, whether the tree stretches its branches or not, still the sun is pouring its energies upon it. But a tree which does not stretch itself, it's dead. You see, it's a two-way communication. This is prayer. You know, prayer. This is the state of prayer for man. The tree, when it stretches itself towards the sun, it's exactly what the soul does when he prays to his Creator. Now, a prayer is not something that you always ask God for something. The best prayer is the one that you don't want anything. A prayer without any desire. A prayer of praise and glorification of God is the best form of prayer. And if you look at the writings of Baha'u'llah and Bab and Abdul Baha, you will find that the greater part of their prayers is that of praise and glorification of God. Just like the sun, like the tree, which stretches its boughs and branches as if it is praising its Creator. It's the sun, the rays of the sun. The real prayer for man is to stretch its spiritual branches and boughs and branches, the spiritual arms, the spiritual heart towards his Creator and praise and glorify Him. This is the best form of prayer. But what I was saying is that God communicates with His creation. And the sun pouring out its energies is one form of that communication. And it is constant. Now, the tree, of course, is bound by the laws of nature to respond in this way. It doesn't have any voluntary power. It cannot refuse to do it. This is the way it's made. This isn't how nature made it. But we have the choice. Again, remember, man has the choice. You have the choice of either turning to God or not. Absolutely. If you turn towards God, well, the powers will be released. Now, I mentioned that God communicates with His creation. But how does He communicate with our souls? Because our souls is not subject to the laws of nature. Everything is subject to the laws of nature, which is physical. Our bodies are subject to the laws of nature. But our soul is not. Our soul is subject to the laws of the covenant of God. And there you will find there is a covenant between God and man in the act of creation, which means that we have to turn to Him. He releases to us spiritual energies through the Word of God, through the word of His messengers. And we have, like the tree, to stretch ourselves towards it and want to receive it and open our hearts to it. So the way He communicates to us, to our souls, is through the instrumentality of the words of Baha'u'llah in this age. So you see, this is God communicating with us, with our souls. It's a communication. And so when you look at the words, when you open the book, and if you look at it in that light, and as you open the book and you look at the words and say, this is how my Creator is communicating with me, is talking to me, asking me to do certain things. This is what it is. This is the writings. He asks you to do certain things. Then it becomes a very potent influence. It will produce a potent influence upon our hearts to say these words, to read these words, to recite these words with great excitement, to approach it with great reverence. This is the word of my Creator. And then those words can penetrate into our hearts. And there is also to realize that the words of God is very much unlike the word of man is created. It's a bad thing to repeat things, you know. You have got the story of repeating, haven't you? Have you heard? You know about it. Very good. Repeating is not a bad thing, because we often forget things. But I was saying this afternoon, that we must allow the words of God to penetrate into our hearts. And if the words do not penetrate into our hearts, then it is like food that you eat, which is not digested. But to allow the word to penetrate, we must really have the knowledge and the faith in whose words we are reading. It's very important to know whose words we are reading. They are not the words of a very wise man or the wisest man or the most profound, learned personality that you are reading, but it is the words of your Creator. Far, far above, far, far beyond any human understanding are the words of God. And that I was mentioning that God communicates to His creation. Communicates. This communication is for all created things. You remember I was telling you the story of the sun pouring out its energies upon all vegetables and animals and every created thing. That's the way it communicates. And it sends out all the life-giving energies. But the tree must stretch its boughs and branches before the sun. And if it doesn't, then it is dead. Whether it does it or whether it doesn't, the sun is pouring out its energies. But a tree which does not stretch forward is dead. And the same thing is with the soul. Our souls must yearn for God, to praise and glorify Him. This is the best form of prayer. The more you get closer to Baha'u'llah, the more you want to praise and glorify God. Now, this is one aspect of the word which I mentioned. We must remember. So when you open the book, you must remember, these are not ordinary words. These are the words of my Creator. And then there is excitement. There is joy that you're opening the words, that He is talking to us. He's communicating with us. This is the way we should think about it. This will help us to have the vision of what we are reading. And that will penetrate, that will affect us, that will be influencing us. Now I was going to talk about the Word of God, and then the sound machine broke down. And I want to therefore repeat myself here in case they want to record it. Is that the words which are revealed by the manifestation of God, these words are not the product of learning and knowledge. You know, if you're a learned man and if you want to write a book, you have to have a lot of education behind you. You have to make a lot of research. You have to go and make investigations here and there. And after a lot of studies, then you want to write something. And then even conditions must be right. You can't write at any time. Everything must be peaceful and loving and beautiful. And all the surroundings must be beautiful so that you can write something. And then when you write, you will find it's all kinds of wrong things, false with it. You tear it up again, you write again. And you go over and over it again and again. And after a year, you might write something. And then even then, anybody will tell you, whoever writes something will tell you, I could have done much better now when I think of it. It's not good, you know. This is what man is. But the manifestation of God, the words that are revealed to him, is not something that he has learned it. It comes to him. You know how a radio receiver works? It just, right now that we are sitting in here, in this room, the room is full of electromagnetic waves, full of radio waves. But we are not sensitive to it. We don't feel it, we don't get it, we don't receive it. But you have a receiving set here, and it cannot help but to pour out what it receives. It tells you everything. This is exactly what happens when revelation comes to the manifestations of God. But I was mentioning that really the soul of the manifestation of God, because we were talking about the soul this morning, the soul of the manifestation of God is different from us in that it has no beginning. Our soul has a beginning, and it begins at the time of conception. But the soul of the manifestation of God has been created at a time that has no beginning. And therefore, when it comes into this world, it has all the knowledge. It has all the powers, but they are latent. They are latent. It becomes active. When we say, as Baha'is, we now say these things. We say, Baha'u'llah received his mission when he was in the Siyah-Chal. It means that it became active. The power was there. Abdul Baha, in one of his tablets, mentions, he says, the manifestation of God is a manifestation from the time he's born. And then he describes him as a light which is hidden under a bushel. You put a cover on a light, the light is inside him. The cover is taken off when he receives that intimation from God, that he is now to announce it. And even then he doesn't announce it right away. It will take some time. In another tablet, Abdul Baha says that a manifestation of God before his time comes to declare his mission is like a man who is asleep. A man who is asleep has all the powers, but it is latent. Now you should go and read a passage in the Some Answered Questions to make this clear. Because some of the believers say that, well, Baha'u'llah has said, for instance, in the tablet to the king of Persia, he says that, O king, I was but a man. I'm paraphrasing his words, very close to it though. I was but a man like others, asleep upon my couch, when lo, the breezes of the All-Merciful were wafted upon me and gave me the knowledge of all that has been. And then Baha'u'llah says, this thing is not from me, but from God, the Almighty, and so forth. And some people think that this means that Baha'u'llah did not know anything until the call came to him. Now you go and read some answered questions. Abdul Baha give the meaning of this particular passage in some answered questions. And he says it does not mean this, that Baha'u'llah did not know of his station or did not have these powers within him. He says it's only indicating that his revelation was not to be announced, that it was a latent thing, it was not to become active. And so Baha'u'llah in his own tablets and his writings, in some of his writings he talks about his childhood. He says, when I was a child, I saw the ocean of revelation, the ocean of utterance. The ocean of utterance was surging within me, and it never left me. You see? Now, the believers at the time of the Bab had recognized Baha'u'llah as being him whom God shall make manifest, that the Bab had come to announce his coming. During the lifetime of the Bab, they had discovered that. Tahir was one of them. Tahir knew that Baha'u'llah was the manifestation of God, the supreme manifestation of God. Quddus knew this. Mullah Hussain had recognized this. Some of the believers who went to the conference of Badasht, that was a conference that some of you must have studied and known, that some of the leading members of the Baha'i community gathered in this conference, and Baha'u'llah was among them. In those days, Baha'u'llah did not want to come into the public attention. Bab did not want him to come into the public attention. He focused attention upon others so that people will not turn to Baha'u'llah. This was for protection and also for tests. Man must find out the truth for himself. If the Bab had said, all right, this is Baha'u'llah, you can turn to him, this would not have been fair. People have to find him. And so there was a definite and a deliberate plan of not to bring Baha'u'llah into the public attention. And yet in the conference of Badasht, those who were attending, they were amazed and astonished to see how Quddus and Tahir and others, or some Quddus and Tahir particularly, who were aware of the station of Baha'u'llah, these believers were amazed at the way they were showing reverence towards Baha'u'llah, a reverence that they had never shown to the Bab. You see? And they were astonished at this. Now you see, the disciples of the Bab, those who had spiritual eyes, they knew who Baha'u'llah was. Now of course Baha'u'llah knew it himself. There's no doubt about it. Now I'll give you one example to prove it for you if you want to know, because this gentleman was asking me there. When the Bab was in the mountains of Azerbaijan, in prison, one of his disciples went to see him. And his name was Sheikh Hassan al-Zunuzi. You can read it in the Nabil's narratives. When he went to see the Bab said to him, you are a very lucky person, because you are going to see, you are going to behold the face of him whom God shall make manifest in the city of Karbala, which is in Iraq. Well, that must have been a tremendous excitement for this man. And of course this man was living in Karbala. And so he went back to his town and he lived there. And Baha'u'llah went to the city of Karbala 1 year before he went to the Siyar-Chal of Tehran. When we say the birth of revelation took place, 1 year before that, he went to Karbala. And when he was in Karbala, in one of the shrines, Islamic shrines, Baha'u'llah spotted this man. He saw Sheikh Hassan. And Baha'u'llah went to Sheikh Hassan. You read the story in the Nullbreakers. He went to Sheikh Hassan, and he said to him, praise be to God, I'm paraphrasing his words, that you have attained and beheld the face of him whom God shall make manifest, the promised Hussein, as he put it. This man was so startled at this revelation, suddenly remembered, suddenly saw, recognized, and he went to go down on his knees before Baha'u'llah. And Baha'u'llah stopped him immediately. And he said, no, not now. He said, keep this secret in your heart. This secret will become open and clear and divulged in Baghdad. Keep it to yourself. Now that was a year before he declared his mission. Before he received, as we say, the intimation of his message. Now, what I was trying to say is that the soul of the manifestation of God has all the knowledge within it from the time that it is born. And this is where the revelation comes. When revelation came to Baha'u'llah, it wasn't a question of, oh well, now let me think what is the best word to use here. It wasn't like this. He couldn't do that. The word which came from him and flowed from him so rapidly, so in great profusion, with such great profusion, that, as I said this morning, within 1 hour he would reveal 1,000 verses, to such an extent that his secretary was not capable of recording them. You should look at those revelation writings, and even though you don't know Persian or Arabic, there is no question that you say this is not a language. It's written, it's a lot of lines is drawn. The lines is written so fast that all the words have gone into each other. And within 1 hour, 1,000 verses. And he wouldn't be able to say to his secretary, he would never say to his secretary, oh look here, will you change that word for me and put such and such a word in its place. In fact, once a word came out of the mouth of Baha'u'llah, he himself was unable to change it. He couldn't change it. It is the word of God, the way it is revealed. You can't change it. It's like a radio receiver. When it says something, you can't take it back. You see? This is how revelation has come. And as soon as that word is uttered, that word becomes creative. Baha'u'llah says that the word which was revealed by him, the word of God, has infinite meanings within it. Infinite. Every word that you see, you mustn't consider it, oh well, this is a word, because the word has two sides to it. One is the outward form of the word, which is part of language, and it is man-made. But inside that, within it, is placed the powers and divine powers. It's like a stream which flows. If you ever stand in front of a stream, it never exhausted. It continues to run. The same thing is the powers within the word. You can exhaust it. You can never exhaust the power. You can never exhaust the meaning of it even. And Baha'u'llah mentions in some of his tablets that the word of God has so many meanings and significances that it can never be exhausted. You can't say, well, this word means this and that's it. Of course, for us, we are not in a position to know the meanings of all the things except to understand it in its outward form. I mean, you read the writings and that means something to you. And that's what we understand of it. But Baha'u'llah says every word has meanings beyond our comprehension. And I will give you an example of this and explain this to you, how a word of God can have so many meanings and significances. You know, once Baha'u'llah was trying to give the meaning of some words. When somebody asked him a question, he tried to answer him by, he wanted to know what was the meaning of a certain word, which is revealed in the Quran, for instance. And Baha'u'llah said, oh, this word has many meanings. And he said, it means this, and it means this, and it means another thing, and it means another thing. And he gives on various meanings after meanings of that word. And then he says, you can never exhaust it. He says, if I had 10 secretaries, these are exactly how he describes it. He said, if I had 10 secretaries, 10 of them, remember, standing before me, for 1 or 2 years I could dictate to them the meaning of this word and it would not be exhausted. Now you see the great ocean which is flowing within it, within the words. Now to understand that, we can understand that if you look at nature. Nature gives us the answer to this. You look at nature. You know the rays of the sun. When the sun emanates the rays, it's like the manifestation of God revealing the words. It's the same thing. The rays of the sun carry their energy. They carry the energy of the sun to us. And the same thing is with the word of God. It carries with it powers, enormous powers. Now if you look at the ray of the sun, You go and examine the intensity of the ray beside the sun, if you ever could go there. Say, for example, you were able to. You will find that if you go near the sun to want to measure the energies which are latent within one ray, it will destroy you right away. It will consume you. It is so powerful, the energies within the ray near the sun, that it will immediately destroy you. Now come down into space. You still find out that the energies are so high, although it's not as high as close to the sun, but it is so high that it will again destroy you unless you are having your protective clothes. And when you measure the energy, you will find it's enormous energies. You come down further into the atmosphere and under the atmosphere, and there you will find the same ray which you couldn't bear its heat and its energies up there. Now in here it manifests its rays, its heat and its light in a faint measure, with a faint glimmer of light, that you can bear it. But it's the same ray. It's the same ray which comes down from the sun. But as it reaches us here, it gives us its minimum energy. Now that's exactly the same thing with the Word of God. The Word of God has infinite meanings, infinite power within it, which we cannot feel it in this life. We can only feel and receive a limited measure of it in this life. We are bound by limitations of our existence. We are limited in our understanding, in our existence. We only receive a limited measure of the powers and the significances of the words. But as you go up into the spiritual worlds of God, higher and higher, these words assume greater and greater significances, greater and greater powers. What we understand of one of the words of Baha'u'llah today in this life, compared with what we understand of that same word in the next life, is nothing, is insignificant, what we learn here. For instance, even you think of the attributes of God is the same thing. You talk about love. Love is one of the attributes of God. In this life we understand of love in certain ways and feel it in certain ways. But in the spiritual worlds of God, the intensity of that same attribute is so much that our understanding here is nothing comparing with what it would be. And then the worlds of God are infinite in range. It's not just you go to the next world and everything stops. It's continuous progress. The soul of man will continuously progress. As long as God exists, man will progress towards him, but you will never reach it. So you see, it's the creation, the picture of creation is very beautiful. It is constantly progressing. This morning we were talking about the souls being graded into different grades, but that each one will progress in its own realm, in its own kingdom, in its own rank. It will progress all the time, growing. Somebody was asking me, can a soul who is in a certain rank, as we decided this morning, we talked about what Baha'u'llah says, that in the next life the souls are divided into groups and they are graded, they are in different grades, different levels, and how those who are on a higher level will understand those who are on a lower level, and those who are on a lower level will not understand those who are on a higher level. And that he wanted to know whether, I don't know whether it was a lady or a gentleman, he said, can a soul from one level, can it ever progress to another level, or will it only progress in its own level? There again, we don't know these things. We cannot be sure of any of these things. All we know is that everything progresses on its own level, in its own level, constantly. But you look at life and you might find an answer in this nature. Again, as I said, in nature gives us a lot of clues. In life, say that you are a very rich person. Say there is a man who is very, very rich, multimillionaire or whatever you call him. And then he hears that there was a relation of his somewhere in the world who is destitute, living in absolute poverty. What will he do? I don't know, but usually probably he will say, look here, You are my relation, you are my cousin, I am very rich, I will give you some of my riches. You come to me. You see now? He pulls him up from his condition of destitute. It is possible that in the next life, those souls who are holy souls will have such influence as to bring people up on higher levels. Well, Baha'u'llah has promised us that those who have believed in the cause, their parents, for instance, and some of their relations, who have not been hurting the faith, that's the only condition, who have not harming the faith, who have not been against the faith in this life, they will be immersed in the ocean of forgiveness. In other words, they'll be pulled up straight away and will be immersed just like the believers have this great station which is destined for them. And this is so strong, this link, this relationship, that in one of his tablets he talks about the Persian ambassador in Turkey who was one of his greatest enemies, Mirza Hussein Khan, Mushir al-Dawla. He was one of the greatest enemies of Baha'u'llah. He was the one who became an instrument really in making all these exiles for him, exiled him from place to place, and eventually he influenced the authorities to exile him to Akka. And but then somehow towards the end of his life, he changed his attitude. But Baha'u'llah in one of his tablets says maybe God will forgive him because one of his relations is a believer. Now you see now, these are some of the clues that you can get and might give us some ideas of how God in the next life will work. But anyhow, we have been straying a little bit away from our discussion, which was about the words of God. We were talking about the power which is latent within every word. So when you read the words of Baha'u'llah, do not think of it as just this is a word. But remember, this word assumes greater and greater powers in the next life. It seems that in the next life, we do not know, but in the next life, the word of God becomes the vivifying forces for the souls of men. In the same way that in this life, light becomes the force of energy giving light. Life gives energy to us. And the word of God in the next life becomes the instrument maybe which will shed its powers and feed the souls of men in the next life. That our attributes that we had to acquire in this life, you remember we were saying that we should acquire spiritual qualities, that these spiritual qualities will become our spiritual limbs and organs, shall we say, in this example, with which we can grow. Now, what will become maybe the vehicle, and this is only my understanding, now this is my understanding, it's nothing to do with the writings, I must make it very clear, that the Word of God becomes like the rays of the sun here, which gives you light and energies for our growth, that the Word of God in the next life is the power with which our qualities and attributes which we have acquired in this life becomes active, and they grow as a result of it, and man will grow, the soul will grow as a result of it in the spiritual words of God. In other words, the Word of God becomes like the light which is shed from the sun upon us. So you see, we must attach a great importance to the potency of the Word when we read the writings in the morning and in the evening. And so now you can see, as I am saying these things to you, can you imagine what it means to open a Baha'i book, which is the writings of Baha'u'llah? What it means, really? Do you realize what it means? Really? What are you doing? You're opening a book. You're opening something where the words are revealed to us from our Creator. He's talking to us. And every word is charged with immense powers, which we can only appreciate a little bit of it in this life. Now when you read the words in this way, it will penetrate into your heart. And then I wanted to mention another thing which is also important. And that is that we must really become conscious of the greatness of this revelation, the revelation of Baha'u'llah. I mentioned, I think yesterday somewhere, I don't know where it was, a story of a very beautiful Persian story of a drop of rain. I don't know whether it was last night, I forget it. But anyhow, a drop of rain. A drop of rain in this Persian poem is described as a drop of rain was falling down from the clouds. And it was very proud of itself because it was the water of life. And water is the most precious element in life. And so it was proudly coming down until it saw the ocean. You know? And when it saw the ocean, it exclaimed, it said, if this exists, what am I? And when it said this, the ocean loved it and drew the drop to itself. And the drop became part of the ocean and made that drop to become the companion of the pearl. You see, God loves humility from man. You see, one of the attributes of God has all the attributes except one, and that is humility. By virtue of being the sovereign Lord of all, he cannot be humble. Servitude is not his attribute. And if man has the attribute of servitude, this would please him. Because, you know, in this life, after 100 years, 50 years, 60 years of life that we live here, and when we go, what do we carry with us into the next world? The product of our services, of our work, of our qualities, whatever it is, you present it. This is what I have. This is what I brought. Now, none of these things are pleasing to God, perhaps, because he has them all. If you say, I have a great knowledge, he says, this is nothing. It's like a drop as against that ocean. Any quality that you have, he has much greater. Now, if you want to give a gift to a friend, and you want to make sure that the friend loves the gift and appreciates it, you must give him something that he hasn't got. Then it will be pleasing. But whatever you have, he has it already. You go and give him your knowledge, he has much more of that. Give him virtues, he has more of that. But one thing that he hasn't got is servitude and humility. And if you give it to him, this is what is pleasing. So, not until we see the ocean of the revelation of Baha'u'llah, just like the drop did, can we realize we are drops. You see? Until we see that the greatness of this revelation, we cannot see our own smallness. We cannot become humble. True humility comes when you see the great ocean of Baha'u'llah's revelation. And then we become humble. And it is then that we realize what a day we are living in. If we look at the writings, if you look at the writings of the Bab, and you see the way he has extolled the station of Baha'u'llah, we will be astonished to see how the Bab has extolled the station of Baha'u'llah, the supreme manifestation of God for this age. And who was the Bab? The Bab himself was a manifestation of God. He was the king of messengers, Baha'u'llah says. And yet he says he is the greatest, he says he's the humblest servant, the Bab says, at the threshold of Baha'u'llah. Now you see, these things will stagger the imagination. The Bab mentions that if you read all his writings, and if you read one word which is uttered by him whom God shall make manifest, that word is much more exalted than all that he had revealed. You know, Christ said that, you see, all the prophets who had come, all the manifestations of God who had come, from the time that history shows, up to and including Muhammad. They had come to give the prophecies of the coming of the day of God. Isn't that right? And Muhammad was the seal of the prophets. Means that after him there would be no more prophets. Prophets in the sense of giving prophecies. Their job was to give the prophecies. The mission of Christ was to prepare the people for the coming of the Father. For the coming, he said, he'll come in the glory of the Father. You see, Christ says he has come in the station of the Son, for instance. This is only to indicate that he had a relationship with God. That's the only way he described it. Muhammad described himself as a messenger of God, to just describe a relationship with God. That he was sent as a messenger. Christ said he was sent as a son. You know, a son has the authority of the Father with him. But he made it very clear that the Father knew everything. It was he who had sent him. And Baha'u'llah says, the Father has come. You read the Old Testament, you read the New Testament. They're all full of the glories of the coming of the day of God, when God himself would walk with man. You know, just literally, it's in the Bible, it's in the Old Testament, in the New Testament. In the Quran, there are many passages in which, many passages, many parts of the Quran deals with the coming of the day that man will meet his God. Now, of course, God, we know, let us not talk about the essence of God. But God has manifested himself in fullness today. In the past revelations, he had manifested himself only to a small extent, to the capacity of the people of the time. But today, God has manifested in his fullness. And yet Baha'u'llah says that his revelation, which is the full revelation of God, he has only released to us an infinitesimal of that glory with which he was invested. But it is the full revelation of God. That's why he says it's the day of God. We must not compare it with the revelations of the past. And this is why Shoghi Effendi wrote that his immortal work, the dispensation of Baha'u'llah, which is regarded as his will and testament. You read that, and where you can find such staggering statements about the station of Baha'u'llah and the station of this day. We must read those things and meditate upon it. When Baha'u'llah mentions that the prophets and the chosen ones of those days were longing to be in this day for one moment of it. You know, in one of his tablets, and again Shoghi Effendi has translated this into English, you will read it also in the Advent of Divine Justice. You know, the last few pages of the Advent of Divine Justice, go and look at it. The last few pages, which was printed in italics. Shoghi Effendi has gleaned from the writings of Baha'u'llah so many passages to impress upon us of the loftiness of the station of Baha'u'llah and the greatness of his revelation. You know, in one of those passages which he has translated, and it's only one passage he has translated out of thousands. What you see in the dispensation of Baha'u'llah is only a sample of what Baha'u'llah has said in so many of his tablets. He picks up one of them and he puts it there for you. And you read all these passages which Shoghi Effendi has enumerated one after the other, showing the greatness of this revelation. In one of his, he says, one of these tablets Baha'u'llah mentions, this is what Shoghi Effendi has translated, he mentions that the purpose of creation of man, what was it, he says? What was, Baha'u'llah says, the purpose of creation of man? Why did God create man? And you know how many years ago God created man? Thousands of millions of years ago? It wasn't 1,000 years ago. Millions of years ago. He has created us, and gradually we have developed to the point. Why did he create us? Do you know why? He says, God has created man so that Baha'u'llah may reveal himself and bring his revelation to us. That is why God has created us, so that Baha'u'llah may come with his revelation. This is the purpose of creation. Now you see what a day we are living in? Really, if you think about it, you could go even crazy when you read the writings and see the station of Baha'u'llah, the staggering station and the greatness of this revelation. Baha'u'llah mentions in one of his tablets, he says that all the worlds of God are addressing this earth this earth, this physical earth, and saying, I'm paraphrasing his words, blessed art thou, O earth, that thou hast been made the footstool of thy God. It's a tremendous statement. Baha'u'llah mentions that how in this day he was animated by the most great spirit, as he puts it, the most great spirit. This was what animating him. We don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's God. That he manifested himself for 40 years on this earth in the form of a human temple. The same force which was responsible for all that is creation of all the earths and heavens manifested itself in the form of a human temple. The day of God himself has come. I think that you should study it and you should meditate upon it. And then we will recognize what a great revelation this is. In one of his tablets, Baha'u'llah mentions, he says, if the Bab was here today, in his day, do you know what he would have done? He said, if the Bab was present today, he would act as his amanuensis, as his secretary of Baha'u'llah. He would sit down there and write write the writings, a manifestation of God. The Bab himself was the only person, an Abdul Baha, and Shoghi Effendi really, who recognized the greatness of this revelation. We cannot. The Bab mentions in his writings, he says that he prepared his followers for the coming of Baha'u'llah. And he says to his followers the things they should do and the things they shouldn't do. Even on small matters. How they should behave. Because the Bab made them to understand that him whom God shall make manifest was already living among them. And that he said to his followers, now you must behave so well that the Babis were forbidden to ever engage in any argument with each other. Because he said, you might be in the presence of him whom God shall make manifest, and that would displease him. You know, this is the way he protected him. Protected the believers. He said, if you go out of your house to the Babis, if any of the Babis, if any of the followers of the Bab went out of their houses, they had to be dressed in the best suits they had to wear. Always the Babis came out of their houses in their best suits. Because you never know, you might come in contact with him whom God shall make manifest. And he would be displeased if he sees you in this way. He told his followers not to smoke. Because you might smoke and that would be displeasing. You might come in contact with him whom God shall make manifest. You see the way he prepared his people for it? He said, no one should write anything about the faith or about except in praise of him whom God shall make manifest. That's all you can write. He brought in such restrictions to his followers. He even told them they shouldn't eat onions or garlic because they might come in contact with him whom God shall make manifest, and that would displease him. He said they should never, if ever went to the presence of him whom God shall make manifest, they should never ask him a question. Because your questions could be something so stupid that might displease him. He said, any questions you have, ask of me. And of course, Baha'u'llah has forgiven all of these things. He has said, ask questions, and he has relaxed all those restrictions. But this is what I was trying to explain to you. The exalted nature of this revelation. That we should not consider it as just one of the extensions of the past revelations. It's the day of God. And really, when you think of it, we realize what a great, great blessing it is that each one of us have been led to this great ocean. And I'm talking about myself without deserving it, entirely. Just been led to this great ocean. You know, there are 6,000 million people in the world. Well, look at it. And who are we? We are those people who have been chosen in that way, somehow, for some reason. We will never understand why, to have recognized this day. And it is not the great men, great peoples of the world who will recognize him now. It is us, the meek and the humble. This is always the way. The meek and the humble shall inherit the earth. The great men of the world will come in the future. They'll come tomorrow. But today is our day. Baha'u'llah, once when he was in Akka, one of the believers has told us a beautiful story, one of the followers of Baha'u'llah, one of his disciples. He says that one day, so it was customary for the believers, when Baha'u'llah was freed from prison, or before he went to the prison, in different towns, whether it was in Adrianople, whether it was in Baghdad, whether it was in Akka even. Sometimes the believers would invite Baha'u'llah, and occasionally he would accept that invitation to go and visit them. And there, of course, they would prepare a food or a simple tea or something. Even in the barracks of Akka, in the very prison of Akka, when restrictions were relaxed in that prison, the believers who had their quarters in separate places, they sometimes would put together all the little rations they had, and they would prepare a very nice, or relatively nice, shall we say, refreshments, and would beg Baha'u'llah to come to them and take part in that. And Baha'u'llah sometimes would accept and would go. One of these believers says that when he was in Akka, when he was in Bahji, Baha'u'llah accepted their invitation to come to their little room. And one day he came. And then after some time that he sat there and he talked, and then he went back. And he said, as Baha'u'llah left our place, he said, he told us not to follow him. He said, stay where you are. And he and some of those who were accompanying him went. He said, I looked from the back of Baha'u'llah, and I saw the majesty, which is indescribable majesty. An indescribable majesty that he could not describe it from the back. In fact, some people see the majesty of a person from his back. I know that. My wife does that anyhow. She is very much in love with the picture of Abdul Baha, that you can see his back. And he thinks, she loves that picture more than anything else. To see the majesty of walk. This man says, I saw the majesty of Baha'u'llah. And he says to himself, oh, I wish the kings and rulers were here to see that majesty. The next day when he goes into the presence of Baha'u'llah, this man, as soon as Baha'u'llah sees him and tells him to be seated, he turns to him and he said, if the kings and rulers come today here, who would let you in this place? There would be no room for you here. You people wouldn't be allowed to come here then. If the kings and rulers were coming into the faith, who would let you in? He says, this is your day. This is the day of the meek and the humble. He says the kings and rulers will come in the future. So really and truly, we must thank Baha'u'llah for having given us this great revelation and has enabled us to recognize him in this day. It's a great, great bounty. The more you think of it, the more you look at the history of the faith, the history of his revelation, the more you realize what a great day it is and what a bounty which is indescribable that he has given to us. So now you know whose words you're reading. You can see a little bit of the ocean. That like the drop who saw the ocean. If you really dwell upon these subjects, read the dispensation of Baha'u'llah, read those few pages at the back of the Advent of Divine Justice, read the history of his revelation, we get a little glimpse of that. It's entirely up to us. Whenever we are moved, we say a prayer. You can now stand up and say a prayer here. That's all right. Or go home and say a prayer whenever you like it. But the obligatory prayers is a law of Baha'u'llah, and we must say it in the manner which is prescribed. And it is this which makes it sound to us as foreign. Because Baha'u'llah has given, enjoined upon us, certain genuflections in this prayer, in this rite. As you know, there are 3 types of obligatory prayers, or 4 types really. 3 of them are for the living, and 1 of them is for the dead. One of the obligatory prayers which we say for the dead, in which there is a refrain, you know, there are some refrains that you keep on repeating. That's an obligatory prayer. It's not just an ordinary prayer. If there is a Baha'i funeral, that is a must. The others doesn't matter if you say a prayer, other prayers or not, it doesn't matter. But that is an essential part of the ritual of burying the dead, of the funeral. Baha'u'llah has forbidden the saying of obligatory prayers in public. You have to say it in private, in the privacy of your own room. Whereas that of the dead, that for the dead, you can say it in public. The obligatory prayers, as you know, there are 3 of them. One of them is the long obligatory prayer, which is a very beautiful prayer. And one of them is the medium one, and one of them is the short one. The long one, of course, you say it once in every 24 hours. The medium one, you say it 3 times a day, certain times, morning, noon, night. The shortest one, which is the simplest of all, really, it's a very simple thing, and Baha'u'llah, through his bounty, has been very, very kind to us. To some businessmen who are so busy they have no time for these things, they can say it at noon if they remember it. And he says if they forgot it, they could go up to sunset. So it's quite a good extension for them. It's only 2 lines. You remember that. And there is no genuflections either. But it is an obligatory prayer. It's one of the rituals of the faith. But the other ones have some genuflections. Now there are conditions for saying the obligatory prayer, as I said. One of the conditions is that you must be alone. Why must you be alone? You will see in a few minutes when I explain this to you. When we talk about these genuflections, these actions that you do, that really this is a place for doing it between you and your God. There can be no other person there. Because there you are going to prostrate yourself in front of your God. You see? And you are going to confess throughout the whole of the prayer to our own shortcomings, to our sins, to our transgressions, to our remoteness from Him. Beg Him to bring us close to Him. And these are the things which are very private. The only occasion that I would consider, and this is my personal view and experience, that you can say it when there is somebody else there, is when your children are there. I feel parents should say the obligatory prayers in front of their children, so that they take it as an example. We learnt it anyhow as Baha'i children. When most people who have been brought up in the East, in Baha'i families, you will ask them, they say, yes, when I was 10 years of age, I have memorized it because I've heard it so much every day. It becomes a part of you then. One of the conditions for saying the obligatory prayers is that you must turn your face towards the Qibla, which is the shrine of Baha'u'llah. The whole world turns to Him. It's the tremendous thought that all mankind, and eventually the whole of the human race, one day, when they all recognize Him, they all will turn. Just like to the hub of the wheel, you know. Everyone. And this brings unity. Everyone turns to the shrine of Baha'u'llah, wherever you are. Now these genuflections that must go with it, with the long and the medium obligatory prayers, they are symbolic. Baha'u'llah has tried to add to our words, which are, for instance, you're supplicating to God something. Supplicating means you're begging Him to do something for you. And He has introduced these symbolic actions. You raise your hand when you supplicate to God. When you want to express your humility to Him, utter humility and utter nothingness to who? To God, to your Creator. Not to man, but to Creator. That's why you're alone. You prostrate yourself before your God. And you say those words indicating your utter nothingness and your humility before Him. And that raises our consciousness with these actions of what we are really saying to our God. We are doing it. We are showing it in action. It heightens one's consciousness of the words, provided we can understand this. Well, so you see how important this is to us. The obligatory prayers, to become used to become familiar with it, and knowing it's not something which is done in the public, but you do it in private. Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha have told us that if the believers do not say their obligatory prayers, they can never get close to Baha'u'llah. No matter what else you do, this is one of those conditions. And we Baha'is in the West have to become used to this. I know some people in the West now, at least the countries that I've been familiar with, particularly in Ireland. I know many, many believers in Ireland. I know believers who will never go to bed unless, even if it's midnight, dead tired, and the woman or man thinks he hasn't said his prayers, obligatory prayers, he says now, he must say it. With this we can grow. So you see, this is another point which I wanted to bring up. For we were trying to enable our faith to grow, wasn't it? The whole idea was to see what should we do that our faith may grow. Well, this is the second step, really. Or the first step. This should be the first step. And reciting the writings become the second step. But they are of similar nature. Now, prayers we can say when you like it. And then comes the study of the writings. Now, study of the writings and reciting the writings are two different things. We must not confuse them. Because when you recite the writings in the morning and in the evening, you are really taking your personal food, your spiritual food. Although you learn from it as well, I'm sure you learn a lot of things. But the purpose of it is not to learn things. When you're reciting the words, the purpose is to receive the spiritual food. This is the communication receiving from your Creator. And you are eating your spiritual food. But studying of the writings is a different thing. You have to sit down, take a book, read the writings, see what it says, what it means. Read another book to understand this part that you don't understand. Ask from somebody a question, what does this mean? Read the history of the faith. Join these things together, go and make research, ask from people, take part in seminars. This is where we study the writings. And the more we do that, the study of the writings will enable us to see more and more of the greatness of that ocean I was telling you. The ocean of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. If you want to see that ocean like the drop did, you remember the drop of the rain when it saw the ocean. If you want to see that, you have to study the writings. And one of the very important things we must study are the words of Shoghi Effendi. Because Shoghi Effendi plays a very, very significant part in the revelation of Baha'u'llah. And I will explain to you what his position is in relation to the words. It's a very significant role that he has played. If you had been a very knowledgeable Baha'i, now I had seen some very knowledgeable Baha'is who had come from the East, who had read great many of the writings of Baha'u'llah. And by the way, let me say this much, that I don't think there is anybody in the world, anybody who can say he has read all the writings of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha and Shoghi Effendi. We certainly do not have such a person. You can't keep it in your mind anyhow, except Mr. Anderson. He has got all the indexing done, and he's marvelous, really marvelous. But you'll forget it, and you read it, and you will have to... there's nobody who can say he has read everything. I was so delighted to see Ted here. I'd met him about 12 years ago in Canada, and it was a very beautiful experience to go and see him. And now it was great joy to see him at the airport when I arrived. You know, I'm going to miss you all when I'm going there to Europe. How am I going to do it? I don't know. It's such a beautiful experience to come and meet with all the beautiful faces here. And it was a great privilege and joy for me to see today some of your early believers, the first believer and the first native believer. You do not realize who they are. Of course, they are the most humble servants of Baha'u'llah. But you know, history will record this in the future. And I'm sure the historians will want to know who were these people, what were they like, what they were doing. And the same thing with all of you, with all pioneers in every town, those who pioneer from town to town. And they go there and establish the foundation of the community in the future. They are not going to find out who were our politicians and our great figures in history as we call them today. These days that we are going through are the darkest period in the history of mankind. You realize this? The darkest period that ever was or that ever shall be is the period that now we are in it, and we shall be in it for quite a few years. The darkest period of man's life. And people will not want to know who were these people who were running for election. You run in here for elections. In England, they stand for elections. You know that. This is the difference. You run, and there they stand for it. But anyhow, all these things will be considered as so much part of the old order. But what will be remembered is the wonderful band, a small band or a lonely person of Baha'is who have been in localities and places and towns, villages, far, far remote areas of the world, trying to build up, and they built up eventually, and we will build up great, great institutions for mankind. And then they want to know who are these people? Who were these people? And if they find a little scrap of paper, if they ever come across it that there is a little information about that, they are going to grab it from each other to know something about you people. So really we are very, very privileged to be inheriting the kingdom of God, the weak and the humble, inheriting this great kingdom. Well, we are talking of other things now. The time is coming to an end, and I feel that we should consider these 2 points that I have mentioned today about our ways by which we can grow spiritually, get closer to Baha'u'llah. And if you are going to be with us tomorrow, I'm going to say something to you that, and I'll leave it with you to think about it, that if you read the writings, and if you say your prayers in this way, the obligated prayers, and turn to Baha'u'llah, this is not going to be sufficient. We have to do other things. This is not the end of it. We have to do other things as well. And particularly, I'm going to mention something tomorrow, which if you don't do it, then all the things that you've done will be of no use. And these things are so close together. Now, don't let it be a cliffhanger or something till tomorrow, but let us wait, and we hope that we can continue in this series. There are some questions people have asked in here which are not considered, which is not part of this, but I want to also bring up some other points as well, which is not to do with this, how we enable our faith to grow, but other subjects which are part of it again. And we hopefully will bring it up tomorrow. Now, there is only 10 minutes left, or something like that. And I think you should say something now, if you want to. If there is any questions or some points that you want to raise. Yes?
I came across your statement on that in something you wrote very similar to what you're saying now. And I never understood that. In fact, up until that point, I thought, gee, well, here it is. I've never seen it all laid out so well. How you actually acquire Baha'i characteristics of the life, acquire sort of thing. So I read that. And I said, well,
No, you see...
Praying without desire. Well, I don't know what that means. So
Now, I'll explain this to you as best as I can. First of all, you can pray in any way you like, with all the desires in the world that you have in it. There's nothing wrong with that. We have to do that in most cases. We mostly, when we pray, we want something. You're in difficulties, you pray. And Baha'u'llah, in fact, and Abdul Baha have left for us many such prayers, in which we read and we beg God for various things. But what I was trying to say was that if a person grows spiritually and becomes more and more closer to Baha'u'llah, he reaches a point that he doesn't want anything for himself. It's not something that you must do it now, but it's a matter of growth. That all that you want is to praise God. All that you want is to turn to Him, is to glorify Him. But it's only a matter of growth. It is not a matter of compulsion that from now on we must go and pray without any desire. We can't do it. And this is why Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha have known our weaknesses. And all these prayers that you have, which says, oh God, I am in need, I am in this way, I am in that way, give me this, give me that. It's all because of our weaknesses. That when you become stronger, you don't want anything but the cause of God to grow, but to get closer to God. And this is the meaning of prayer without desire.
That's what I was wondering. Desire in the sense of desiring the presence of God.
Yes.
That's not what you're talking about.
No.
Desiring the nearness of God is
Yes.
always something.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Is it permissible to instruct children on the obligatory prayers like in a children's class?
Well, surely you can teach them, but they are not obliged to say it. They cannot say it or they shouldn't say it until they are 15. The age of 15 is an age in which Baha'is will attain the age which becomes binding on them to carry out the laws of Baha'u'llah. But it's a good thing for them to know that they can say it, they must say it when they grow older. Now how you can instruct them, yes, but they must know it's not a part of their life then until they become 15. There and then here. I'll just...
Could you finish up briefly why we should read the writings of Shoghi Effendi?
Oh yes, that was a subject I meant to say and I forgot it. But it's too late now. Well, I'll mention... Right. That's an important thing. Let us finish that one. Would you like me to do this? You see, this is a very important point. I said I've met many believers who were very deep in the faith, who had read the writings of Baha'u'llah, as many as they could find. So much they have read practically all the writings of Abdul Baha. They have known all the history of the faith. They were the most erudite Baha'is we could have, the most knowledgeable. But they really didn't understand the faith. Until Shoghi Effendi came in. Now, the best way I can explain it to you is like this. If you read all the writings of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha alone, and all the history of the faith, you will not understand the faith, necessarily. I will give you this example. You see, Baha'u'llah, have you seen these boxes which you give to children as gift called jigsaw puzzles? Now, when you look at the jigsaw puzzle, you will find it has a lot of pieces in it. And as you look at each piece is valid, isn't it? It's valid piece. It's valid, it's truth. It's good, it's right. But you look at each piece, they are not related to each other so much. And so you have a box full of items which are right and good and valid. But where is that picture? Now the faith is like that. Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha have given us all the truths that we want to have. All the truth of this faith they have brought for us. They have given to us like this box, full of it. Now, the function of Shoghi Effendi during the 36 years of his ministry was to put this together for us and give us a picture of what it is all about, relate them together. He related all that Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha had brought together and said, this is the Baha'i Faith. Now, he never added one dot to the... Now, this is one thing that some of the friends may not realize. People think that Shoghi Effendi has given us his own views in the faith and added so many things to it. Not at all. Shoghi Effendi has not added one dot to the revelation of Baha'u'llah. All that he has done, he has explained to us, elucidated that as the interpreter of the Word of God, applied it for us. He put together really all that the faith had. He explained to us the function of various elements in the faith, the relationships together, how the laws should be applied, how the teachings should be applied. This is his function. And therefore, not until you read the writings of Shoghi Effendi can you fully appreciate the faith. This is why I say that we had great learned men during the heroic age of the faith, before Shoghi Effendi comes into the scene, who had known all the writing, or some of the writings, a great deal of it. They were very learned people, beautiful people, very spiritual giants, as I call them, really. But really, when you look at it, they had not understood the whole perspective of the faith. In its perspective, they hadn't seen it. And it was Shoghi Effendi who gave it to us. And to me, this is the greatest task that he performed for us. He put together what Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha brought to us. He formed it, he showed it to us, and he said, this is it. And he gave us the pattern. Now, this is why I feel it's so important for us, if we want to understand the faith, to read his writings. Half of his writings are in English, and half of it are in Persian. But what you have in English is quite sufficient to give us his guidance, and then you can read the... But so you know, really, when you become a Baha'i, you enter into a field, of a vast field, which has no end to it. No Baha'i can say, well, I have exhausted it now, I'm glad I'm finished, I'm going to retire. You can't do that. As long as we live, we still have scope to read the writings of Baha'u'llah and understand a little bit of it, read the writings of Abdul Baha, read the writings of Shoghi Effendi, read the history of the faith. And I can literally tell you, if you want to take it seriously, you have no time to read anything else. You won't have the time to read the books that people write about the faith either. You won't have the right time. It's impossible to read all the books that people write about the faith. You can't do that. You have no time for it. You have no time unless in the future again a machinery is created for us which can condense all things in one flash and push it into your mind. Maybe this is something in the future people might do it for us. But I cannot believe that you can do all of this. It's impossible to read all these writings and then try to see what other people think of. And then there is another aspect to it, the writings. And I mention this to you, and some of you may be surprised to hear this. If you read the writings of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha and Shoghi Effendi, you don't need to read anything else. You will understand everything. And of course, I'm not saying you shouldn't learn science and technology. Baha'u'llah says we must learn science and technology and all the sciences and arts. But all those knowledges that people acquire, which begins with word and ends with word, will be useless for you. Because here have all the answers to every question that you want is here. And maybe tomorrow we will also talk about this aspect of knowledge and learning a little bit. So now I think we must close the session really because of the time is so short. But maybe we can...
I have two alternatives. One, the seeming contradiction, if you go to the sales committee and buy a ring, the right price, with the diamonds and symbols, sometimes in the package you get a little folded up instruction by one hand because how to wear this and so on. I think I read a little thing, but anyway, your right hand. If you read, I'm not sure it's a tablet of Baha or whether it's hard to rest or something, but Abdul Baha says in the lesson, because it's closest to the heart. Do you think this is bad translation or not?
So what is the heart? What is closest to the heart? I didn't hear it.
The little finger on the left hand.
Oh, yeah.
Closest to the heart.
Well, yes, these are probably things. I think these are not essential things at this present time for us to go and follow. There are some things which will gradually become established when the House of Justice finds us the time they'll instruct us, and all these things. These are secondary things. Well, friends, I hope that you haven't been very tired today. I'll collect all these. If you had also cared, you could write some of your questions. Would be all right. I can collect them in here, and this way I could maybe formulate it in the talks tomorrow. I understand that some of you may not be here on Monday, so that we will try tomorrow to bring in a good deal of the things which I feel may be of some help, if it is of any help. So, with your permission, we'll end up this meeting. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, friends, your love and your beautiful faces have so affected me since yesterday that I feel moved to pray to Baha'u'llah that this community may become a jewel in the whole Baha'i world, really, because you are jewels. I mentioned yesterday or day before how much the early believers at the time of Baha'u'llah would have longed to see one of you who have embraced his faith in the Western world, especially in all these remote areas. And I know that your country has a great destiny. Someone was telling us at the National Assembly meeting here that the people of this country, and probably Ireland, are the people who will, the countries who will bring great numbers into the faith in the Western world. And I hope very much that this will happen. You know, the powers of earth and heaven are working for us to promote the faith, provided we arise and provided we turn to Baha'u'llah. Once we turn to ourselves, then nothing will happen. Once you rely on yourself, nothing will happen. But if you turn to him and rely on him and bring him with you, then all kinds of things will happen. And time is short, really. The world is set for great upheavals and sufferings which will encompass mankind. And during this short period of time, we have to prepare ourselves for the time that great numbers are going to knock on our doors in the middle of the night and tell us, now we know what you were saying. Please tell us what should we do. We have to prepare ourselves for that day, because that day will come. You know, the world conditions will deteriorate. There is no doubt about it. This is what Baha'u'llah has said over 100 years ago. Baha'u'llah said that if his believers, those of his time, who had recognized him, if they had carried out his teachings with absolute sincerity and faithfulness, then the whole world, the great majority of the world, would have recognized Baha'u'llah in his day. But this did not happen. And so now we have to bear the consequences of mankind's failure to recognize him. And the leaders of the world, the message of Baha'u'llah fell on deaf ears when they received it, all of these consequences will result in the breaking up of this old order. And day by day, as Baha'u'llah has mentioned, day by day, the conditions will become worse. It's not something which will become worse month by month, but day by day. That today will be worse than yesterday. And this is our experience also. We can see it with our own eyes. From every point of view. Morally, spiritually, socially, economically, politically. The society will break up, and is breaking up at a terrific speed, until what Baha'u'llah has said will become fulfilled. And then he said that suddenly, he uses the word suddenly, suddenly that will happen which will cause the limbs of mankind to quake. That is a tremendous upheaval which will face us all. And from what Shoghi Effendi has written, it's not going to be a small thing. The limbs of mankind, the whole human society will quake. And then Baha'u'llah gives us the vision of what happens after that. Immediately after that. And not after that, but immediately after. Because he says, then and only then. Then and only then. I paraphrase his words, will the divine standard be unfurled. And the nightingales will warble their melodies, which means there and only then the cause of God will be widespread over the world. It will be proclaimed and great numbers will come into the faith. We have to prepare ourselves for that day. And our institutions which we are building today are going to be those institutions which are going to guide humanity. As torches, he says, these will become beacons of light which will guide humanity at the time of its greatest peril. Now, we are not going to go into this subject now. I didn't mean to talk about this particular aspect. And we know that the institutions of the faith, the cause of God, is protected in all these calamities and sufferings which are to happen. And I believe, and Shoghi Effendi has in fact indicated these things, I believe very firmly that if any believer dedicates himself fully to the progress of the cause, for the advancements of the faith, God will protect him. I'm not saying that we should now go and teach the faith so that we may save our neck in the future difficulties. This is not at all the right motive. Not, far from it. I'm saying this. God will protect the believers so that those who are steadfast in the cause and dedicate yourself. You know, the early believers that I met when I was young, if I tell you this, you may not believe this. They had the power of life and death in their own hands. They had reached to such powers. God had given them such powers that they had the power of life and death. And they used it to protect, to propagate the faith, to enlarge its institutions and its society, communities. This is because they had faith. If you have faith to that extent that we have faith, our powers will be to that extent of your faith. And Baha'u'llah mentions those who have been, who have become detached from the things of this world. And when you become detached, you know, it means that you will become attached to Baha'u'llah. And that's the meaning of it, really. The only barrier we have between us and Baha'u'llah is our attachment to the things of this world. Once we become detached from it, then we will find that the powers of Baha'u'llah will descend upon us. And this is when things will happen. Well, friends, I don't want to talk about this subject at all, but as I said, the marvelous spirit which is created in this meeting, I feel it from yourselves, from you people. And I know that when I return back, I shall be very much uplifted by having met you and having come to your presence. I want to continue the subject we were discussing yesterday. Now, I'm not going to repeat what I have said yesterday, but I feel that those of you who are here may be able to follow the thread of the discussions. And those of you who were not here, probably you have to bear with me somehow. You remember the 2 points which so far we discussed. And for the soul to grow and to develop and to become closer to Baha'u'llah, for the spirit of faith, when we talked about the spirit of faith, to grow day by day, so that our faith becomes stronger day by day, stronger, so that Baha'u'llah's words become fulfilled when he expects of us that our tomorrow is better than our today. And we pointed out 1 or 2 points that we could help ourselves. And this was the way that Baha'u'llah himself had shown us. We talked about the saying of obligatory prayers, the significance of it. We said how much the saying of the obligatory prayer makes the soul humble. Really, when you read it carefully and in the presence of God, in the privacy of your own chamber. You read that and you see how humble we become. We become like that drop which I was mentioning yesterday, seeing the ocean. And then great powers can descend on the soul. And then when we read the writings of Baha'u'llah, and we talked about what the writings consisted of, so different from prayers, then great powers again will come. But that's not enough. You know, the story of religion is the story of love. When you say you are a Baha'i, you means that we are in love with Baha'u'llah. This is the meaning of it. It's a love story. It's not a story of knowledge. Forget about knowledge. Knowledge is a problem, quite frankly. And we probably talk about this. I'll make sure that I'll talk about this sometime today to you. But love for God, love for Baha'u'llah. We are created to be the lovers. You know, this is the function of man, is to be a lover. And to the extent that we are a lover, to that extent we can enjoy life and we can enjoy living in accordance with the teachings. Now, to be a Baha'i means you are a lover of Baha'u'llah. And of course, loving is a relative term. It varies from person to person. We are at different levels here. When you love somebody, the sign of love, a real love, is that you are ready and willing and really longing to do what your beloved asks you to do. Isn't that right? This is a true love I'm talking about. I'm not talking of superficial love that we think somebody may think he has for somebody else. You know, the real love. When you have a real love, you don't want anything for yourself. You realize this? And if you ever want anything for yourself, it means that you are not in love with that person. Now, if you say, oh yes, I love this person because, he's very rich and he's got the cars and houses and business, I love him. This is not love, this is selfishness, you see. But a real love is when you don't want anything for yourself, that you want everything for your beloved. Now here we come to a very important point. When we become a Baha'i, And when we love Baha'u'llah, we want to do everything he has asked us to do, to carry out his teachings. And this is a very important point. If I say I love him but I don't carry out his teachings, then it means it's no use. I read the writings, what's the use of it? I say my prayers but I don't obey Baha'u'llah. You see how these things are related together? How one follows the other? You remember yesterday I was telling you it's something like you have to close all the switches which are in series, one after the other, and if one of them is open, no current can go through. You have to close all the switches. Now this is it. We have to be willing and ready and joyous and longing to carry out his teachings. And his teachings is not purely, and his laws, the laws that he has given to us. Now in the Western world, we don't have many laws. Our laws are very few that Baha'u'llah has now given to us. The time will come in the future that we have to carry out more laws which he has enjoined upon us. But the laws that he has given to us are so few. I mean, I will count them for you. We can count it with the fingers of your hand. Do you know what the first law of Baha'u'llah is, which we are asked to carry out? The most important of these laws? It's a law. And law has precedence over anything else. If there is a law, and if there is a teaching or a saying, the preference comes to the law of Baha'u'llah. I mentioned yesterday, if there was a choice between reading the writings of Baha'u'llah and saying the obligatory prayers, we say the obligatory prayers because it's the law of Baha'u'llah. Now the first and the most important law of Baha'u'llah is the saying of obligatory prayers and fasting. It's required of us. And he mentions, Abdul Baha also mentions, that if we do not do that, we will not be able to get close to him. There is a barrier already. And we have to make this a habit. Let us, all of us here, as our chairman was saying, really determine and try it. I would suggest, and this is of course, I'm mentioning this to the new Baha'is, because the older Baha'is are familiar with this. But I'm mentioning this to newer Baha'is. Let us try this for 3 months. Do it regularly. And regularly read the writings, and then you forget about it. Just remember it for 3 months. That's enough. Then forget about it. All will work out then. You will find it becomes a beautiful picture. You try it. You try it and see how one's life will change. Now, yes, we must just reading the laws of Baha'u'llah I was talking about. The fasting, obligatory prayers, the law of marriage, Baha'i marriage, I'm sure you're all familiar with. The law of prohibition of the drinking of alcohol is one of the laws of Baha'u'llah, which is binding on us. It is time that now, in the Western world, we are able, as Baha'is, and especially the young Baha'is, to stand erect, well-oriented, strong people who will stand up in the public and say, I will not drink because Baha'u'llah has forbidden it. And the same thing applies to the taking of drugs. These are the things we have to be frank with people who become Baha'is and tell them this. They have every right to know this. And then the other one is the question of sexual relations outside marriage. It's forbidden by Baha'u'llah. Outside marriage, before and after. Marriage, he has enjoined upon us. And it is not compulsory, but it's a marvelous thing. When I was about 10 or 12 years ago in Ireland, we had about 150, 200 people became Baha'is in one town. young people, young men and young women. They became beautiful Baha'is, strong Baha'is, and they all scattered. We asked them to scatter throughout the country, and now they are the people who have built up the foundations of a new, of all the communities we have there. We have now in the south of Ireland 20 local assemblies, and these people have become the foundations of these assemblies. They have pioneered. They've all of them spread around, and they live recognizing our impotence and our utter nothingness and our humility. Then you have the makings of a spiritual giant. Servitude, you see, is the greatest station that God has destined for man. There is no greater station than the station of servitude for man. In fact, there are 3 stations, he says, in the world. The station of God, which is above us, the station of the manifestations of God, which is above us, and the station of man is that of servitude. Servitude. And Abdul Baha was the true servant. No person on this earth will ever reach him as low as that in servitude. Because when you go in servitude, you go down, further down, not up. You cannot be a servant and have ambition to become somebody. There is no station for anybody in this faith. And this is a great protection for all of us. If you want to think of a station for somebody, servitude. To be low, to be... Abdul Baha says, make me a dust in the path of thy loved ones. This is true. A dust in the path of loved ones. If ever somebody thinks of saying I, this is a very bad word to use, I. Or my. It's really a bad word. It's the word which has caused all the troubles in the world. But utter nothingness come to us when we see the great ocean of revelation of Baha'u'llah. You cannot artificially become humble. And humility come only to us when we see the greatness of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. Now Abdul Baha became that embodiment of servitude. And he himself begged Baha'u'llah to give him that station when he was a child. When Abdul Baha was a child of about 10 years of age in Baghdad, he had recognized the station of his father. And I mentioned that he recognized it, really recognized who he was. We haven't recognized him. We cannot recognize him. We can only recognize him to a limited degree. Abdul Baha's recognition and the recognition of the Bab as to the station of Baha'u'llah was so complete that it is beyond us. You know that often people think that because Abdul Baha was the son of Baha'u'llah, well, you know how it is between the father and the son. There is always an intimate relationship of intimacy and there is no conventions there. You know, at home when you're alone, you're just very, very relaxed and absolutely free, and there is no restrictions. You're a member of a family, and this is your father, and this is the son, and who knows what the sons these days do to their fathers, and vice versa. But anyhow, we have a very, very intimate relationship. And some people may think that Abdul Baha had the same relationship with his father. But he didn't. Although there was this love between them, naturally. But Abdul Baha had so recognized the station of Baha'u'llah as being the Lord of Lords, as being the manifestation, the supreme manifestation of God, that he considered himself as his humblest servant. He would never, in the ordinary time when everybody was out of the house, he would never give himself the liberty of suddenly walking into the room of Baha'u'llah. He would not go in without getting permission, without prostrating himself at his feet. You see, he had recognized him who he was. It wasn't his heavenly, it wasn't his earthly father. It was God revealed to man. He had recognized that. We haven't recognized it. And therefore he knew what humility meant towards his father. You have heard many stories of Abdul Baha approaching the house in which his father was living, for instance, in the mansion of Bahji. when Abdul Baha was in Akka and he was in the Bahji. You have heard of that story, I'm sure many of you. He used to ride his donkey to go from Akka to the mansion of Bahji. But as soon as he saw the mansion from distance, he would dismount from his donkey, because it is in the conventions of the East, and one of the signs of respect towards your Lord, if you are a servant of somebody, you never go riding to your servant. You must to your Lord. If you are a servant, you never ride to go to see your Lord. You always walk. And so Abdul Baha would dismount from his donkey as a respect towards, just as soon as he saw from 1 mile distance the mansion of Bahji, he would dismount. He would walk. He said he would never go riding to his Lord. And then Baha'u'llah, what a love he had towards Abdul Baha. The outpouring of love and adoration that he had for him was something again out of this world. He often, when he would hear that Abdul Baha is coming to the mansion of Bahji, for example, as soon as he would hear, he would make the whole household and everyone who was around there to be vigilant to see when the master is arriving from distance, and he would send all the men who were there, every person, to go as a welcoming party a mile or two ahead. The master is coming, he said. And he himself would stand on the balcony watching, waiting for the master to come. And those who were with him, usually the female members of the household or some of the disciples who were there, women disciples and who were in that household, he would look to them and say, look at the master. Look at the way he walks. Look at his majesty. Look at his powers. You see? Now this is a love relationship between the two. But one is the Lord and one is the servant. Now one, Baha'u'llah, you can consider him like a summit of a lofty mountain. And Abdul Baha, the lowest servant, the lowest valley. The lowest valley. No one can reach him as low as that. The lowest valley down there. And then when the water pours down from the top of the mountain, where does it accumulate? It accumulates in the lowest valley. And this is how Abdul Baha, you see, one of the distinguishing features of this revelation, and this you have all studied, the covenant, one of the distinguishing features of this revelation is that Baha'u'llah has brought his revelation for us. But unlike the prophets of the past, he never gave it to us. He brought it for us, but he didn't give it to us, his revelation. He gave them to Abdul Baha. This is the meaning of the covenant. All the forces of the revelation of Baha'u'llah, all the forces that he released for 40 years of his ministry, he poured it within the person of Abdul Baha. Abdul Baha became the reservoir of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. It's like this glass in here. This glass contains all the water that is therein. See? Abdul Baha became a container. Baha'u'llah had brought for us two things in this dispensation, and not more and not less. One was his revelation, and one was the person of Abdul Baha. And these two things is all that God has given to mankind in this age. And Abdul Baha became here like a container of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. And although he did not have the powers, although he was not a manifestation of God, he had the powers of the manifestation of God conferred upon him by virtue of containing all that revelation within him. And so what did Baha'u'llah tell us? He says to us this. This is his message. This is the gist of the covenant. He says, everything I have brought for you is with Abdul Baha. Go and get it from him. It is nowhere else. Outside Abdul Baha, nothing exists. It's within him. This is the meaning of the covenant. So you see, because he really received the revelation of Baha'u'llah on behalf of all humanity, and held it there and protected it, just like a wall that you put around an ocean. And it was an ocean of revelation. And that wall, many people tried to break through. The covenant breakers during his ministry. You should study that turbulent history of the faith during those 29 years. They tried to break through this great wall of this ocean and to get to this water of life. But Abdul Baha, and a few of the believers who rallied around him like lions. They protected this covenant, this cause. And so they couldn't break through. And today, of course, it's a different story. That wall of the covenant is so strong that it'll be foolish to think anybody can even think in terms of breaking through it. It's a tremendous revelation, really. And Abdul Baha and Baha'u'llah here have this reciprocal goal of one complementing the other, bringing to us the revelation of Baha'u'llah. Well, friends, I think we should take a break here, and then I will probably remember some of the things that I have forgotten. We will see. Do you think we can start again? You people must be exhausted, huh? Having been sitting here and listening. Well, where were we now? We were trying to understand something. Very little we can understand, remember, of the revelation of God. It's beyond us. We can get impressions of it, but not really to understand it fully. We were trying to understand something of the greatness of this revelation, and therefore appreciate the power of the words which are revealed to us in this day by Baha'u'llah. And we were talking about the revelation, how it came to him, how with such forcefulness, with such rapidity, the words were revealed in this age, that the world has been filled with the great ocean. It's like an ocean, really, of revelation. You know, Baha'u'llah has revealed, as I said, the words with such rapidity that within 1 hour, 1,000 verses would have been revealed. To describe this for you and to show you the relationship of this revelation with the revelations of the past, we can look back and see the revelation of Islam, the revelation of the Quran. The Quran, which is the book of Islam, took 23 years to be revealed, and that is over 6,000 verses. Well, mankind needed only that. When the Bab appeared, his revelation was so much more profuse in pouring out his words that it took him 6 hours to reveal 1,000 verses. Now Baha'u'llah would reveal that in 1 hour. 6 times, almost 6 times faster than that of the Bab. It's very difficult to imagine what it is like to be placed in that time when revelation came to him. And when the revelation came to him, it was so powerful. The influence upon his own physical body was such that he says whenever revelation came to him, it was as if his body was put on fire. All the limbs of his body was put on fire. And this is why people could not fully look into his face at the time of revelation. They would be so overwhelmed if they did. There were so many people who tried to peep in the room where Baha'u'llah was revealing, and they could not stand it, and some of them fainted. Baha'u'llah would give permission to some of the followers, some of his disciples who begged to see the revelation, that he would allow them to come in. And they would come in and they would stand there for 1 or 2 minutes only. And then Baha'u'llah, with a movement of his hand, would dismiss them, which knew that they could not take it. And those people were so shaken during that experience. The experience was so much soul stirring that in one of his tablets, Baha'u'llah says, if man was not weak, if God had not created man as a weak creature, we are weak creatures really, in one sense. If man was not weak, we would have allowed all people to come and witness the revelation of the Word of God. But they cannot stand it. You see? So, for 40 years, in this way, divine revelation had been pouring upon mankind. And as I said, it has drowned this world in an ocean of revelation. And yet we have only a portion of that revelation in writing. A portion of it. Because there were so many days and nights in the life of Baha'u'llah that he poured out from his lips the Word of God, revealed so many things which were not recorded. When he was those years in the mountains of Kurdistan, all that was revealed was released into the air, into the open air. And that was all. For 2 years. And when Baha'u'llah came to Baghdad, Nabil mentions that for some years, every day and night, the equivalent of the Quran would have been revealed by Baha'u'llah within every 24 hours and not recorded. And even there came a time that Baha'u'llah ordered his secretary, at one stage in Baghdad, he was so disappointed from mankind and humanity and those people who were supposed to be his follower or followers of the Bab. He was so much distressed with their attitude and their condition that he asked his amanuensis, his secretary, to take a great portion of his writings, wash them and throw them into the river, saying mankind is not worthy of it in this age. So you see, it's a great, great ocean. And Abdul Baha has added to this yet further of his explanations and elucidations, and he has enriched the Baha'i, the writings of Baha'u'llah. Baha'u'llah has left behind about 15,000 tablets. And some of these tablets may be 1 page, some of them may be 100 pages, 50 pages. Abdul Baha has left behind something in the order of 26 or 27,000 tablets during the 29 years of his ministry. Again, the size of these tablets vary very much indeed. Shoghi Effendi, the guardian of the faith, has left behind also something in the order of 26 or 27,000 letters, some of which were so lengthy that they merited to be published in the form of books. Such things as the advent of divine justice, the promised days come. These were letters of Shoghi Effendi. They were not books. The National Assembly of the United States decided to publish them and to give it a name and to put subtitles for it, as you've noticed. All these letters of the world order of Baha'u'llah which are included in that, each one of them is a letter. The only book that Shoghi Effendi wrote was God Passes By, which is a history of the 100 years of the faith. So you see how much information we have, how much guidance we have. You see, the world is full of it. And how all these writings have to be compiled and edited and indexed so that we can have access to it. Those of you who were there last night, I was mentioning how when I was a child I used to hear from the Baha'is in Persia that how can we go and teach the faith all over the world with donkeys, because they had never seen any other form of transportation. They could not visualize anything else. And the answer was that God will create the means for it. God will create the means. And now we can see the means here. I mean, you travel with the speed of sound now, or double the speed of sound. So you see, when the faith needs it, it will be created for it. This communication which has come into being is in order that the message of Baha'u'llah may reach to all mankind. Without it, the faith of Baha'u'llah would have been really meaningless. To have a religion which is for the whole world and yet not being able to communicate. And as days goes on, and as the needs of the faith are more and more apparent, then God will create the means for it. I have mentioned this maybe to some of you. You may have heard me saying this. I believe firmly that every time that the faith goes through different stages of growth, and it's growing constantly. And as you need the means, it will be given to us. Some 30 years ago, when I was in Dublin, I wanted to make a telephone call to Tehran. And it took me 2 days to arrange it. Because you have to find out, you have to see who you're going to speak in Tehran with. You couldn't have a direct communication, a telephone. And that they would send a telegram to him, and he would come to the post office at a certain time, a certain hour, and we would go to the post office in our end at a certain time and a certain hour. And then by radio telephone, after 3 days of arrangement, we could speak together. Well, that was good enough. But today, the faith is moving with such force. The Baha'i world is becoming so active internationally. We have to be able to crisscross each other around the world. That you want to lift up your telephone at home and say to your friend, I'm coming, instead of today, I'm coming tomorrow. You have to be able to do it. And you see, the means are created for it. Always the means, as the faith grows, the means for its communications will grow with it. Otherwise we couldn't work. We could not have an international community if we did not have these simple facilities which we take it for granted. We couldn't. 30 years ago you could not have traveled from London to here. You may have traveled with great difficulties, probably. So many places and difficulties. 40 years ago certainly you couldn't. And there was no need for a person like me or somebody to come from England to here. There was no need for it. We did not have this universal relationship. There was a time that the faith was local in its functioning. When I was a young person, the faith has a local characteristic. Although we knew it was for the whole of mankind and the world, but our vision would not go beyond our local communities, because we were cut off from the rest of the world, from the rest of the country even. In our little village, for instance, if only a person would go once a year to the capital, it would be considered as one of the greatest acts he had done, to go to the capital. And when he came back, he would be considered as a very special man who had been to the capital. We did not have newsletters coming in every month like this. We did not have any of these things. The faith was really having a local characteristics. We used to teach in our town. We had the tablets of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha and the writings of Shoghi Effendi. Whenever it came, it would reach us. Occasionally, every 6 months, maybe we would hear something from the Central Assembly in Tehran. So you see, the faith was local in character. Our visions was local. And then, it was like this until Shoghi Effendi really gave us the vision of national consciousness. And this happened in the 1940s. In America, it started in 1937 when the first 7-year plan came. And then in here, they acquired a consciousness that you shouldn't be concerned with your own town, but that you should be concerned with the whole country. But in the rest of the world, it was in 1940s. The Shoghi Effendi gave plans to various countries. And in those days, there were 7 or 8 national assemblies only. And to these 7 or 8 national assemblies in the 1940s, Shoghi Effendi gave them a plan to extend their teaching activities in other towns. And the idea occurred to us that we can and we should communicate with each other. And then the national communication was such that we could go from one town to another. We had then cars coming in, we could travel from place to place, from one town to another. And we acquired gradually, until 1953, we acquired the national consciousness. The faith rose up from a local level into a national level. In every country in the world, people began to act as one nation. You could see that. People pioneered from one end of the country to the other to form local spiritual assemblies. And so he rose up from that state of local into national. And it wasn't until Shoghi Effendi launched a 10-year crusade with which he brought the whole world together. And it didn't happen right away. It happened 10 years later. In 1963, when we had this Jubilee celebrations in London, in the Albert Hall in London. when we realized we became an international community, we acquired a consciousness of international consciousness. Then it was the whole world. Baha'is began to travel from one end of the world to the other. We used to send pioneers from one country to another country, one end of the world to the other. But in the 1940s, it wasn't even conceivable that somebody could pioneer, say, from Persia to England. It was impossible to even think about it. You wouldn't think in such terms. If you wanted to pioneer, you would only go to a town in your own country. So you see how we raised from local into national into international community. And as we arose in these conditions, the world facilities, the physical facilities, rose with it. When we became an international community, we needed to communicate with each other on an international level. And gradually, these facilities were created for us. You know, I was talking about the writings of Baha'u'llah. I was saying how vast it is. I was talking about the writings of Abdul Baha. I was saying how vast they are. And the same thing with Shoghi Effendi's. But do you realize that during the lifetime of Shoghi Effendi, who was the guardian of the faith, none of these writings were indexed. None of them. None of them was in a form that you could try and say, I want on such and such a subject, what Baha'u'llah has said about this, that you could find it. All this great many writings, it was not indexed. And Shoghi Effendi did not need it to be indexed. He was divinely guided. You asked him a question and he would reply to you. He would say this means this and that means this and you should do this, you should do that. But when the House of Justice came into being, in 1963, it was a different story. The House of Justice realized that they could not work, they could not give guidance unless they knew what Baha'u'llah has said on that subject, what Abdul Baha had said about that subject, what Shoghi Effendi has said about that subject. But how were they going to find it? With all these writings of Baha'u'llah, which is an ocean, I described to you the immensity of the writings. How can they pass a resolution without looking at the writings? They couldn't. And so, the first thing they did was to have this research department established. And in this research department, the first thing they did, they began to index the writings of Shoghi Effendi. Or how they did it. I remember looking at the way they were working in those days, 1963. They would read a letter of Shoghi Effendi and they would see in one page there are 5 questions, 5 different subjects. Well, the ideal thing was to take 5 copies and put each one in a file. That's what you would do. Each one a different subject. Now, do you realize that perhaps you may be surprised to hear this, but something very simple nowadays we have, and it's called a photocopier. Well, that machine became available commercially just at the time that the House of Justice came into being. Before that, it didn't exist. And if we didn't have that simple, straightforward machine, how would you be able to copy 26,000 letters, each page 5 times? You know, put it in their files. Impossible. It came just in time. It didn't come at the time of Shoghi Effendi. We didn't need it. But as we needed it, it came into being. And I remember when they were making these indexes, someone told me this. He said, we have got now 500 subjects on a master index. They're card indexes. 500 subjects. How can you remember them? How can you know which is which? You will forget it tomorrow, what you have written on the first page. The mind could not conceive it, could not take it. And then came the computer. It took over. And now you go and ask them, you go and ask a question. I want to know what Shoghi Effendi has said about that subject, what Baha'u'llah has said about that subject. You just ask them, and this is what the House of Justice does. As soon as you ask a question from the House of Justice, they will ask their research department to see what Shoghi Effendi has said about it, if any. What Abdul Baha has said about it, if any. And with the press of a button, you get the answers where to look for them. And it is copied, put in front of the members of the House of Justice. They know now what is involved. Do you see how, as the faith needs it, things will come for us? Now, how can you imagine the House of Justice could have worked in any other way? How could they give guidance in an ocean of writings without these facilities? But these facilities were not here at the time of Abdul Baha. These facilities were not here at the time of Shoghi Effendi. They came into being just in time. And I can assure you that as time goes on, and as the speed of the growth of the faith increases, and when great numbers come into the faith, and we are going to be faced with complexities of administration, which we now cannot even imagine how we're going to handle it, facilities will be created for us. The world, all these things will be solved. God will create the means. I told you this yesterday. This is what I remember I heard this when I was 8 years of age. When the believers could not imagine they can travel throughout the world on donkeys. And they had never seen a bicycle even. They couldn't visualize any form of transportation. And they were asking, how can we go? And the answer was, this is the cause of God. It will create the means for it. And now, it will create the means for everything we need. Well, friends, we have seemingly gone away from our subject quite a long way back. We have to bring you back again. We were talking about reading the words of God in the morning and in the evening. Do you remember that? Or have you forgotten it? Yes. Well, if we read the words in that spirit that I mentioned, and knowing that the power is latent within these words, then it will influence our hearts. We must also know, going back to the Word of God again, that the Word of God is creative. Everything which is uttered by the manifestation of God, it operates, it becomes effective. Even whatever that word may be, I will give you an example of this. Over 100 years ago, when Baha'u'llah was living in a tiny little room in a house in Akka. Some of you have already been on pilgrimage. You have seen the little house of Udi Khammar, which is part of the house of Abud. Now, there is a little room in which they tell you that he revealed here the Kitab-i-Aqdas, the most holy book. There is nothing in this revelation greater than the revelation of the Kitab-i-Aqdas. This is one thing you can be sure of. There's nothing greater than this revelation of the Kitab-i-Aqdas. Of all the writings of Baha'u'llah, this one stands out. And in this book, Baha'u'llah wrote 4 or 5 lines. Can you imagine writing 4 or 5 downs in that small, depressing little room? And in that 4 or 5 lines, this is what he said. He said, in every locality, in every town, establish a house of justice in my name. And 9 people should become members of this, or something to this effect. I'm paraphrasing his words. And he did not write any more about it, or press us, or push us, or keep on reminding us about it. He just wrote those few lines, and he went. Now, look at what those few lines have done to the world in our communities. Look at what it has done. Tens of thousands of families have left their homes, have given up their jobs, have sacrificed everything they had, have gone to the most inhospitable parts of the world. Why did they do that? They went there in order to fulfill these words of Baha'u'llah. As pioneers to form local spiritual assemblies, which are the nucleus of those houses of justice which Baha'u'llah has ordered. You see the creativity of the word? And now we have about 30,000 of these institutions. 30,000 of them. And we are not going to stop here and say, well, this is a difficult job. And really it is. It's the most difficult job to form assemblies. You realize this. We are not going to say, well, look, this is too much. Let us drop it. We have enough. Let us do all the other teachings of Baha'u'llah, but not this one. We are not going to say that. On the contrary. We're going to continue and continue and continue until such time that every locality on the surface of this earth will have its house of justice. You see the creativity of the word now? Without forcing anybody? People give their lives for establishing local spiritual assemblies today. These are not words, this is the truth. People have given their lives for the establishment of these institutions. So much sacrifice have gone into it that if you study the history of the building up of these institutions, which have been brought about by pioneering movements all over the world. People of all colors and classes and races. Not that they're all Europeans or Americans or Persians who do this. Peoples of all colors and classes and backgrounds, speaking all kinds of languages. They have arisen with the same spirit to promote this principle. This very 4 lines in the Kitab-e-Aqdas. That's all they're doing. You see now the creativity of the word, how the word of God is created, penetrates into the hearts. Now this is, so when we recite the words in the morning and in the evening, we must remember these things. We must remember it's the word of our Creator. We must remember the way it was revealed. We must remember that these words are creative. We must remember that these words penetrate into the hearts. It has infinite significances and meanings and powers within it. And then, of course, it will affect us. And also, above all, we must look at that great ocean. Never leave it out of our sight. You remember the story of the drop and the ocean? We must always look at the greatness of that ocean of revelation, and then we become humble, and then these words will penetrate into our hearts. And so when we read the words, when I read the words, when you read the words in the morning, recite them, and then you go to your work, we will remember it. We must remember it. And when you are dealing with business, in your business, whatever it is, from time to time, let the thought of Baha'u'llah come to your mind. Let it flash into your mind, Baha'u'llah, his words that you have read this morning. Just flash it. It comes as a flash in your mind. And it becomes like a sharp electric impulse in our bodies. And even the man who is looking at you is not a Baha'i. He could notice a difference in you. There is something happens. You just are a different person. You've just been in communing with him in that instant without interfering with your work. And so you see, in this way, the food is being digested now. What you have read, they'll penetrate into our hearts. And then you become hungry when you get home to read more of the words of God. When we started this sort of discussions and talks in some European countries, especially in Ireland, that I live there, and the Irish people are very, very spiritual people. Very spiritual people. They took it to heart. And one of them asked a question, a very genuine question. He said, look, in the mornings, I have in such a rush to go to my work. I can't read the writings. And of course you realize this. The Baha'u'llah says you must read it in the morning and in the evening. If I don't read it in the morning, and then the evening comes, I have, as if I've gone out without my breakfast, spiritual breakfast. And I'm afraid Baha'u'llah had not said that it doesn't matter if you didn't read it in the morning, it doesn't matter, lump them together and read it one go. It says in the morning and in the evening. I'm sorry. And there is a reason for it, is, as I mentioned today, it's that these words may penetrate into our hearts. Just like food that you eat, you have the food in the morning, you have to take the food in the evening. So, it's very important. When I go to my office and I'm very busy and I have not read the words in the morning, and then the morning comes and goes, and then when I go home, I've missed reading the writings. And they said, what are we going to do? Because some people said, we can't do it in the mornings. We can't get up earlier. There we are. And we are tired in the mornings. You know, some people stay very late nights for some reason. And then in the mornings they can't get up. I've seen many of them like that. Especially in summer schools it's like this. Always the classes in the morning is absolutely empty. And people, to such an extent that I know in some countries they have come to the conclusion that classes in the morning shouldn't start until 11:30. They just can't help it. No matter what they do, people are staying till 3 in the morning, 4 in the mornings, having all kinds of fun and talks and late night sessions. And somehow people like late night sessions, as we call them, you know, which is informal, sitting together and talking, than the official lectures. So, now, what are we going to do, he said. He said, I'm tired in the mornings. No time. Well, the idea came, why not take a book with you to your office? You can't let this day pass without reading the words. So take a book with you, one of the writings of Baha'u'llah. And so it became customary for some people to take the hidden words with them. And then they find 10 minutes to sit down at some place and read it. You see, this is important to be serious about it and to be regular. It's no use to read it this week and then next week saying, oh yes, we must read every day. I read last week one passage, I'll read one passage this week. You know, it's just saying I've eaten my food last month and I'm going to have another feed today. You know, Baha'u'llah has said every morning and every evening. And he said if you don't read it, you are not faithful to the covenant of God. I tell you a story. 2 months ago, we were in Paris. And we were staying with some friends. My wife and family, and we were all staying with some friends. We had an Irish young lady who we knew she was in Paris also. And we invited her to come and stay that night with us so that we could see her. Oh, she said, I would love to come. But she said, I'm in town now. I can't go home. I have no pajamas to bring with me. I have no toothbrush. Oh, these people said, we'll give it to you. Doesn't matter. Come on in. She said to me, you know, there is another problem. Now all of this happening to visiting. I said, what is the problem? She said, these people we are staying with, they have no English books. No. She said, I must read the writings tonight and tomorrow morning. I have no books with me. Have you got an English book that you can give it to me of the writings of Baha'u'llah for tonight and tomorrow morning? So that she could come and stay. You see now how serious it is? This is how they have taken it to their hearts. And now the faith is growing there with beautiful qualities of people coming into the faith. Now all of this is really because we are turning to Baha'u'llah, obeying him, his teachings, obedience. If he is the voice of God, then he must be obeyed. Obedience. So now, so much about reciting the words in the morning and in the evening. And you know why we said all this about reciting the words in the morning and in the evening, how this came about, you remember? We were talking about the soul. We talked about the spirit of faith being born. This morning we talked about how the spirit of faith is born. How our soul becomes pregnant, becomes fertilized by the influences of the revelation of Baha'u'llah, and how it will give birth to the spirit of faith. And then we said, now that you have given birth to, like a mother who has given birth to a child, you have to feed it. That's why we talked so much about reading the writings of Baha'u'llah. And I want to remind you again, there's a great difference between the writings, like tablets of Baha'u'llah, and his prayers. Prayers are different things, and writings are different things. And we said this morning how opposite of each other they are. You remember that. Now I want to go a little further. It's not only that we should read the writings and then everything will be fine. You have to do other things. Just as I said this morning, in order to live, you have to do a lot of things together. You have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to cook, you have to shop, you have to wear clothes, you have to do a lot of things to live. And it's the same thing in the faith. You have to do a lot of things together. The other subject that I want to bring up now, that is a subject which may be foreign to many of us. And I'll mention it frankly, it may be foreign to so many of us who come from the Christian background. Reading the writings is not foreign. Saying prayers is not foreign. But one of the laws of Baha'u'llah is the saying of obligatory prayers. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about this obligatory prayer so that you can see what it is. It is not just a prayer. This is something you must remember. It's not just a prayer. You cannot put it on the same level as ordinary prayers that we have. In the original language, there is a special word for it, which is different from prayer. But because there is no word in English to translate it into, it has been translated in this form of calling it obligatory prayer, to indicate it's an obligation to perform that rite. It's the Baha'i rite. It's the ritual. You see, the faith is not without rituals. We have some rituals. But the only thing is this: these rituals are not man-made. These rites are given to us by Baha'u'llah. The saying of obligatory prayers is a religious rite. And it is a law of Baha'u'llah. And if there is a choice of saying the obligatory prayers, if you have a choice to say the obligatory prayer today or read the writings, the obligatory prayers have precedence. And it's very beautiful. You see, God has not forbidden, has not withheld from us all the pleasures of the world. You must not think that Baha'u'llah has come to stop us having pleasure. All the pleasures of this world, you can enjoy it, and it is for you, but you have to do it in the right way. Baha'u'llah mentions the idea of detachment is not to become a poor man and a mendicant or live an ascetic life. You can, he said, have all the good things of this world. He said, in fact, all the good things of this world, in one of his tablets he mentions, all the good things of this world is created for the loved ones of God. It's all created for you. But he says, do not become attached to them. Do not make them to rule you, to rule over you. But you can have them. He says, if you can eat in vessels of gold, eat vessels of gold. But don't become attached to them. Don't let them become your master. So you see, the idea of detachment is so different from what people think. When you say detach yourself from the things of this world, some people think now this means you have to become careless, you have to give up the world. And this is against the teachings of Baha'u'llah. He has never told us to desert the world. He says, in fact, he says, engage yourself in all the work and the professions. And he says, your work is service. Your work is worship of God when you are working. So you see that how much the view of detachment is different from what we understand it. Now that I'm talking about detachment, let me go a little bit further about this, because this is a subject which we often talk about. We often talk about this. In the writings you hear more and all the time telling us that you have to be detached from the things of this world. To be detached does not mean, as I said, to become careless, to give up the world and become poor. In fact, sometimes poor people are much more attached to the world than rich people. You know, sometimes poor people are much more attached to the rich than the rich people. There is a story in Persian of a king and a dervish. Maybe you have heard that story. It's a Persian story. And the king and the dervish. The dervishes are supposed to be, they're supposed to be renounced. They have renounced the world and they are detached, and in fact they have nothing. And they have really, that's one thing, they have nothing. And they go around and they have got a little basket. And they carry this basket around with them, so that as they go around, people would just put a little bit of food in these baskets for them. And they sleep anywhere that they come across. You see how much this is against the teachings of the faith? Although they think this is detachment. This is very much against the teachings of the faith to do this. Anyhow, this man was supposed to be so detached from the things of this world that the king became very fond of this idea. And he invited this dervish to his palace. And then they stayed together for some time there, and he taught them a lot of lessons about detachment. And the king became very, very much of a convert to this idea. And he said, well, I'll become like you. And so the king disguised himself in the garb of a dervish, left the palace, and they both of them began left the palace and went on wandering. Just this is what they do. They wander around. And after a mile that they'd gone, suddenly the dervish, in horror, he found out that he has left behind his basket in the palace of the king. And he said, "Oh, this is terrible. We have to go back and get our basket. I can't go without it." The king said to him, "I have left behind my palaces, and you were attached to your little miserable basket," you see? Which is true. Now you see, really, detachment has nothing to do with riches or with poverty. Although Baha'u'llah says, and so in other religions, that if you are a very rich man, it's difficult to be detached. But if you become detached when you are in a position of wealth and other things, then your station is very high indeed. But really, detachment, again, I think I was mentioning it some time ago to the friends here. One evening we were together, and I mentioned the meaning of detachment as far as I understand it. I'll repeat it for you here. Every person, all of us, by nature, we are very possessive people. By nature, man is possessive. We want to possess things. We want to own things. We want to own our own things. And as you go around, you go and always add things to your collections. We are collectors. You have a house, you have a business, you have money, you want to add to it. You go out, you find something beautiful, a beautiful painting, you add to it. This is your collections. You bring it home. And we gather these things all around us. This is true, really and truly. I suppose if somebody looks down upon us from the spiritual worlds of God, who have passed from this state of attachment, they will be amazed how we are gathered things around us, It's like these little creatures who store their food, and they are protecting it with their lives. We are really very queer people. This is the way man is. This is the way God has created us. What can you do? This is the animal in us. We are possessive. And we are the master in this. The master always stands in the middle, and all our things revolve around us. We are the most important thing. And everything revolves around it. Everything beautiful you buy, you add to your collections. Until one day, you come across the faith. And you say, "This is a very beautiful thing. This is the most beautiful thing I've got." And then you add it to your collections. Yes, you are in the middle, and all the things revolve around you: your house, your business, your family, your possessions, and your faith. You see? You have an hour for your hobbies, you have an hour for your family, you have so many hours for your work, and you have an hour for the faith. Well, such a man is attached to the things of this world. He is not detached. You see? He's not detached. He is attached. Because he pays the same attention to his house, or much more maybe, than to his faith. But if you put the faith in the middle of your life as a pivot, as an axis of our life, and then we and our possessions revolve around it, then you are detached. You still can keep your possessions. But the faith is first in your life. This is really a practical way of knowing what is attachment and what is detachment. And so that when the challenge comes to us, and always challenges come to the Baha'is, to arise and serve the faith. When the challenge comes to us, then we know what to give, how much of our possessions to give, how much of our time to give. And you will give all your time if necessary, because the faith is first in your life. And if I want to move my home and go to some other town, I'll find out whether the faith is going to benefit from it, or whether the faith is going to be harmed by it. And then I'll do according to what the faith needs. This is really a criterion for finding out whether one is attached. or one is not attached to the things of this world. And I will mention one form of attachment which is the most formidable and the most harmful and the most difficult maybe. It is not attachment to things. It is attachment to our own self. The ego. Attachment to our own self. This is the most dangerous form, and it will take probably a lifetime to get rid of it. A lifetime. It needs spiritual battles that we have to fight always within us to subdue the self. The self is the greatest enemy we have. And I don't want you to mix up the self of man with the soul. The self is what is the animal self. Is the force within us which drives us towards animal nature. That is the self. And we have to always be in a position to have a rein on that dangerous animal. And whenever it raises its head, just put it back in its place. This is where we have to be always in control. I will give you an example of what I mean by this, our own self. I'll give you an example of this. And I will give you an example of one of those, the local spiritual assemblies are places where we are all tested when we go into it. And when we sit there, we will be tested. That's a marvelous testing arena for Baha'is. We are tested all the time, perhaps, and we are not aware of it. Now, I'll give you an example of what self means. An attachment to self means we become attached to our opinions. I love my opinion. It's my views. It is my views. It's very important, And I give my views. And if it is not accepted, I'll be upset. And if it is accepted, I'll be delighted. And I will go around and say, this was my idea. I was mentioning yesterday, the word I and my is really a very ugly thing in the faith, in life. This is my idea. But really, a person who is selfless is a person who gives his ideas and he forgets about it. Really forgets about it now. Not to just say outwardly forget about it, but really. And so that if your idea was put forward, and if they said, what a marvelous idea it is, we are going to write to the House of Justice and say this person's ideas have been so marvelous that I don't feel, oh great, now I'm elated and I'm exalted, this is my idea. Now as soon as you think in your heart, that way, be sure we are attached to our own self. This is the attachment to our own self. One example of it. Or if they came back and said, this was a terrible idea, this man's ideas is horrible. Every time he comes, he gives us terrible ideas. Okay. One should not be affected by it. You just have given your ideas, you forget about it. Because in this faith, now nobody is telling us that we should suppress our views. I'm not saying that. In a local assembly, we have to give our views frankly, and if you found that your friends did not understand you, you have to give them another explanation of it and explain to them. But once you give it in, once you give your ideas, it's no longer yours. You have to forget it. This is selflessness. Now, this was just an example of what self is. This I is the self. And in this faith, Baha'u'llah in this day and age has removed from us, from our midst, anything which would compel people or make people to become to have a position so that they will become, they will go around and throw their weight around, as they say. There is no such a thing in the faith. This is one of the great bounties of God, that Baha'u'llah has completely eradicated the idea of personalities. The great station that we have, as I said yesterday, really is that of servitude. A real servant is very great and beautiful. A real servant is the most beautiful thing, the most exalted thing we can do. And a real servant will never want him to be exalted. You know, as soon as you get him exalted, it's not nice. And I think that we have to learn these things as time goes on from the writings. I mentioned that yesterday. I'm not going to repeat it. And here we come to another one of those teachings of Baha'u'llah, which not until we carry it out can we do anything proper, and that is to love one another. To love one another. Now you see, you cannot force yourself to love somebody, can you? And it's no good to do that either. It's a worse thing. It's a bad thing to do. It's better not to do it if it is artificial. I know, we all understand this. Love must come from the heart. But it is easy to love people you like. It's not easy to love people you don't like. And we must also be practical. In all these communities, there are people who do something to you which you don't respond positively to. You feel irritated sometimes, maybe. I don't know. And that is why we come to dislike people. I'm talking to you frankly. Now, how can we love that person that you dislike or you don't like so much? And not until we are able to love him can we do anything in this life, in this faith. Nothing. You read the writings all day, you say your prayers every day, you carry out all the teachings of Baha'u'llah, but if you don't love the friends with all your heart, you don't love each other, then things will not go forward. We become frustrated, we become unhappy, even though I read the writings every day. Now, I must make a note of some of these things that comes to my mind. Now, I will tell you an incident which happened to me some years ago, and that might explain what I'm trying to say. Some years ago, I was walking in a very crowded street in London. Very crowded. Thousands of people pass you every minute. And these people don't mean much to you because you don't even take notice of them, as if they are not there. And then suddenly, I noticed across the road, on the other side of the street, there was a man who used to come to our firesides years before. He was not a Baha'i, but he used to come to our firesides. And as soon as I saw that man, my heart jumped for him. And I said to myself, look at this crowd. None of them probably know about Baha'u'llah, but that man has heard the name of Baha'u'llah, and this is marvelous. It's the distinction. I could see the distinction. He has heard the name of Baha'u'llah many a times. He is distinguished in my sight from the rest of them who haven't heard it. To hear the name of Baha'u'llah is a great privilege, a great distinction. You see now? Now, how much more is the position of a person who says, I am a Baha'i? Can you see the station of this person? Forget about his doings. Forget about all the things he does which run against your grain and upset you. But look at what he has. He is a Baha'i. Now, when I say he is a Baha'i, what does it mean really? I can only talk about myself. Do you know, really and truly, and I mean this, I cannot say I am a Baha'i except I'm related to him by name. It's just a name. It's just that I'm attached myself to his name. I cannot say I am a Baha'i, truly. Impossible to say that. But by name, I am attached to him. And that is a distinction. Who cares what I do and what my life is? Who is not perfect? Who is perfect? We all have our shortcomings. But this person has a trace of Baha'u'llah in him. Just a name. And that is a great distinction. You compare him with the rest of mankind, he stands far above it. Now look into his face in that way. Don't look at his problems and shortcomings that you might see, because you look into his face and see a trace of Baha'u'llah, and then you love him. I can assure you, you will love him because of Baha'u'llah, because of his attachment by name to him. And then you can embrace him without even knowing what his name is. Then you will never see the wrong things. And as soon as something happened that you disliked, you remember that. We are all full of shortcomings. This is a very important principle, really. And this is the meaning of humility. This is the meaning of servitude. Meaning of servitude is not to come in and bow before each other. But the meaning of servitude is to look into each other's faces and see a trace of Baha'u'llah. And then you love that person. And you become united with him. And then we have a sin-covering eye. I don't want to see the bad things. No, you don't want to see the bad things in me. Don't see it that way. And if of course somebody does something which harms the faith through his actions, which brings disgrace upon the faith, then it is our function to inform the institutions of the faith and say, look here, this person is doing something which is very bad. And then it is for the institutions of the faith to help him to overcome his problems. And if he didn't, well, they might even say to him, you can't remain in the faith. Okay, that is not for me to do that. But as an individual, we have to have a sin-covering eye. And to see in every face a trace of Baha'u'llah. There definitely is. And that is what makes every person so beautiful, really. It's that which makes every person so beautiful. And so distinguished. You read the writings and see what the station he has destined for a true believer. Someone who is attached by name in the sight of God. You remember what Christ said? He said, when the man came to him, his disciples, and said to him, my father is dead, can I go and bury him? He said, leave the dead to bury their dead. Means all the people in his sight who had not faith were dead. Now this is not in any way to indicate that we have to look down upon people, far from it. And go out and say, oh, you're dead, you're no good. No, far from it. When you become a Baha'i, you realize all your shortcomings. I will recognize my own shortcomings. As soon as you become a Baha'i, you can find out you're full of shortcomings. All the shortcomings come to light. Those of you who were here, I was talking about it yesterday, saying that when the lamp lights up, when the light is there, you see, when I look into this light, can I see anything bad in him? No. You can see all the light. But I'm sure if you go very close to it, if you switch it off, they're full of dust. But you won't see the dust. This is how we should look into the faces of the friends. See a little bit of Baha'u'llah, and that will overlook. You can then overlook. You won't see anything else. Really, you won't see anything else. Everybody has good qualities, marvelous qualities. And one of the things that we have to learn to do is to encourage each other. Is to encourage, the local assemblies should encourage the friends. The friends should encourage their friends. Encouragement is very important for our institutions to encourage the believers. And encouragement must be genuine. Really, If you ever come across a friend, a Baha'i who is disenchanted or who is not coming to the meetings or has got some problem, be sure that what has happened is that no one has encouraged him. He needs encouragement. I'll give you an example, a story of this. And this is a very beautiful story I heard from one of our auxiliary board members in Britain. This woman is a teacher. And she teaches difficult children. All the rebellious type children are brought to her class. You know, children who nobody can manage them. When they come in, they really disturb everything. And she is in charge of this. In big schools, there is a problem. Often you come across children who no teacher can handle. Well, she tells us how she works with them. She said, I must find something good in them and then encourage them. That's the only way, he said, I can harness them. This is a very, very wise thing. This is how the faith has grown also. This is how Shoghi Effendi always, and Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha encouraged something. They saw something in you which was good. And that thing they elaborated on and encouraged it. Because encouragement must be genuine. You cannot go and falsely encourage somebody and say, oh, what a wonderful person, what wonderful things you have done, without meaning it. You have to find something in that person. And she said one day, this woman told us, she said one day, a little boy was brought into my class who was the most difficult child. And he was disturbing so much that the whole class was disturbed, the whole day. And she said, I looked at him, I tried to find out what good quality I can find in him, and I couldn't. There was no good quality that she could find to praise him, or to help him, to encourage him. I remember I said to him, well, couldn't you do something? Well, send him out of this school, out of the room for a while, if he's disturbing everybody. Oh, she said, if I do that, my relationship is ruined. It's no use. I cannot do that. I must find something. And she said, when we were sitting after a while, I noticed that, you know, all the children in school, most of them, when they sit, they stoop over their desk, you know, they just sit down like this. They stoop and they are bending more or less. But she said, I saw that this fellow Billy is sitting straight. Now that was good enough to start him. So she said, she announced to the whole class, she said, I want all of you to look at Billy. You see how marvelous he is, how straight he sits? Now I want you all to sit like Billy. Now Billy had never heard anybody praising him. And now his eyes opened and he began to look around. He saw he became the center of attraction. Everybody looked at him. Everybody sat straight. Now, Billy becomes excited. He sits there. And he is no longer going to be difficult. And all the children, every session when they come in, the teacher reminds them, now don't forget, you all have to sit like Billy. And what Billy does, he is so excited about it, because everything he has been doing, everybody has been attacking him more or less of all the wrong things he's doing. Now he's going to do something else which is going to be good, so that the teacher might encourage him again. You see, this is a marvelous lesson. This is what our institutions really are doing, and will be doing, and should be doing really, and ourselves. And I think that encouragement, I'm sure some of the believers who are discouraged and who are left alone, if you find them, anybody like that, if you find what good qualities they have and try to encourage that good quality and say to them that you can serve the faith in that way through this particular ability that you have that nobody else has, we will become excited and they'll come close to us. Now, as I mentioned, this question of loving each other and not trying to judge one another is very important. Because Shoghi Effendi, in one of his writings, he mentions this. He mentions that the function of the individual in relation to another individual is to love each other and to be compassionate and to be loving, but not to judge. Whereas he says the function of the institutions of the faith, the function of the local assemblies and the national assembly, is to apply justice. And when you apply justice, you cannot become compassionate. And Shoghi Effendi says at the present time it's the reverse. The individual Baha'is, when they come together, they judge each other and they act towards each other as if one is a local assembly judging the other person and criticizing. And the local assemblies, when it comes to give, or the national assemblies, when they come to apply justice, they become compassionate. Every Baha'i has marvelous qualities, and we have to look into their faces and see those qualities of Baha'u'llah. I'll tell you another story, just to give you this. You know that sometimes there are difficulties in Baha'i communities, and there was a community in Europe, a Baha'i community, which had great personal problems, personality problems. You can never solve personality problems by expedient measures. You cannot solve them by expedient measures. And the only way you can really do it is to shower everyone with love. And anyhow, in my function, I was asked to go and see if I can help them. Well, there was a big file, which if I show you the size of it, it was as big as this, about this community, of all the problems they had with each other. Some of them even wouldn't talk to each other. If they saw each other in the streets, they would avoid each other. It was a terrible situation. And they said that it was obvious from reading these files. I decided not to read them, and at the end I decided it's no good to read them. But I knew there was one man who they said he was the culprit. He was the responsible man. He really was the man who has created all this terrible entanglement and problems for years. And people had gone there, national assemblies, members, all kinds of people, board members, gone there to try to solve it, and it became always worse, to such an extent that these people had a great prejudices against the institutions of the faith. It became very difficult. Well, I went along and I met with these people, not that man who was all the cause of the difficulties, but I met with all the others, and I found that they were beautiful Baha'is. Really and truly. They were just beautiful Baha'is. You couldn't see anything bad in them. Oh, marvelous. And we talked about it individually with everybody. And then I was afraid to go and see that man. I had to go and see him anyhow. That was the problem. And I reached almost to the door of this house. Before I ring the bell, it suddenly occurred to me very clearly that I am going there with the wrong feelings. You know, because I've read some of these files, it's no good. And I knew that this man must have marvelous qualities. Now, this story of disagreement, the story of this community is such that for years and years and years this has been going on. And it could not be resolved. And this man was obviously the source of all the problem. I have no doubt about it. This was in this file. You could see that. But I decided immediately, before I rang the bell, to really purify my motive. I couldn't go like this. That he has some good qualities. Of course he has. He must have. He's a Baha'i. After all, he is a Baha'i. That's great. That's good enough. So with that feeling, I rang the bell. Now, I can tell you that he and his wife were sitting there waiting for 2 or 3 days, trembling with fear of they're going to see the angel of death, or is that what you call it? When he comes. They were frightened of what's going to happen now, you know. Well, when I looked at this face of this woman, I just looked at it just as I'm looking at your faces. And this woman almost melted. And she went running to her husband. I could hear whispering, saying to her that he's not that bad. You know. He's not that bad at all, but we were thinking about it. Anyhow, this man came and we sat down and we embraced each other and we sat down. And I thought, what a wonderful thing it is to meet another Baha'i. You know. And we talked about our experiences in the faith, of his services, what he has been. And we talked and talked about all the stories. We became so heated up with excitement. And he went in and he showed me all the years and years of service this man had. Of all the photographs of the friends in the old countries, in other countries that he has been, in other things he'd done. A very learned person he was, and we talked about the faith. We went into all some of the abstruse writings of Baha'u'llah, and he said something and I said something, and it took 3 hours. We were discussing these things. We became so much enthused. And then at the end of it, I thought, now I better say nothing about his problems. And I said, well, now I better go. I decided I'll leave it for some other time. I'll come back again tomorrow. And I was going to go. And do you know what he did? He grabbed me. He said, all of this problem in this town is my fault. He said, everything is my fault. I hadn't said a word. He said, I want you to do something. He said, I want you to accompany me to go to the houses of the believers. Now, these are the people he wouldn't talk to. He wouldn't see them. He wouldn't ever. And he said, I want to prostrate myself at their feet and beg forgiveness. I hadn't said anything to him. We never entered the subject. And you know, we did that. He came along, we went up, we knocked on the doors, and people were startled to see him coming to the door of his house. And he literally, he prostrated himself. He cried and cried and cried. And the others cried and cried and cried. And then we went to somebody else's house, and the same thing happened. And in the evening we gathered all the friends together after 2 or 3 years. And it was a crying meeting all the time. They were crying. And ever since they felt so united, so happy. And then the faith grew in that town. Local people became Baha'is. Now you see, and we never said a word about what this man had done. We have to really genuinely, in our approach to people, is to see a trace of Baha'u'llah in every soul, in every face. All problems will vanish, I can assure you. This is how the faith works. This is the power that he has released for us. God, he has released this tremendous power. And this power is not for me or for you or for him. This power is for everybody. There is no exclusiveness here. Every one of us can draw from this power. Every one of us can attract him to ourselves. Well, we were talking about something different. You remember we were saying that to read the writings and to say our obligatory prayers is not sufficient unless we carry out the teachings of Baha'u'llah, obey his laws. And then to love one another. It's one of the most important teachings. And if we love one another, everything else will work out. And don't force yourself to love, but try to love. Try to see if there is any problem somewhere, to approach it in this way, that we all have to go from this life. You know this. We're not going to be here always. Every one of us will have to go. And this is not a place to enter into. These years that we are living here is not a place that we should try to judge each other and say, oh, this person is so irritating to me, or that person is so difficult. Now, here is where we have to turn to the writings and see what are the teachings of Baha'u'llah and do it for his love. He says, carry out my commandments. I'm paraphrasing the words of Baha'u'llah. Carry out my commandments for the love of my beauty. We do not carry out the teachings of Baha'u'llah because it's good for us. This is a very important point to remember. We don't carry out the teachings because, if I carry out the teachings of Baha'u'llah, I am going to be wise, I'm going to be a good man, I'm going to be a very wise, a very knowledgeable man. This is not the real motive again. Although at first when you become a Baha'i, naturally you see the teachings and you say it's marvelous to become adorned with all these characteristics and beautiful things that the faith has. But when you become a deeper Baha'i, you realize that you do obey the teachings of Baha'u'llah for the love of Baha'u'llah. This is a marvelous motive because you love him. Again, remember, when you love somebody, go back to nature, go back to life. When you love somebody, and you really love somebody, and I'm talking of real love, 100% love, when you really love somebody, you will not question what your beloved wants. You just do it because you love that person. You see? This is the real motive, the real relationship. Although, when you carry out the teachings of Baha'u'llah for the love of him, yes, all those things will be yours. You will become knowledgeable, you will become wise, you will become deep, you will acquire all those qualities, but you acquire it not because you wanted it at first, for yourself, for the satisfaction of yourself, but you've done it because you love him. Just as much as you, when your beloved asks you something in your life, whom you love very much, when he asks for something or she asks for something, you do it because of him or because of her. This is a good motive. This is a real love. Today, Shoghi Effendi has told us, Baha'u'llah has told us, Abdul Baha has told us that not until we live the life in accordance with the teachings can our work of teaching become successful. This is another thing which is very important to bear in mind. Some of you have remembered that celebrated passage from Shoghi Effendi, which I haven't got it with me to read it for you, but I'm sure many of you who are familiar with it, this is a celebrated passage when he says, not by the force of numbers. Not by the force of numbers, not by a mere disposition of teachings, and not by an organized campaign of teaching can you influence the people who are not Baha'is and bring them into the faith. I'm paraphrasing his ideas. He says one thing and one thing alone. One thing and one thing alone. See how much emphasis he puts on it? And there is no other alternative. One thing and one thing alone, he says, which will bring people to the faith, is that each one of us act as mirrors. Mirrors. And we are always acting as mirrors, you know that. Every human being is a mirror of what is inside him. But he says we should act as mirrors which will project and reflect the teachings of Baha'u'llah in its purity, in its pure form. He says then it'll influence others. And there are many stories, I'm sure you have heard many, many stories of such beautiful Baha'is who had lived this life in this way. And as they walk in the streets, they have been the center to which people turn to. Remember, Martha Ruth was one such person. I mean, wherever she went, people were attracted to her. I mean, this is part of our history. And this is not something that she was a very special human being. She was a human being. But she had an absolute connection with Baha'u'llah. She was connected fully to him. And this is what happened. And therefore she became a perfect mirror. What was in her heart reflected out in her face. And people saw that radiance and they were attracted to her. This is the way. And this is what Shoghi Effendi tells us. And this is why I said that the forces are all over the world preparing us. We can bring great numbers into the faith if we do these things. And I'm sure that your community has been really in the forefront of teaching activities. We have to learn from you. Forgive me for saying these things. Your community has been so successful in teaching. At one stage, I remember they would say that 1% of the people of this country are Baha'is. And whenever we talk about Alaska, it rings such a marvelous community, and now I can say it is. It really is. It's a very beautiful community. You cannot see yourselves because you're sitting there. But I can see this. It's marvelous. And this is not because of us. This is because of Baha'u'llah. He has given us all this marvelous powers. Now, time is coming, Mr. Chairman, to have a little break. When is your break? Now? I want to tell you now, having said all of this so far, we have talked about growing our faith. Our faith grows. We want our faith to grow. And we talked about it yesterday in great details of the things we have to do. Not that I've said this, but what Baha'u'llah has said. Reading the writings and saying the obligatory prayers, and now we said about living the life. Living the life. But there is one thing, that if we don't do it, really and really, this is real serious. If we don't do it, all these things will not be of any use. Even living the life would not bring up the results. And I will explain to you what it is next session. So, I will take you to nature, and you see that in life, if there is a man or a person who, say, eats a lot of food regularly, but he does not move. Can you imagine a person like that? Never moves. He's sleeping all the time, eating and sleeping, or staying up. What will happen to this person? This is not going to be a healthy life. He's not going to be able to live. And even if he lives, he'll be a sick man. The right way of living is to eat your food and then exercise your muscles and move around and work hard. And the harder you work, the more you are healthier. The healthier you are, you see. Now this is a basic principle of life, and exactly the same principle applies in the faith. There may be people who say, well, I will read the writings. But in fact, he may be a scholar. He may become a scholar of the faith. He reads everything. And he may be talking an awful lot as well. But he doesn't serve the faith. Doesn't do anything. That person is going to be unhealthy, going to be frustrating. The real way of life is to read the writings, to say your prayers, obligatory prayers, to live the life, to do all these things we have to do, but just as important, serve the cause of God. And the greatest service today to the cause of God is teaching. So you see now how there is a balance here, the balance comes into it. We are not going to be the people who are going to read and become carried away into the worlds of God or something like that. But we are going to do these things together. We're going to do this so that we can serve the faith. Although there are many things we can do to serve the faith, but I mentioned the greatest of all things in service to the faith is teaching. And I'll explain this to you later on, why this is that the greatest of all things is teaching. Now, serving the cause has been described to us from age to age, from time to time, by Baha'u'llah, by Abdul Baha, by Shoghi Effendi, and today by the House of Justice. Because every period of the faith, the time of the Bab, for instance, it was a period of itself. The greatest of the work of the Babis then was to teach the faith. That stood in forefront of all other activities. But there were other things they had to do, as well as teaching, which was specific to that particular age. For instance, if you were a Baha'i at the time of the Bab, you had to teach the faith, but you also had to learn how to ride a horse. Really. And to hold your sword, for instance. This was how it was done. It was a special requirement of that age. Then when Baha'u'llah came, again teaching was in the forefront of all the activities. But then Baha'u'llah said, now is the time never to use your sword, but to give your life. And that was a period of great stories of great heroism and martyrdoms during that period of Baha'u'llah, and steadfastness. And then Abdul Baha's period, you could say, again teaching was in the forefront. But he said, now is the time to remain steadfast in the covenant. There was a time that Abdul Baha, so much, the cause was attacked, at that time, during the ministry of Abdul Baha, by the enemies from within. These are the covenant breakers. They attacked the faith with such fierceness that if it wasn't for the fact that, as I was mentioning yesterday, the cause of God, the machinery, the covenant was so strong, and with the help of some heroes of the faith, a few who rallied around Abdul Baha like lions and protected the faith, today the faith would have been broken up. But it was because the machinery of the covenant was so strong they couldn't do it. But during the period of Abdul Baha, the emphasis was on the steadfastness in the covenant. Abdul Baha used to send teachers all over the world to help the friends to remain steadfast in the covenant. We may not have the time to deal with this subject of the covenant, of course we can't deal with everything, but now that was a special period again. But again teaching stood in forefront. Now, since then Shoghi Effendi's ministry and today, the beginning of the formative age, again teaching the cause is in the forefront. But the specific task of today is the building of the institutions of the faith. Now, you cannot live in this age and do the things which belong to the other ages. You can't say, well, I'm a Baha'i, but I'm going to now learn how to ride a horse and hold a sword in my hand, as the early believers used to do. This would be out of place. But you cannot also, if you are going to be devotedly follow the teachings, we cannot stay away from building the institutions of the faith. This is our task. But teaching and building the institutions of the faith are the two major tasks that the Baha'is of this particular period are faced with. Now I want to talk a little bit about teaching, which is really, Baha'u'llah says, the most meritorious of all things in the sight of God. It is not just one of the most meritorious. He says it's the most meritorious of all things in the sight of God. Now why is it? And first of all, I want to mention that there is a great, in my view, there is a great misunderstanding in the Baha'i communities about the purpose of teaching. Often people think that we teach the faith so that we may increase our numbers. This is not the main purpose of teaching. This is not the primary purpose of teaching, although other religions do that probably for this reason. But we must not be under this impression that the main purpose of teaching, I'm saying the main purpose of teaching, is not to increase our numbers. This is a secondary purpose. This will come as a result. The result of teaching is that our numbers will increase. But there is a far, far greater reason for teaching the faith. Teaching is an act of devotion to God. It's an act of devotion. Now, I will explain this to you in this way. Again, we go to nature and look at nature to see what teaching is in nature. In nature, you will find always any object which depends upon upon its life giver. Any object which depends upon its life giver. There is a life giver. For instance, this earth is a life giver. This earth is the mother earth, isn't it? It is this earth which has created everything. Everything which you see on this earth has come about from this earth. So it's like the mother earth. We all are dependent upon this earth for our livelihood, for our existence. So we are dependent upon it. Now what happens is this: whenever such a thing exists, that this is the source of your life, the source of your existence, then all things will be drawn to it. Everything will be attracted to it. Every object, as you can see, is attracted to this earth. You notice that? Every object which comes within its gravitational pull is attracted to this earth. This is a love relationship. There is a love between the Creator and all the other things. This earth is like the Creator. Is the Creator of all, is the source of life. And so every object which comes within its gravitational pull is attracted to it, just with the force of attraction, which is love. You see? This is the law of nature. But, and therefore, the home of every object is to come down and to rest on this earth. When it rests on this earth, then you can say it has reached its destiny. It has reached its home. For instance, you see this pen in my hand. Its real place, the real place for this pen is to come down, to be attracted by this love relationship, to be attracted, and eventually rests on this earth. When it reaches on this earth, the lover and the beloved have reached to each other. You see? The lover and the beloved have reached to each other. And this is a stage of fulfillment, a stage of pleasure. Pleasure for both. The word pleasure really is, in here you can use it. It's a stage of fulfillment. Now this is a physical thing we are talking about. But as long as my hand is in here, you see my hand here, this hand becomes a barrier for this pen to come down and reach its beloved and rests on this earth. Although the force of attraction still exists, there is a force of attraction already even at this time. With my hand in the way, the earth is still want to draw this to itself. But my hand is preventing it. And this pencil now is a state of deprivation, because its home is not here. Its home is to come down and be joined with its beloved. Is that clear? This sort of this is a principle of life. Exactly the same thing applies between God and man. Exactly. God is the creator of all. And again, as I was mentioning yesterday, we are not talking of the essence of God. Let us not talk of the essence of God, because we said yesterday clearly there is no relationship between the essence of God and man. It cannot be with anything. There is no relationship whatsoever. But this is God revealed to man. There is a love relationship between the two. God loves to draw a soul to itself just as much as this earth loves to draw this pencil to itself. But men have many barriers in between. Many barriers. We all have barriers. Barriers of veils and barriers. Barriers of, for instance, prejudice is a barrier. It prevents people from recognizing and coming down and becoming united and becoming attracted to their Lord, to their God. Tradition is another barrier. People are born in a tradition and die in the same tradition. It's like being born in a prison and never see outside the prison, and then you die in the same prison. This is what most people are like today, tradition. Maybe in this country you don't have so much attachment to tradition, but there are countries in the world that I'm more familiar with where tradition plays a tremendous role. You don't do anything except what is tradition. There are other barriers. Pride is a barrier. Many barriers. Pride. You become proud of yourself and your accomplishments and your knowledge and your quality and your accomplishments. This is a barrier. Knowledge could become a barrier. Again, because it gives birth to pride. So you see, all people in the world their soul. There is a force of attraction between them and God. Always God wants to draw them, and that force of attraction is there, but these barriers prevent them from coming and becoming united with their God. Now, the act of teaching, which only a Baha'i can do, is to remove these barriers one by one. And when the barriers are removed, what happens? All the barriers are removed, the soul is attracted to God. And he says, I believe. That moment when he says, I believe, as we were talking about it yesterday, you know, the spirit of faith being born, is when the lover and the beloved reach each other. And this is a state of pleasure. Pleasure. Pleasure for God and pleasure for the soul. Because man and God are the opposite things. And in this life, when two opposites are reaching each other, this is a state of pleasure. It's like the North Pole and the South Pole of a magnet. They're attracted. So you see what teaching is? When you teach the faith, you bring pleasure to God. It's the most meritorious of all things. It's an act of devotion to God because you bring a soul to its God. This is the purpose of teaching. This is the main purpose of teaching. Well, of course, as a result of it, our numbers will increase. That is secondary. Then we can build the institutions of the faith. But therefore, teaching, friends, it's a spiritual act. It is not just something I'm going to teach the faith because the NSA tells me to do it, or because the counselors tell me to do it, or because the House of Justice tells me to do it. But teaching is an essential part of the life of a Baha'i. And it is something that we all will have to be engaged in. There is no question of anybody becoming, if anybody does not teach the faith, well, you'll have to think about it yourself. It's like a person who eats the food, he reads the writings, he may know a lot about the faith, he says his prayers, but he is not serving the faith. Well, you remember I was telling you about this man who eats his food and he doesn't do anything. What happens to him? This will happen. We will not be excited. We will not be able to do anything in life. Teaching is not something that anybody can say, I am too busy for it, really. Except in certain exceptional cases. Very, very rarely you come across exceptional cases. There are, of course, places now that people are prevented from teaching. For instance, if you're living in the Holy Land, you don't teach the faith. But in this day and in these and all over the world, really, teaching is the most important aspect of our life. If we look upon the writings, we find that Baha'u'llah has enjoined on all to teach. I will tell you, our daily life often prevents us from really getting engaged in teaching the cause. Because we are so busy in our life, so busy, we have to do so many things. Even we have to do so many things for the faith that we have not time to teach the faith. And I think this is a very wrong way of approaching it. In fact, I remember some years ago, one of the National Assemblies told us in Europe that we had appointed one of the believers who was a marvelous teacher to become a board member, auxiliary board member. We appointed him as an auxiliary board member. And after a few months, the National Assembly wrote to us and said, what have you done? You have made him an auxiliary board member. He was one of our best teachers. And now he doesn't teach the faith. Can you imagine? This is very wrong. In fact, one of the first things we say to our auxiliary board members all over now, at least I always advise them, if you want to do anything, You must be teaching the faith yourself. It's no excuse because I'm a very busy man and I must not teach the faith. Teaching the faith is for everyone. We found in our home that we're very busy, and myself and my wife, but we have to teach the faith, no matter how busy you are. You have to teach the faith. You cannot have an exception. There is no exception. This is the most important function of a Baha'i. And teaching is a personal thing. Unfortunately, things are done in the Western world very impersonally, and we have got used to the idea of teaching in an impersonal way, which will never be right. You have to teach on a personal level. We do most things in life impersonally. Have you noticed that? I don't know what life is like here. I'm not familiar with America. But I know in Europe, if you want to do anything, you won't put your name down for it. You give a box number in the newspaper so that nobody will recognize you. You know, it's impersonal. You don't say anything you want to do. You put a notice in the newspapers. You want to sell something, you want to buy something, you want to see somebody, you put a box number. Even when you want to fight with somebody, you don't fight him directly. You employ a solicitor, a lawyer, to fight for you. You see, everything is done impersonally here. But teaching has to be done personally. You have to come in contact with the soul. You have to love him. You have to then look into his eyes and love him with your heart until such time that you think he's now and then learn a lot about him to see what he believes in. And then comes a time that you can say a little bit about the faith. Now I want to also say something to you about teaching methods, because I feel again this is one of our problems. But this idea of teaching, now let me first say, this idea of teaching, every Baha'i teaches, is something that is so vital. Like every day we must eat. It's just as important as that. The same way that we said every day we read the writings, every day we must engage somehow in teaching. And it's a daily thing. Shoghi Effendi mentions that. It's a daily thing. It's not once a month going from one town to another. It is something daily. I remember, and another important thing that I want to mention here before I give you some examples of this, is that Abdul Baha mentions this, that if we do not teach the faith, divine assistance will be cut off from us. I'm sure you have heard this. Now you realize that God is very loving to all creation. And yesterday we talked about forgiveness. You remember that? We talked about forgiveness. And how God's forgiveness, what things it can do with it. And I'm sure that God forgives all the things that people do. But there are certain things which to a Baha'i he cannot do. You see, God's assistance reaches the whole of this creation. If ever for one moment the assistance of God is cut off from people, they are not able to exist. The assistance of God reaches all creation. And God does not withhold his assistance from any human being. As long as they live, he's assisting them in whatever they do. If you go the right way, he assists you. If you go the wrong way, he'll assist you. Even the enemies of the faith are being assisted. Because God does not interfere in our actions. We have the free will. He shows us the way, yes. He sends his messengers, he shows us the way. He throws light upon our path. And he says, this is the right way to come. But it is up to you to choose it. And if you go this way, he'll help you. If you go the opposite way, he also will help you. It's like the engine in a car. The engine does not decide which way to go. But it will give you the power whichever one you decide to go. This is how God acts with us. This is how he... and now, he acts in this way. His assistance reaches all humanity. But it will not reach a Baha'i. Now imagine this, who does not teach the faith. And this is when the Baha'i becomes frustrated in his life. I become frustrated in my life. I become unhappy. Since I've become a Baha'i, I've become unhappy. Since I've become a Baha'i, I have all kinds of problems. It's the divine assistance which must come to us. And I can assure you that most of the problems that we have in our daily life or in our anything we do can be and will be resolved if we become so much, throw ourselves into the field of teaching every day. Then things will happen to us. Great things will happen. One will change. Now, I'm not saying that one should say, oh, well, I have a lot of problems in my life, so I better go and do a little bit of teaching so that my problems may be solved. But I can assure you that many of our problems will be so removed from the scene because you will be elevated into a different world, and these problems will sort themselves out. They will completely go into the background. Now, teaching, which is personal thing. I was talking about somebody in one of these gatherings some years ago, and a woman came to me and she said, look, I have become worried since you have been saying these things, that we must teach the faith every day, and if we don't teach the faith, God's assistance will be stopped from us. I said, I didn't say that. It's Abdul Baha who says this. Oh yes, she said, I'm worried still. I'm still, in any case, I'm worried about it. And she said, I am a very reserved person. I can't go out and talk to the people about the faith. I feel very embarrassed. I cannot teach personally. And now she said, what shall I do? I am worried, he said. She kept on saying this. I said to her, did you say you're worried? She said, yes. I said, that's very good. Keep on worrying. That's your solution to your problems. Really, keep on worrying. This is a very good solution. If ever we are brought to the point of worrying about something, you're going to do something about it. Do you know that? When you find in your daily life, it's the same thing. If you lose your job, or if your family has some problem and you begin to worry, then you are going to put one foot in front of the other and something will happen. Well, this lady went away and she came back again. She said, I can't rest. We'll have to do something, she said. She said, I'm very reserved. I can't talk about the faith to anyone. So eventually, after talking about it, mentioned to her that, look, you can go, and even though that you say you are very shy or reserved or whatever it is, go out every day. And she said, that's a good idea. She said, I will give 1 hour a day for Baha'u'llah. And this is a marvelous example. I think we should remember that. Why not give 1 hour a day to Baha'u'llah for teaching? 2 hours a day, maybe, but the minimum. And she said, I'll spend some time shopping, I'll spend some time at home. Why not give 1 hour a day to Baha'u'llah for teaching? And discipline yourself. And she said, I will go out. And she went out. She said, I'll go to a cafe. And I sit there. And she said she went to a cafe for 2 or 3 months, regularly. And the next time I saw her, she told me this. She said, it doesn't work. She said, I went there for 3 months, every day. I sat there, and many people came in the cafe and sat in front of me on the same table, shared the table. And she said, I could never bring myself to tell them anything about the faith. And she said, it doesn't work. I've given it up, she said. Now you see what happened in here, really, and this is another lesson we learn, a very marvelous lesson. You know, Baha'u'llah says that once you say you're a Baha'i, and once you enter the faith, He will test you. And always we are being tested, all the time. Remember that. As Baha'is, we are always tested. Now, it's not something that Baha'u'llah has invented and say, I'm going to test the Baha'is. In fact, testing, this is nothing new. This is a law of creation. This is a law of creation. Baha'u'llah mentions in his writings, God will test everything. He says, I will split a hair into 1,000 pieces. These are almost the words of Baha'u'llah. And each piece I will test. Now, test actually is a law of nature. You go to nature and you find tests. I'll give you an example of this. As long as you're sitting, nothing happens to you. But the minute you move, the air will resist you. If you go on a bicycle, have you noticed? When you're going on a bicycle, do you see how the air will resist you? This is nature. This is test. You're being tested. And the faster you go, the greater are the tests. The greater is the resistance. You see these aircrafts which are built up, which go twice the speed of sound. They go so fast that the air will resist it so much that the metal gets red hot. And they have to have a cooling machine inside to cool it off all the time, because it goes very fast. Nature will test it all the time. When Baha'u'llah says, I'll split a hair into 1,000 pieces and test it, this is true. Because if you look at the atoms, they're all the time under test. Each atom inside it goes through this cycle. Test is part of life. Every one of us are tested every day without knowing it, maybe. When you become Baha'i, especially. When you sit in a local spiritual assembly, we are tested all the time. It all depends how you look at your friend across the table. Just look at her like this. That's enough. I'm being tested. You know. You think of him in a wrong way, not with love, because Abdul Baha says the standard of consultation is love. Now, if I look at somebody when he says something and I want to hit hard at her, you know how it is? Hit hard. Saying such a thing. I'm being tested. Hit hard in my heart, I mean. You know, I hope we don't get to action, but it's no use also to cover it up and be very nice and smiling, and then you hate in your heart or dislike in your heart. That is what matters, what's in our heart. You see how we are tested? And so I am tested. And when I am tested, I cannot progress anymore. When you cannot pass the test, but if you pass the test, do you know what will happen? In our lives, when you are a Baha'i, when you pass the test, then greater field of service you enter into it. You will get to do greater service to the faith. You will want to do that. And as soon as you enter there, your tests become greater. Just like somebody who will go faster. Just like the aircraft which goes faster. Your tests becomes greater. And this is why people who have had not the capacity to pass the test, if they are in a higher position, higher functions, higher duties, they could easily destroy their souls. It's like a person who is flying in an aircraft. You see, if I'm standing on this platform and if I fall, well, I may hurt my knee. But if I'm flying in an aircraft and fall, that's the end. So if I work in a local spiritual assembly or a national spiritual assembly and I have all these ambitions in my heart and I'm not able to do the things right and I am being always, don't pass the test, I might hurt myself a little bit. I might become irritated, I might become cause of problems, but it is not fatal. And this is why those people who were close to the center of the faith, those who were close to Baha'u'llah, like man who flies in the aircraft, or those who were close to Abdul Baha, or those who were close to Shoghi Effendi, in the world center, if they had slightest impurities in their lives, if there was any feeling of ambition in their hearts, that little ambition will be magnified and will destroy them. You see? This is the history of our faith. This is why people who were very close to the center of the faith, a little bit of ambition, they will be destroyed. There is no room for ambition in the faith. And especially those who served near the center of the faith, their criterion must have been servitude. Absolute servitude, like Abdul Baha. He was safe. The purest branch was safe. The greatest holy leaf was safe, because their standard of life was servitude. utter servitude and self-effacement. But the other family of Baha'u'llah, they all had ambitions. They wanted to be leaders. They wanted to be respected. They wanted to be honored. They wanted to be somebody. None of them endured, and none of them could last. They all perished, destroyed themselves. They were very close to the center of the faith. But there must have been a lot of other ambitious people in the faith, locally and nationally. Well, they hurt each other and hurt themselves, but it is not necessarily going to be fatal. So you see, friends, one of the things to bear in mind is that tests come our way, always. I remember somebody said, there was a very outspoken, beautiful woman who passed away, a marvelous person who became great. She brought so many people into the faith in England. But she was outspoken, and she used to say, you know, when I was not a Baha'i, I had no problems. She said, I had no problems with people. I was very happy with everybody. I had no problems. But as soon as I became a Baha'i, then problems appeared after the other, you know. And this may be in one sense true if you are not able to cope with it. If you are not able to really approach people with a loving attitude and pass the test. God always tests us. Now this woman that I was talking about, who was sitting in a cafe for 3 months, and people came in front of her and sat there, and eventually she couldn't say anything, and she said, although I trusted Baha'u'llah and relied on him, he said, go out and I will assist you. He said he didn't assist me. Now this is how we are tested. God tests us to find out how much faith we have in him. This is true. When you arise to serve the faith, you teach and nothing happens. And then you say, well, it doesn't work. So what happens? Really, you're losing your faith in him. This is how he tests you. And when I pointed this to her, she said, you are right. She said, I've been tested, of course. She said, it's my fault that this didn't work out. It is not Baha'u'llah's fault. It's my fault. Because I was not dedicated enough. I was not pure enough. I was not taking Baha'u'llah with me every day. It's my fault. And she said, now that you say, I'm going to sit there every day. I'm going to go every day, 1 hour a day. And I will go if it is necessary for years. I will not give it up. And if anything does not happen, it's my fault. And she went. And you know, she was telling us the story after 2 or 3 weeks. She said, a woman came along and sat in front of me. She said, I couldn't say anything, of course, to her, but she looked at my ring. And she said, what is this strange lines on your ring? Oh, she said, I became so nervous. I couldn't say a word now. She said, I was absolutely nervous. And I began to stammer. And the more I became nervous and stammering, this woman became more interested. You see? She said, what is it? Well, I think she told her very little, and she said, look, you better come in here, somebody will explain this to you. And well, I can tell you this woman is a Baha'i. And this other lady is no longer a shy, reserved person. She is one of the best teachers. She's going around and teach. You know, it's like a child who has never had a food before. You give him a little taste of it. Once he gets the taste, he likes it then. And then it becomes a habit for him. This is the way teaching is. And I feel the idea of 1 hour a day, or 2 hours a day, or 3 hours a day, whatever you like, you choose, is a marvelous idea for giving ourselves to Baha'u'llah for teaching, personal teaching. Now, it is very important that we must remember the difference between teaching and proclamation of the faith. And this is something, again, that I think in most communities that I am familiar with, we are mixing up the two. And as a result of this, we are harming rather than helping. You see, I feel that many people who hear about the faith and they don't come to follow it up is because of the unwisdom of the Baha'i teacher. We say the wrong things at the wrong time, we say too much, we kill him off in the first encounter. Really. We kill him off in the first encounter. And this happens, I believe a great proportion of people who hear about the faith and do not come in is because of the unwisdom of the friends, of our teachers. And I will explain to you what I mean by this in practical terms. The first thing which happens is that we are so used in doing impersonal teaching that we think when I hold a public meeting in a town and I advertise it and people come there to hear about the faith, I think I'm teaching the faith there. I'm not. That is not a platform for teaching. If you begin to teach the faith there, you are going to do some harm. Now, I'm going to explain this to you, because I'm sure some of you may be surprised to hear this. Of course, when you go behind the radio, television, and the newspapers, you cannot teach the faith there. You can proclaim, you can give the message of Baha'u'llah. It's very different from teaching. To give the message of Baha'u'llah, yes, you do that. In a public meeting, in a hotel or somewhere, you hold it and you advertise it and people come there. Because people who come to the public meetings, they have never heard of the faith before. Or you must assume they have never heard of the faith before. You cannot teach a person that you do not know. That's a basic principle. But you can give him the message. That's all you can do in a public meeting, is to give him the message of Baha'u'llah, what it is. But we must not make an attempt, in my view, to teach them there. It's very different from giving a message and teaching. Very different, completely different. To give a message, yes, there is a public meeting, you are behind the radio, behind the television. There are certain things we must remember to do and certain things not to do when you are giving the message. I'm just talking about proclamation activities, like giving the message of Baha'u'llah in a public meeting. Remember, I'll tell you another story which perhaps will illustrate this. There was a man who for 10 years was telling me did not become a Baha'i. And I asked him why. Was this? He said, the first public meeting I went to, somebody was talking about spiritual things, said spiritual assembly, spiritual this, spiritual that. Several times he used the word spiritual. And he said, I thought Baha'is are spiritualists. And I didn't like spiritualists. So any time during these 10 years that people talked to me about the faith, I said, this is not for me. You see how one innocent word could get into somebody's mind in the wrong way and deprive him of coming close to the faith. Well, I'm not saying it was bad to say spiritual things, but this man got the wrong end of the stick. People who have never heard of the faith before, never heard of it before, if you give them a talk which is full of new things, it's too much. They are going to hear some things which they do not maybe understand or may do not accept. And you always remember the things that you do not accept. If you put yourself in this place, you go to a meeting somewhere, meet some people. They are going to talk about their ideology. What remains with you are the things that you do not accept. Now, say for instance, now you go out today, hold a meeting, public meeting, invite people there, and somebody stands up and talks about the faith. Innocently, very innocently. Say for instance, do it this way. Say, you know what the Baha'i Faith is? It's the faith of love. We love everybody. We love each other. Yeah, do that a couple of times. People who have no spiritual background, they're going to say, these are the people that we were hearing about. You know, this laxity in their moral standards is such that they say they love each other. Now you see, you have to be very clear of what you're saying. You have to be so clear in what you're saying that it will not give people the wrong impressions, the wrong things. And therefore, we come to this conclusion, that in such a talk which is given to the public, giving them the message of Baha'u'llah, not teaching them, we must be concise, We must weigh our words. We must not confuse the mind with a lot of names and histories, starting from Shiraz and the Bab and then the Siachal and Tehran and Baha'u'llah and Adrianople and Akka and Constantinople and the house and the Abdul Baha and Shoghi Effendi and the House of Justice and the teachings and the laws. This, you're killing him. You're finished with him. You're trying to give him the message. You're not teaching him here. You're giving him the message. Now, Shoghi Effendi tells us how we should give the message. He says you should follow the example of Abdul Baha's talks in Europe and America. You read the talks of Abdul Baha in Europe and America. Do you know what it is like? It's 10 minutes, sometimes less. And if you take out the 10 minutes talk. And what does he say? Never a controversial subject. Never a theological subject, which somebody could come and argue with you. If you ever create a person who comes and argues with you when you are giving the message, then that's the end of it. We must give the faith when you give the message in a public meeting. Should be so simple. So simple. And talk about something that people cannot disagree with. So that when the man leaves the hall, he will say, well, I agree with this. That's good enough. You have done a good job. Remember, you are not teaching him the faith. Look at what Abdul Baha said. He talks, I'm saying you should say Baha'i. You should say the word Baha'u'llah. But please don't use the word Abdul Baha and Shoghi Effendi and all the rest of it. You're confusing the man. Just Baha'u'llah is enough. What is the difference? And then what you can say, as Abdul Baha said, if he ever wanted to say something about Baha'u'llah, and he said Baha'u'llah has come in Persia, he has brought us these teachings, and many people have changed as a result of this. Their hearts have changed. They have become beautiful people. And today I want to talk to you about one of the teachings or two of the teachings of Baha'u'llah. And that's it. And what he said, it was something that nobody could disagree with. Now this is giving the message. But what we do, we go to teach the faith there in a public meeting. You can't do that. And I feel this is one of the problems we have. One of the major problems we have is this. We have to know how to give the message. You go and meet somebody in the streets, you want to tell him about the faith. You can't teach him there. You have to give him the message in a very nice way, in your own way. Whatever you say has to be simple, to attract him to yourself, to attract him to the cause. By all means, you can talk about some teachings, there it is, but not to go involve yourself in like a football match. You say something and he says something else, and you say something and he refutes and you refute, then that's the end of it. How teaching is different from this proclamation and giving the message. How different it is. Teaching, I'll tell you quickly now, in 2 or 3 minutes. Teaching, if you want to teach somebody, and this is what Baha'u'llah has said, this is what Abdul Baha has said, you must know that person. You must come to know him, you must love him, and sometimes maybe you have to approach him for months in your spiritual arms. You must embrace him, pray for him. And then, when you know, and then you begin to know him, and then you know what he believes in. How can you ever teach the faith to somebody without knowing what his beliefs are? Is he a Muslim? Is he a Christian? Is he an atheist? Is he an agnostic? What ideas he has? And then, having known all these things, and having loved him, and having attracted to him, you can bring him to your home and give him a cup of coffee, and there you can sit down, and then Baha'u'llah says, give him a little thing, not too much, just a little. He says, when you're dealing with a child, you give him milk, not a big meal. If you give him a big steak, he's going to go. You must decide what is then the best thing to give it to him. What's the best thing? It's just like his doctors. I know, for instance, in our family, my wife is very fond of this homeopathy, and I think it's a very good way of dealing with medicine and medical things. Now, how do they do it is that the doctor will recognize in you what you need to stimulate you, and he gives you a little bit of it. And that little thing which he gives you, stimulates you, is ready for the next dose tomorrow, in a few hours. And it's the same thing with the faith. You must know the person in wisdom and tell him some things. And sometimes you must not tell him some things. And even if you ask you a question, if you tell him something, it will be too much for him. It's going to put him off. You don't have to answer every question. You have to be able to bring him back to square one, which is the origin of the faith. It's the same thing with any profession. If you're a carpenter and somebody comes to you and he says, look, I don't know anything about carpentry, but I want to make this table with you today. You won't let him to make this table with you today because this fellow doesn't know how to hold a saw in his hand yet. You have to teach him first, prepare him for it for months before you can say, now this is the way you make the table. It's the same thing with the faith. If he has a basic question which is far ahead of him, you have to bring him back to the origin and try to begin to teach him. There are many things, and this is not a platform, I'm afraid, for explaining how to teach the faith. But in Europe, I hope that I'm hoping that as we go back now, and in some countries in Ireland, we've had some seminars for this, of how to teach the faith. And it has been, I think, useful. Because it's essential to know so many things. I'll give you one example of this and then I'll close. One person came to us, a woman, she said, I have a friend. And I have met him, she said, only a few days ago. I've told him about the faith. And I want you to talk to him. I said, well, I can't talk to him unless I know what he believes in. How can I tell him anything? Oh, she said, he just knows about the teachings. He's an open-minded person. He's an educated person. Anyhow, he came to our house and we sat down and it wasn't in our house. It was somewhere else. He came in and he said, well, look, I've heard about your teachings and I like it. And I saw he's a very enlightened man, a businessman, very educated and so on. But he said, one thing I cannot accept. I want my freedom to drink alcohol if I want to. Nobody's going to tell me I shouldn't. I know when to stop and I know I'm an adult and this and that. Now, what am I going to do with him? If I begin to tell him all the bad things about alcohol, he is going for hours to argue with me. When we are going to enter into argument like a football match again, backwards and forwards. He says it and I will say it, and this is no use. But you know, if this man becomes a Baha'i, this would be no problem for him. He'll give it up. Isn't that right? This will be finished. There's no problem. Now for me to try to explain to him the good points and the bad points is very premature. So what I said to him, which was surprising, this lady was surprised. I said, don't worry about alcohol, it can be resolved. Oh, we can resolve this way. Now this man thought I'm saying that we can give him a special dispensation. But you know, it is true, it can be resolved. I said, let us talk about other things, which are fundamental things. You don't have to answer every question which comes to you, and then you involve yourself ahead of time, like this carpenter who involves himself in making a man who doesn't know how to hold a saw in his hand to make it. If somebody comes to you and he wants to know about electricity, you can't tell him what electricity is. You tell him, go to college for so many years, learn mathematics and physics, and then come to me, I'll tell you what electricity is. It's the same thing with the faith. If somebody jumps ahead of you, you have to bring him back to the origins. These are some of the techniques that we have to have in teaching the faith. You have to be wise in teaching the faith. Well, now, friends, I think we are far exceeded our time, huh? And that we will probably come back again this afternoon, maybe. We'll see what will happen. What time it is, Mr. Chairman? 1:30. Oh, you have to eat very fast. This is one thing. Oh, I see. There are a lot of questions in here, and well. Well, I'm beginning to feel a little sad, because I think the time is coming soon that we will be departing. I suppose you're all going tomorrow? Some of you probably will be here, but some of you will be gone. And but it has been a marvelous time. I really have enjoyed every minute of it, I must say, being with the friends. And let us go straight away into the subject we were talking. It was about teaching, if you remember. And I was explaining that one of our problems, I believe, is that in our methods of teaching, that we have to learn. We have to learn, first of all, the difference between these two aspects of presentation of the faith. One is the giving the message and proclamation, and the other is personally teaching and confirming a soul, which is very different thing altogether. Now you see what I meant when I said that if you go into a public meeting and you begin to teach the faith, as we often do at our homes, in firesides, then you could in fact say things which could put people off who are not, you do not know them. You do not know their feelings, their ideas, their backgrounds. And that what we should do is to adapt our talks to their condition by giving them those teachings which are pleasing and which are not controversial, don't open up controversial subjects or theological subjects when you are giving the message, but just really attract them to the cause, attract them to yourself by giving them something of the teachings which they could leave the room with it and say, that was very nice. But when we're teaching the faith, well, as I mentioned, we have to do things, we have to warm up the person with the love of God. And another thing which is very important in teaching is put yourself out of it, really. Let us not bring ourselves into it. The minute you bring ourselves into it, then this becomes a barrier. We must always, whenever you teach the faith, you must never go alone. And this is one of the very basic principles. Never go alone to teach. Always bring with you Baha'u'llah. And this will enable us to then win the hearts. But Baha'u'llah, it's not always easy to bring Baha'u'llah with us. I want to also mention that. He does not come with us unless we let him. We must let him to come with us. And this you might be surprised to hear this. We must let him to come with us. He cannot come otherwise. You see a generator of electricity, a generator. The generator is pouring its energies in the network, in the wires, pouring it. But not until you connect up your light and your instruments to it, will it ever enter into it. It will not be able to energize it unless you let it, unless you open the way, unless you switch it on, unless you connect it to it. It is not the function of the generator to connect something to itself. If you leave a lamp beside the generator for 100 years, the generator cannot say, well, this is really pity, this lamp is sitting beside me, I better connect it to myself. This is not its function. We have to connect it. As soon as you connect it, the energies will come. And it's the same thing with Baha'u'llah. Baha'u'llah cannot come to us unless we open the way for him. This is a very basic principle. He says, love me that I may love thee. Love me that I may love thee. If thou lovest me not, my love can in no wise reach thee. Know this, O servant. This is exact words of Baha'u'llah. Love me that I may love thee. If thou lovest me not, my love can in no wise reach thee. He doesn't say, if you don't love me, I don't love you. He says, if you don't love me, my love cannot reach you. If you have not switched on the light, he's telling us, the power cannot come through it. It's very simple. And so here is where we have to allow Baha'u'llah to come with us in all our activities, in all our services. No matter what it is we do, anything that a Baha'i does, if it wants to bring results and fruits, whether it is typing a letter, whether it is building a house for the faith, whether it is making a cup of tea in the kitchen, not until we are able to attract the power of Baha'u'llah to ourselves can it ever be effective. Now I have no idea how long we can talk together, but I hope sometime we can talk about this, drawing from the power of Baha'u'llah. But if there is chance, we might talk about it. If there is not, you can read the writings. And when you read the writings, the answers are there. And the only thing I would like to mention here is this, that no Baha'i can be successful in anything he's doing unless and until he has Baha'u'llah with him. And as I said, he cannot come to us just like this. We have to prepare the way for him. One has to read the writings in the morning and in the evening, One has to say the obligatory prayers. One has to read the history of the faith, the history of his revelation. One has to draw closer to him. And then one has to serve the faith. Very important thing that we talked about it this morning. And one has to live the life so that he can come to us. But one thing that I must say here now, and this is important, and please don't forget this point. This is a very important point. God, I mentioned the first day, is very forgiving. We must not think, oh, I can't do it, I have to do all these things, I have to read the writings, I have to say the prayers, I have to teach the faith, and if I don't do that, nothing will happen. I think the writings, you can read it yourself. You take one little step forward in the right direction in any of these things, and God will come to you 1,000 yards forward. Once your heart is pure, and once your intentions is pure, then that is a beginning. And we must never become feeling frustrated, because Baha'u'llah looks upon our hearts, not upon your actions. This is another thing you must remember. He mentions himself, he says, how many people who have been fasting day and night, or days and after days, but their fasting is not acceptable unto God, because probably there was not a little bit of impurities. And then he says, how many people who have never fasted, and that God accept them as if they have fasted. Everything depends upon our motives and upon our intentions. And once the heart is pure, the distance between you and Baha'u'llah then is very short. Once the heart is pure, there is no distance. And someone was saying before we broke up for lunch, and I think I want to clarify this point. When we talked about we have to teach the faith every day. True. And this person thought that you must tell about the faith every day to somebody. No. You might go for a month every day out and you won't find anybody to teach. But the very fact that your motive is to teach, that is acceptable to God. You go out with the intention of teaching. You make the effort. Maybe for a month you're looking at a person who is your neighbor every month, every day, and you pray for him. That is steps in the right direction. We must not become rigidly thinking in that way that you must talk about the faith to someone today. If you don't know it, you have failed. On the contrary, once the heart is moved that you want to do something for Baha'u'llah, and you want to give an hour for him, and you go out, and even if it, like that woman who went there every day, sat there, said nothing. Now that was marvelous. That she did her work. And I think we should do the same thing. That the heart must be right, the motive must be right. Abdul Baha in one of his talks has said that if a person has, say for instance, a person is very poor, but his heart wants and begs God to give him money so that he could build a house of worship. He says, oh God, I love to build a house of worship. If I had money, I would pay all the costs of building a house of worship for God. Abdul Baha says, this poor man, even if he doesn't get the money to build a house of worship, God will accept from him as if he has built a house of worship, because his intentions are pure. This is what God goes by. And then he says, should he ever, God give him the money and build a house of worship, well, that's very meritorious now. Imagine, he builds it. But there is a possibility, he said, that God will not accept it from him as much as in the former case, because he might one day say, I built this, and then that's finished. You bring I into it, it'll be finished. Really and truly. There is no room for I in the faith. Remember this also. The faith does not harbor egotistical personality. It is, and this is why the authority is left in the hands of institutions of the faith. The elected institutions of the faith have the authority. The local assembly has an authority to decide, to make a decision. No one else has the right to make a decision or to give. Now, I can mention this to you in here, for example, that we have, as you know, in the faith, two types of institutions, the elected and the appointed institutions. The authority is with the elected institutions of the faith. The other institutions of the faith, which is that of the counselors and the board members and so forth, and the assistants, they have no authority. They have a sacred function, but no authority. The authority lists with the institutions of the faith, and that we all will obey that authority. So you see, individuals are cut off here. And this is one of the blessings which enables us all to vie with each other in servitude. In servitude. Abdul Baha says that it is not possible to serve God because God is exalted above our service. He says if you want to serve God, you will have to serve the friends of God, the beloved of God, the friends, the believers. And this is, I think, this is why Abdul Baha says, this is the thing which I feel is the most beautiful thing he has said for all of us as a guide, as a lesson. He says, make me as a dust in the pathway of thy loved ones. And the loved ones of God is the person who may not have any knowledge, may not have any understanding of the faith as much as you have or I have, but he is the loved ones of God. Just the believer who says, I believe, and he or she becomes a Baha'i and throws herself into the cause of God. And as I said this morning, we look into each other's faces and we see a beautiful sign of Baha'u'llah. And that is the loved ones of God. So friends, these points that are very important in teaching. Now I'm not going to talk much more about teaching and how to teach the faith and how important it is. You all know this. But I would say that if you wanted to forget everything that I have said this weekend, you can forget all of these things that I have said. Remember one thing. No, remember two things. Or three things, huh? 2 or 3 things. 4 things. One thing is, remember this. We must always draw nearer to Baha'u'llah, closer to him. Bring him with us in everything we do. Turn to him with a pure heart. And if we can't do it, I think the first step to it is to read the writings in the morning and in the evening. And then serve the faith. Just don't read it and sit there, but then serve, then go out, then do something. Give an hour to Baha'u'llah. And then things will change. Things will change. So one of the, talking about teaching again, I wanted to mention another aspect. Teaching, so you can see the difference which exists between teaching and proclamation of the faith, which are really for different purposes. The proclamation of the faith is designed to bring the faith into the notice of the public and give it prestige. Teaching is to confirm people. Personal teaching is to confirm people for the purpose of confirmation. Although both of them help people to recognize Baha'u'llah, but to carry them out, there are two different functions. And so where is the place for teaching? Let us find out. Where is the place for teaching for a believer? The place for teaching is in your hometown. Because that's where you can make friends. If you want to proclaim the faith, well, you might travel around. You can go here and there. But that's not, you cannot teach there really. If you want to teach, you have to spend time to make friends with your workmates, with your neighbors, with your fellow beings, human beings in the town, that you come in touch with them. And so, the place to teach the faith is in your own town. But unfortunately, again, there is another, misconception, if you like to say, that some people I know in Europe think that if they want to teach the faith, they have to leave their town and go to another town, and they call it travel teaching. Now, it's all right. Don't take it that I'm saying against travel teaching. It's really, in travel teaching, you can do something. You can help the believers in that locality. You can go there into the streets in that town and tell the people and give the message to the people. You can give the message. In travel teaching, you can give the message of Baha'u'llah to people. But it is not easy to teach them because you don't know them. You are not having a home there to attract them to yourself. Also, you must remember, it's possible, of course, it's possible that you come across a person straightforward. You must also remember this, who is so open, who wants to know about the faith. There you don't have to wait to make friends with him. He's already friends with you. He says, tell me about the faith. I want to know about it. Then you invite him to your home. And then you don't rush into telling him everything. Just find out what he believes in. Let him say it. This is very important. Let him say things. Baha'u'llah once said that, look at the master. He is an example, he said. When somebody comes to him, the master first listens to him. And he listens with such genuine interest that the person thinks that Abdul Baha is learning from him an awful lot. And he says he lets him say a lot of things. And at the end of it, he then says something to him in a way that the person realizes that he is not trying to argue with him. Because if a person knows that you are trying to establish in a conversation the ascendancy of your argument, if he ever thinks that you are trying to establish that you are right, and he says something and you say, no, it's like this, and he keeps on saying something and you keep on, as I said, it's like a football match, then this becomes an argument. Then there is a barrier already. Baha'u'llah says we must not build barriers when we are teaching the faith. If ever the person thinks that you want to establish the fact that you are right, then he is going to have a psychological barrier there. He won't come to hear you. And even whatever you say goes over his head. He's not responsive. And he says, look at the master. He listens. He listens with such genuine care, and then when his turn comes, he just says one or two little things in such a way that the person becomes affected by it. And he says, yes, this is a different point of view. And he does not rebel against it. There is no barriers. I have seen that in some gatherings when people are teaching, I've seen many people who are in firesides or public meetings, they teach the faith. And all they're interested to do, quite frankly, I'm not criticizing anybody, but I think I've seen this, that all they're trying to do is to pour out their knowledge and impress the person with all the things they know and all the terminologies they know to use, And they pour out so much from beginning to the end, it speaks about an hour maybe, or two, pouring out every knowledge he has. Well, this is, I think, not going to impress people. People will take it, may go home, and they may not come to you. But to attract somebody is when you give him the message with the spirit of humility. Very important, with the spirit of humility. Again, remember, when Baha'u'llah is with you, you can do it. But if you're alone, you can't do it. If you don't take Baha'u'llah with you, then you are going to become yourself and project yourself and your knowledge and all the rest of it. But when he is with you, one becomes very humble. Now, teaching is very important and time is very short for us, really. I mention this because the world conditions will make it imperative for us that we should now really go out and teach. Now, I believe that if every Baha'i takes to heart this suggestion that I made in here to you, that 1 hour a day you give to Baha'u'llah, in your own ways, devise your own ways. And personal teaching need not be done alone. You can do 2 or 3 of you can gang together and teach. Really. Because often when you are 2 or 3 together, you can help. Somebody can open his home, somebody can make a cup of tea, somebody can talk, work together. But there is no need to organize yourself through committees. But just go 2 or 3 people together and do this personal teaching. And I know that in this community, in your country, people are very open They are not like Europeans, who are so closed, reserved, who are having so many traditions that they must observe. This nation is very free. And you have some beautiful natives here, which I say, I'm sorry I haven't been able to see them. I would have loved to see the natives, and I've seen one or two people here. And to me, they have a tremendous station in the faith. They are the people who have been under pressure and oppression, and the faith is going to bring them up into the open and give them, they are like little flowers which have been growing in the shade. Now the Son of Baha'u'llah is going to shine on them and make them very beautiful people. And you have this crowd amongst yourselves. And I believe that if all of us together determined to give 1, 2, 3 hours a day to Baha'u'llah for teaching actively, go out, and if nothing happens, come home again. You've done your job. Just like that woman. And then put your trust. Another thing you can do, you can test Baha'u'llah. Try him. See what he'll do to you. Really, put him on the spot. Put him on the spot. Baha'u'llah says, if you arise, I will assist you. Take his word on its face value. I have seen some people who have done this, and they come back and they said it works. Shoghi Effendi says, let those who doubt, let them try. Well, you try this. Bring Baha'u'llah with you. Do all the little things we said, or not the little things, but the important things. Those points that I've been talking since yesterday. Put them into practice for a while, and then do this. And the whole community will begin to become a new force. And I know that you are very blessed to have here marvelous institution of the counselors, a marvelous person who is here working with you, and the board members who also are the embodiments of really detachment and love for you all. And what I've heard, you're so loved by the friends that you have got everything to your advantage. When I said time is very short, I'll tell you a story here to just remind you of it. This is a Persian story again. And in order to tell you the story, I have to first bring you up to some ideas that you may not be familiar with. In Islam, it is said that on the Day of Judgment, they are going to have a big bridge set up. God will establish a huge bridge, long bridge, which is 70,000 miles or something long. And they say it is sharper than the sword, and it is hotter than fire, and it is thinner than a hair, and you have to walk on this. Why would you like that? And if you ever fall, if you've had it, you go down. You see, the fires will consume you right away. But if you could go the 70,000 miles on a journey like this, which is as sharp as the sword, as hot as the fire, and as thin as the hair, then you're all right. And they say that everyone must pass through this when the day comes. Well, the story begins in here that there was a man who was a holy man. And he was a marvelous person, and he used to teach the faith and live the life in accordance with the teachings of Islam. But next door to him was a man who was really the opposite. He was a man of vices and full of vices. And in Islam, it is a commandment that every individual must tell, if you are a good man, you must help the bad man to live a good life. You have a right to go and tell him, why do you live like this? Come and live like me, for instance. Well, of course, this is forbidden in the faith, you know that. It's a good thing, otherwise we would be talking to each other quite a lot. Now, this man one night had a dream. This holy man had a dream one night. He dreamt that the day of judgment had come, and this huge, long bridge was set, and people were being questioned, and then they put on this bridge, and they had to go. And this man, of course, being a holy man and have lived his life all in accordance with the teachings of God, he had no trouble. He said, I went on this bridge like anything, just like walking in the big highway. For him there was nothing. He went on. And he found this is great. Oh, it's a marvelous thing. I've lived a good life now. I'm now getting the results. And I go on this bridge so easily, no problem. Suddenly, as he was going along, he saw somebody pull the back of his coat to stop him. And of course, you know what happens if on such a bridge so thin, if somebody pushes you a little bit, you're going to fall down. He looked back. He said, "What are you doing to me? Who are you?" And he saw it was his neighbor. You know, that bad neighbor, that bad man. He said, "Why do you do this to me?" He said, "Where are you going?" Oh, he said, "I'm going to heaven. I've lived a good life." Oh, he said, "That's what you think. I am not letting you go to heaven. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you help me when you were my neighbor? Do you think I'm going to let you there? Oh, no." And he pulled him down, and the two of them went down, and the fires consumed them. That was the end of him. And he woke up. And he woke up and he realized the significance of this dream. And middle of night, he woke up his wife, and he said, "This is what I've dreamed. I should have helped this man next door to me. I should have taught him the faith and helped him." And so he put on his coat and his clothes in the middle of night to go and tell him. His wife said, "Why are you doing it now? Just wait till tomorrow morning." He said, "How do I know I'm going to live till tomorrow morning? I have no time. I must tell him." Now I think this is really a very good story for us. And someone described hell being in the next life, when all our friends come to us and they tell us, "Why didn't you tell me?" That'll be hell. And I feel that this is true. We must really arise and tell everyone who comes across, anyone we see, we must give him the message, really. And then we must attract them to ourselves to teach them. There are two stages, you see. Giving him the message and attracting him and gradually teaching him the faith. We must not be in the habit of wanting things to happen instantly. You see, we are so much living in a world of instant things, instant coffee, instant potatoes, instant things. You press the button and things, of course in America here it's like this, is it? You press the button and things will happen for you. Now, you cannot have instant Baha'is. You have to teach them, you have to spend time with them. That's why Abdul Baha says at least one person in a year you can bring into the faith. I remember, I'll tell you one story here, and just to give you an idea of how one teaches the faith with great wisdom. You have to use wisdom here. Now in Ireland, where we live, people are really devoted to Christianity. They are marvelous, marvelous people who have religion in their hearts, and they are attached to religions. They're mostly Catholics. Beautiful people. And they live such a life. You remember yesterday I was telling you the story of the chandeliers, the beautiful crystal lamp hanging. They are there. They are not lighted, but they are there. And once they become Baha'is, they become marvelous Baha'is. Now, they are very attached to their faith. And you have to know how to teach them. You have to know how to teach them. If you suddenly go to them, "Have you heard of the Baha'i Faith? Do you want me to tell you about the Baha'i Faith?" He runs away like as fast as you can think. He wouldn't want to hear it because he thinks this is something wrong. And this is very natural. You have to gradually cultivate them. We had a neighbor a few houses away, and my wife was very fond of her. And we were very fond of this woman. And we really began to pray for her. We thought this would be lovely if she becomes a Baha'i. But she was a very staunch Catholic. Her family were priests and so forth. Very staunch. So the first thing to do if you want to teach him is never tell him anything about the faith. You just pray for him. And embrace him in your love, in your heart. And we did this. We had some children, and she had some children, and the children were playing together. And this woman would come to our house and see some Baha'i articles, and she knew we were Baha'is. She would never dare to ask a question. She was telling us, I was frightened to say a word. Never. And for maybe 6 months or a year perhaps, not a mention was made of anything to do with the faith. We certainly weren't going to do it, but we knew that one day she's going to do something. And she was so agitated, she was telling us, she was agitating in her heart. Many a time she had come to ask us something, and she was frightened. And then she didn't. Now you won't know these things unless you are a staunch Roman Catholic. Beautiful people, beautiful. So one day, after a long time, she brought herself to the point of asking my wife, how do you teach your children? What is the principles that you teach your children with? She wanted to know, bringing up children. Well, that's a good subject. And we knew that if she ever, we had talked about it together, and my wife knew this, that if she ever asks a question, we are not going to answer her in the first time. So my wife said, oh yes, well, sometime I'll tell you. It's very important. You see, this is the wisdom of handling these people. If we just suddenly go to him and, oh gosh, yes, I'll tell you all about it, he's gone. No, we'll tell you about it. Very casual. And after about a month or so, we knew she's going to bring it up again. And it came up eventually that, oh, well, what about that thing you were going to tell me? Oh, yes, I forgot about it. All right. And so eventually she talked to him a little bit, not about the faith so much, but about the principles of child education as Baha'is we know it. And then she said that she was frightened after that. She told us. She wouldn't come and ask us anymore, and we knew this would happen. She wouldn't come near us again for a good while. But then she couldn't help it again. And eventually, I'll make it very short for you, she came and she asked this time about the faith. And there again, we knew we were not going to tell her right away. Oh no, well, my wife said, oh yes, well, I'll tell you sometime. Sometime I'll tell you about it. And then when the next time came, and after a while, all we gave her was a prayer book. Just give her a prayer book. That's the best thing you can give to a Roman Catholic as an introduction to the faith. And she said that when she got this prayer book and she read some of the prayers, she couldn't sleep that night. And then she hid the prayer book away from her sight. You see, this is a very good thing that's happening. The forces are entering within her and the reactions are building up. Obviously, it's being affected already. And we knew that this will happen. And gradually, she comes forward. And she came and she asked, and then my wife told her about the faith in greater detail, gradually and gently, and gave her to read some of the writings. And so she almost was a Baha'i. And then I'll tell you something that you must know, that, in teaching the faith, Shoghi Effendi mentions that. You read The Advent of Divine Justice. He tells us, he makes us to understand that it is not wise always. Now this is not, mind you, a universal law, but it is very helpful in many cases, that when you're teaching the faith to somebody, you must teach him, yourself and your friends. That's all right, bring your friends to help. But you don't have necessarily to show him to the Baha'i community, because the Baha'i community may have some Baha'is in them who, by virtue, say for instance in this country or in America, I don't know what it is, I hear there's a lot of race prejudices in America, isn't it right? I hear that. Well, supposing you have a man, you are teaching him and he's white, and he's coming close to the faith, or somehow you're teaching him the faith and say, now let's go and see the Baha'i community. And then he sees all of them sitting there, they are all colored. Well, he's going to run away, because he has prejudices. He's not a Baha'i yet. You see now? The prejudices that he has not yet gone. So we must not give them tests, unnecessary tests. And this is why Shoghi Effendi says that when you teach the faith, you have to teach it with wisdom. You have to be sure who is going to be the right person to meet with that person, because he's in his early stages. And so this lady had reached the point that she said, now I want to come to one of your meetings to hear about it. And she said, if I could be the one who would be speaking. So I said, all right, well, if she wants me to speak, let us arrange a meeting in some Irish friend's home and invite 2 or 3 Baha'is, and then I'll go and we can talk So the night was set. And half an hour before we were due to leave to go to this house, because by then we have moved our residence from there, the host telephoned and said, the house is full of people and a lot of Persians and others have come. They have heard that I was going. And the whole house is full. Now I knew this is bad for this lady. If she now comes up and sees this Baha'i community, the way we are, consisting of so many different backgrounds, she is going to probably go through a great unnecessary tests. So I'll tell you what I did. I had an excuse not to go that night. And we cancelled the meeting. We arranged it some other night. These things are hints that we should bear in mind. These are because people have prejudices. They are not ready. Of course, now she is a marvelous Baha'i, beautiful Baha'i. And all these stages are past. You see, in England, for instance, there is a great deal of class distinction. In here, you don't have probably class distinction. You have color distinction. And the class prejudice is such a subtle thing. We have no English people amongst us, have we? I can say some things about them, can I? The English people, all you have to do is to talk. Just talk. Or sometimes even my wife says there is no need to talk. You look at them and you know which class he belongs to. The way he looks, the way he sits, the way he looks at you. But as soon as he talks, definitely you know which class he belongs to. And then there is a barrier between the two. The barrier is so subtle that it doesn't show it. It's very polite and smiling at each other, but it's underneath. You can see through the smile, you can see a lot of barriers there right away. This is a great deal of prejudice there in that way. Now I remember we had a marvelous Baha'i teacher, Kathleen Hornell. She's passed away, a beautiful person, Lady Hornell. She was a titled woman. And Lady Hornell was a great wise teacher of the faith. And she had some people she was teaching in her home. But she never mixed up her contacts. The people she was teaching, she did not mix them up. She mixed them up in accordance with her class, shall we say. She was teaching a lady of high class, of a high society, very, very distinguished lady. And then she was teaching some of the laborers, dockers. She never let them see each other until they became Baha'i. I remember one day I was there, and this lady was there, and Lady Ornell was there, and I was there, and some others were there, and we were talking about the faith. And this lady she was teaching, Elizabeth Greaves, if any of you have ever heard her name, she was a marvelous woman. She's passed away. She became a beautiful Baha'i. She belonged to a higher society. Now, that night was her night. Tomorrow night was the night of the others. And I was sitting in the room, and I suddenly saw behind the window walking John, who was one of the dockers, and he had decided tonight he had nothing to do, and he thought, although it wasn't his night, but he thought he'll come tonight and drop in and see what Lady Hornell is doing. Well, as soon as I said to Lady Hornell, John is coming here, she got up and went to the door and said to John, she said, John, I'm very busy tonight. Would you mind to come tomorrow night? You don't mind, do you? Now you see, how many of us would think that way? Wisdom. And it was wise. If Elizabeth had seen others, this is going to be a Baha'i? Is this a Baha'i? And am I going to be a Baha'i? She has got still all the prejudices in her mind. She's not a Baha'i yet to get rid of the prejudices. And this is why I feel there are many things. You should read The Advent of Divine Justice, really. This is a letter that Shoghi Effendi particularly wrote to the American Baha'is. After he gave us the 7-year plan to the American believers, he wrote The Advent of Divine Justice. Now, if you read that book, it gives you all the prerequisites for teaching. Keep on learning and deepening in it. And now that I'm talking about deepening, let me talk a little bit about deepening, because it's a very important subject. I didn't mean to talk about this, but let us talk about a little bit about deepening. Deepening often is taken to mean that you must attend classes and learn and read. But often deepening, this is one form of deepening, which is not bad, and it may help to read, but I think the real deepening comes, the fruit of deepening, the sign of deepening is when your love for Baha'u'llah increases. If you go to a study class and when you come out of it, if you find that your love is increasing, then you have deepened in the faith. But if you find only your knowledge has increased, then we must bring a balance in here. The balance is not right. Because the real deepening comes to us when we understand. In Arabic, there are two words which are very clear words, and they mean two different things. One is called ilm, which is knowledge, translated into knowledge. The other one is irfan. Irfan is very difficult to translate it into one word. It means understanding. Sometimes Shoghi Effendi has translated it as understanding. But it is really more than understanding. You can't just bring it in one word. It is knowledge. Irfan is knowledge plus, which results in understanding, recognition, penetration of your thoughts into mysteries. All these things together makes it irfan. Let us use the word in Arabic as it is, or understanding. Either we can call it understanding or Arabic. Now the thing to do, the thing to learn, knowledge is something that you acquire. You learn knowledge by reading and by studying things. And then your mind will store it, like a computer. And anytime you want it, it comes out again, back to you. And some people are very good at it. They have good memories. They act like as good computers. They learn from this and learn from that and learn from the other, and they add them together. They act like an encyclopedia sometimes. Well, it is good. Knowledge is very important, and we must have this. But really, it is not essential, in a sense, when you're comparing it with irfan. The goal of life is to acquire irfan. Irfan, let us call it understanding. And in order to acquire irfan, Baha'u'llah has told us what we should do. Now I'm going to tell you exactly in a few minutes. But let me first say that there may be people who know a great deal about the faith. They have the knowledge of the faith. There may be great scholars of the faith. They may write books about the faith. They may know anything you ask them, he'll tell you where it is and where to find it. But this is not a great, it's not as great. It's not a great thing as great as having irfan. They are acting like encyclopedias, like a computer, something which has accumulated all this knowledge. And as Baha'u'llah says, they usually steal it from one another, and they pride themselves in it. We have had many such people in the faith, or we have them probably, I don't know, scholars who write books, who say things, they know things. But the man who has irfan, he may not be even educated. But you ask him anything, and it comes out of his heart. It wells out of the heart. The knowledge wells out of the heart of man. The knowledge of God wells out of the heart, just like a spring. Baha'u'llah has confirmed the Islamic saying that knowledge is a light which God throws in your heart. Baha'u'llah confirms this. He talks about it in the Kitab-i-Iqan. Knowledge is a light which God casts in your heart. What a strange place for knowledge. Because often when you say this to people, people say, well, the heart is not a place for knowledge. It's the mind which is a place for knowledge. And it is true. But how can the knowledge of God be cast in the heart of man? And this is what is the difference between knowledge, ilm, and irfan. Irfan, which is the recognition, which is the understanding, comes to the heart of man, and then the mind will pick it up and understand it. But it dawns in your heart, because Baha'u'llah says, your heart is the place, is my home. I'm paraphrasing it. He says, your heart is where I will come into it. He will not come into your mind, he'll come into your heart first. Heart is a place of love and warmth. We have two focal points in our bodies. One is our mind, which is the center of intellect, which is very important center. We are not trying to underestimate it or undervalue it. And the other focal point is the heart of man, which is the center of love and warmth. And Baha'u'llah says that God always comes to your heart. He says, this is my home. And many a times he says in the hidden words and other tablets, he says, many a times I came to your heart, my home. I found there was a stranger in it. And then I left. And you know who that stranger is? Ourself. Attachment to the things of this world. The most formidable form of that attachment is our own self. Attachment to our own self. The love of oneself, the ego. So, he says, I came many a time and you were not there, or the heart was full of the strangers. And then I left and I went. So you see, the knowledge of God comes into our hearts. And then the mind will pick it up and will understand it. Now this is what we should aim for as Baha'is, for deepening. That our hearts may become the recipient of the knowledge of God. Whether we have education or not, it doesn't matter. Whether we have knowledge or not, it doesn't matter. And Baha'u'llah tells us what should we do that we may acquire this quality of irfan, understanding. If you want to know what he has said, read the opening chapter, the opening passage of the Kitab-i-Iqan. He says, no man shall attain, I am paraphrasing his words, no man shall attain unto the shores of the sea of the sea of understanding. He uses the word irfan, which is translated into understanding. It's that word he has used. No one will ever acquire to understanding the shores of the ocean of understanding, unless and until. Now if you ask the people, I want to understand, what shall I do? If you ask the people, they say, well, if you want to understand something, go to the university. Learn. Baha'u'llah doesn't say that. He says, no man shall ever attain the ocean of the knowledge of understanding, of the ocean of understanding, the shores of the ocean of understanding, unless he be detached from all that is in heaven and on earth. You see the condition he has put down for it? And detachment, we talked about it this morning, what it means. If you are in love with Baha'u'llah, your heart will become opened, and then anything you want to know is there. Believe it. Believe me, I've seen the early believers who were illiterates. And this is the history of our faith. And their understanding of the faith was so deep. It gushes out of their heart. You have seen two types of learned people, if you like to call it. One who had knowledge, oh yes, great learned men, and they come along and give talks to you and discuss a lot of things and theories and all sorts of ideas and books and writers and everything you like. And then there is a man who may be illiterate, who has got this great understanding of the faith. Now, the other man may not have understood the faith. He has the knowledge of the faith, but he have not necessarily understood the faith. And this is why some of them leave the faith after becoming scholars. We have had so many scholars who have left the faith because he doesn't understand the faith. To understand the faith, we have to really go closer to Baha'u'llah. To the extent that you go nearer to him and closer to him, and this means you become detached, then your heart becomes the dawning place of the knowledge of God. Somebody came to me a few years ago and he said that I have been a Baha'i for 10 years and I have read many things. I have accepted everything Baha'u'llah has said, but he said one thing I cannot accept, and he told me one of the writings of Baha'u'llah. He said, I can never accept that. And he said, I've asked many people to explain to me the wisdom of this, but nobody has been able to explain it to me. Can you tell me what is the wisdom of this? Because he said, I can never accept that. Well, here it is now, a problem. I said to him, have you ever thought you might be wrong? He said, no, really not. Now, you know, we have to be humble here. If you want to approach the cause, the revelation of God, you have to be humble. And I said, well, not until you are ready to accept that you may be wrong. And I said, now, of course, you believe in this. You can't say you are wrong, but at least you must be prepared to say that you are wrong. You may be wrong. You cannot understand this. You will never understand this. This, you are a believer. You believe in Baha'u'llah. There is no question about it. You know He's a manifestation of God, and you know that man makes a mistake. Well, the only thing to do is to submit and say, I don't understand this. I may be wrong. I am wrong. I accept. Without recognizing it, without knowing it, you accept it. And do you know what happens? Once you accept it and you submit yourself, then one day, it may be tomorrow, it may be the next month, it may be the 10 years from now, suddenly it will flash into your mind and into your heart the wisdom of that thing. And nobody can explain it to you, but it will come to you when you read the writings. Suddenly it will penetrate into your heart like an electric bolt. And then you know the wisdom of it. But not until you submit. As long as you say, oh no, I don't accept that, it will never come. So you see, friends, studying and deepening in the faith is a spiritual experience. And we have to aim for that, so that our hearts become the repository of the knowledge of God. And so, as I said, I have seen many people who were illiterates, who did not have or did not have much of a knowledge, but who had such an understanding of the faith. Every time you asked them a question, even if they had never heard of that question, never heard of it in the writings, never knew what the answer was, the answer would come, and when you look into the writings, you could see this is exactly what Baha'u'llah or Abdul Baha have said. This is a true deepening. And I feel we should aim for this more and more, all of us. Do not become do not feel inferior to all these people who come to you. And I'm not in any way trying to value the value of people who are learned or who have knowledge. But don't be frightened of them. Really. You have Baha'u'llah, and he will come and teach you a lot of things that these people themselves don't know it. You may come across people who go to universities years after years, and I'm not in any way saying it's bad to go to universities, but they come and they talk to you about the faith, and you might be feeling inferior. Don't feel inferior. The faith is for all of us. Baha'u'llah is for everybody, the humblest person. And it is you who can know much more than he does. But of course, how wonderful it would be if knowledge and understanding are together. Oh, this is beautiful now. And this is like the chandeliers, which is perfect in itself. Crystal, lovely, beautiful, exquisite lamp. But it is also lighted, you see. A person who has knowledge and understanding, has ilm and irfan, means knowledge and understanding. This is perfect. It's like Mirza Abul Fazl, the great Baha'i scholar we have. He had both knowledge and understanding. And this is, of course, the aim. We must learn knowledge, we must acquire knowledge, but we must also turn to Baha'u'llah so that in humility, so that he may give us this gift of understanding. Well, now that we have talked about this, let me now enter into another subject. I hope I'm not making you tired, huh? Soon we will have a break, don't worry. Whenever the chairman walks down the steps, we know the time has come. I think that the other thing I wanted to bring up the subject is, you remember we said there are two major work we have to do. One is that of teaching the cause, which is the most important thing which we have been talking about up to now. The other thing is the building of the institutions of the faith. The institutions of the faith, which we are building now, the local assemblies and the national assemblies, these are the instruments for the future of mankind, the institutions for the future of mankind. We may not realize this yet ourselves, because we are so much in the early days of the faith. And these institutions are so weak that we may not ever think probably that, this local spiritual assembly one day is going to become the house of justice for this town. A house of justice, who knows? Maybe it will become something like the government of the house, of this town. But whatever it is, hello, beautiful little boy, very nice. These local spiritual assemblies one day become houses of justice for mankind, for the people of this town. And we may not realize this, but at this moment that we are talking about, we are entering into a very critical age, critical time in the history of mankind. A time which we talked about again this morning is filled with perils and with dangers and with sufferings, with tribulations, calamities. And the only thing which mankind will have when the world is really has tasted the agony of this whole calamities which has to come are these institutions we are building. There is nothing else which will be left, which mankind can really have turned to, which would save it. And even now as we stand here, if it wasn't for the institutions of the faith, for the new life which Baha'u'llah has breathed into the world of man, the world would not be together. The world is keeping together today because of the existence of these institutions. It's because of the house of justice that the world is now exists the way it is and can exist. It's because of our institutions of local and national assemblies that our communities can exist. Really. And it is the only refuge, Shoghi Effendi mentions, of a tottering civilization. And we must believe in these things. We are not building these assemblies for fun. There's no fun in that. And we are not working, we are not serving on these local assemblies for fun either. Because it's a difficult job to really really go into the local assemblies and to act as the way we should. It's a very difficult job. Needs a lot of perseverance and labor. So you see, not until we realize the significance of these institutions. Now I have used this example before and I'm going to use it again. It's not a bad example perhaps. Some of you may have heard this. And that is an example from nature of what we have been going through, what we will be going through. I'm going to use an example of nature. In nature, if you look at an egg is a perfect food for you until it is fertilized and a new life begins to grow in that egg. Once the egg is fertilized and the chicken begins to grow in that egg, the food becomes corrupt, becomes rotten. You can't eat it anymore. And the balance is gone inside. A new situation has arisen in that egg, within that egg. And what happens is this, that this little life begins to grow inside, surrounded by all this rotten material. And this rotten material becomes its food. And as the more this chicken grows inside the egg, the more rotten becomes the egg. These two are very related together. Until such time that these two can never again, the situation cannot last. The balance is gone. And then there would be an explosion. The egg breaks. And then a new life appears. It's born. And what has happened to the egg and all the things in it, it's all gone. The only thing which is left behind is a broken shell. You see, this is law of life. And once the egg is fertilized, nobody can stop that process. Nobody can say, all right, now it has been fertilized and the chicken is beginning to grow, but we can stop it. You can't. Once this process starts, nobody can stop it. The same principle, it's not an example, it's a principle of life. You remember yesterday I was saying how nature teaches us a lot of things and we can learn a lot of things. One of the lessons is this thing, is this story of the egg. Now, exactly the same thing has happened with the coming of Baha'u'llah. When he came, he fertilized the egg of human society when he declared his mission. And from that moment onwards, the seed of the Baha'i community was planted. See? And from that moment onwards, the world began to deteriorate in its conditions, and they became unstable. And the corruption set in. And the destruction set in. But it is gradual. At first nobody could feel it. First nobody will feel it. At first when the egg is fertilized, you wouldn't see any difference. But gradually. But the process has begun. And as time goes on, as the faith grows, as the institutions of the faith grow, as the Baha'i community grows, along with it, the world conditions will deteriorate. And the Baha'i community, like this little chicken, is surrounded by this corrupt world. We are surrounded by it, and we are immersing in it, and we are swimming inside it. But there is a distinction between the two. And then this condition cannot last very long. Baha'u'llah says, suddenly that will happen, which will cause the limbs of mankind to quake. Time comes that this egg has to open up. And once it opens up, what is safe and sound, and the only thing which really is worth talking about, is the birth of the institutions of the faith. It will be born. People can see it. Now, it does not mean that when this happens, that the faith can run the world for us. Oh no. When a child is born, it cannot do anything. It cannot run around, it cannot rule the town, it cannot do anything. It has to be years to grow, to nourish, to be nourished, to grow, to then in the future when it grows up, it can take over all the things. And it's the same thing with the faith. The institutions of the faith, when this happens, when this egg breaks up, when the world situation comes to a head, and that which Baha'u'llah says, referring to it as the limbs of mankind quaking, and Shoghi Effendi calls it the calamities. When that happens, all that will happen is that the institutions of the faith will show themselves to the world. They will emerge. It's like a mother who is pregnant. Nobody can see the child. You go outside into the world and talk to the people about the institutions of the faith, what we are building, local assemblies, they are the foundations of the future society. They think you are a little bit, well, they don't understand this. But not until that child is born, not until it's born can people see, and then they realize what we are talking about. Now it is this that Baha'u'llah talks about it, when he says, then and only then will the divine standards be unfurled. After this calamity, after the suffering. He says, then and only then mankind can see. Then and only then they can see what these institutions that we are building are doing for mankind. And it is then that they'll turn to us in great numbers. Shoghi Effendi says these local assemblies must act and will act as beacons of light at the time of greatest peril. When the ship is drowning, the best thing for it is a beacon of light. And so we have to have these beacons of light now, preparing for a time that when the time comes that these beacons will be shining. To be switched on, not switched off. So you see the significance of these institutions that we are building, and how important it is that we should build more institutions. I don't know how it is in this country, but I can tell you in some countries that I am familiar with, for instance in Ireland, again I must constantly talk about Ireland, I live there anyhow. If there are 10 Baha'is in a town, we call it luxury. 9 is enough. We have to build up institutions of the faith. And one of them is going to say, now they're going to look at each other and say, these 10, and say, which one of us is going to be? But one of them will go. We really have very few local assemblies, which is more than 9. There are 2 or 3, and they're usually the capitals, or usually some people have the excuse, and they're right. Their husband is non-Baha'i, the wife is non-Baha'i. I was told by the chairman of the National Assembly there that 90% of the Baha'is of Ireland have once in their life, at least, pioneered, and some several times, to these local communities. 90%. Now, I don't know how many people you are in here, but I think you could make quite a few assemblies. And it all need not go long distances. You can go 10 miles out of your town and form an assembly, form a community there. These institutions, the more we have them, the more beacons of light for mankind. And this is why the House of Justice wants us to increase these institutions. And we will make more institutions. So you see the significance of the local spiritual assemblies. I wonder if we should close in 5 or 10 minutes. 3:15, is it all right, Mr. Chairman? Right. Now I'm going to tell you, we are talking about local spiritual assemblies now. And I know what the local spiritual assemblies are, some of them that I'm familiar with. Again, I don't know what you people are like, what your assemblies are like. Maybe you are perfect. But some local assemblies are not perfect. And the friends feel, oh well, a local assembly is very weak. They become disheartened. For instance, there may be a local assembly that there are 9 people, but only 6 of them are really coming regularly. And this is very disheartening. And they say, well, what's the use of this? What can we do about this? And then they tell them to make more of these. This is the problem. This is the problem. You see, you have got this weak local assembly, and they tell you to make more of them. Now, I will talk about this after this session, a little bit about this. But let me give you a story of a weak local assembly, because you may have never seen a weak local assembly. I will explain to you what it is like, just to give you an example of it. And then we close. And then when we come back, I want to describe the real significance of these institutions. I'll give you a story, because I have been once, years ago, we had a local spiritual assembly in Dublin. Now that must be about 30 years ago. And in those days the faith was in its early stages, very, very early stages. We had only a few believers in town, and they were members of the assembly, and one of them, of course, was our famous Mr. Townsend. He was a member of the assembly, I was a member of the assembly, and then we had some others. I'll just give you an idea of what our assembly was like. You might be maybe amused by it. Well, now, and I am saying these things very bravely, because all these people who were members of this assembly, they're all gone to the next world. They're not going to hear me. They're not going to hear me. And if they hear me, they can't. You remember yesterday I was saying how the souls in the next life cannot influence us in a bad way? They can't be angry at me. On the contrary, they're going to shower their blessing upon us. Yes, they're all gone. Most of them are gone. Now, you remember we had this assembly, and then we had, there were some Persian believers in it who knew not one word of English. They had come out from Persia, and they had not been familiar to any of these standards in the Western world. It was so strange to them. They did not know one word of English. And they were insisting that anything which is said in the local assembly, they must know what it was. And I had to translate it for them, every word. Now they would say, it's no use just to tell us the gist of it or the briefly, but you have to tell us word by word so that we can understand this man when he's talking. That's a difficult job, And if I ever wouldn't do it, they would quote verse and chapter for me that you must do it, So this was one of the things we had to have. Then we had a lady who was suffering from Parkinson's disease. And whenever she came to the meetings, we had to be very quiet, and she was shaking, and we often had to make her lie down. You see? And then we had a gentleman who was stone deaf, wouldn't hear a thing. And I remember my job was to, first of all, when the discussions began, I had to translate it into English, into Persian for the friends. And then I had to always sit beside our beautiful, wonderful Mr. Jones, who was deaf. and shout into his ears what we have been saying, you see? Now imagine, this is an institution which is going to govern the whole of mankind in the future. Now how can we, if we lose the vision of it, then you will deteriorate into a very low condition. But you must always keep the vision that this is the source of God's kingdom on earth, you see. And Mr. Jones, I had to shout at him all the time. And the minute you shouted, Doris would say, "Oh, why do you shout so much?" I remember one day we were sitting there and we were discussing subject, and somebody made a suggestion saying, when we hold these public meetings in these hotels, we used to have a public meeting in a hotel. He said, well, let us give a cup of tea to everybody. It's nice. At the end of the meeting, we'll give them a cup of tea. So I translated this for our friends. They say to give a cup of tea. They said, fine, we agree with this. Then I turned to our friend. They say that in the hotel you should give them a cup of tea every time that the friends come. He said, I've had a cup of tea at home, not now. You see? So I said, no, not in here, not in here. Oh, he said, you're not giving us a cup of tea every time you did. So having finished this, I said, no, Mr. Jones agrees. We should have a cup of tea. To the Persians. Oh, no, but he said, you have been talking to him a long time. You must tell us what he was saying. All the details of it we want to hear. You were talking to him for a long time. Now, friends, this is the basis of our institutions. This is how our institutions are functioning. You see the weakness now? You could look, if you look at it from the outside world, it is very funny and it is very insignificant. But these institutions now have given birth, have matured, have given birth to a national assembly in that country. We have a national assembly. We have now 30 local assemblies, both in the north and the south of Ireland. Now the conditions have changed enormously. But in those days, it was the weakness of the institutions. It was part of the growth of the institutions. Because the faith has an organic growth. It doesn't grow up like a machine. You don't mold it into a shape and say, there it is. It's an organic. And when you first put the seed down into the ground, you go and see that seed. You go and unearth it. Just open up the earth and see what has happened to the seed. It's rotten. It rots under the ground. And when you look at it, you say, oh, this rotten. What is it going to do? But it has life. And it will grow. And it will produce a tree. And I think this is the way we should look upon our institutions. And then all these weaknesses will be overlooked. Friends, let us go and have what are we going to do, Mr. Chairman? We will probably have a photograph, or I would love to have a photograph, yes. It would be beautiful to remind us. If you, are you really tired, do you think, you people? No? If you are, you can lie down. You are already eating, some of you, I can see. You might just as well. Yes, well, let some others come in now. They are coming in. Encouraging to look at you all eating and drinking. It's a great thing to look at it, And all I've got in here is a little bit of old water. Well, friends, we were, in the previous session, we were talking about the weakness of our institutions today and how this weakness often clouds the issue for us. of the greatness of the institutions of the faith. We think, oh well, we may look upon it as a weak institution, and therefore we will not be able to appreciate the power and the glory and the greatness with which these are invested. Now, I wanted to go a little further here and talk about this a little bit more, because it's very important that we understand the nature of our institutions. The nature of our institutions are embryonic. We are dealing with embryonic institutions of the faith. They are not the institutions which are now able to govern mankind. They are embryonic, in the same way that the child in the womb of the mother has life, but it cannot do anything at this stage. It has a great future. These institutions of the local spiritual assemblies become houses of justice in the future, but now they can't become houses of justice. Now, in order to explain this point, I would like to draw your attention to the institutions of the outside world, the institutions which you will find mankind has built up for itself. There are many institutions, religious institutions, there are political institutions, social institutions, all over the world. But these institutions are all man-made, and there is no life in them. No life, really. You look at any of these old world institutions, there is no life. They work like machines. Machines have no life. If you look at a machine, it has no life. But for a machine to work, all parts of that machine must work in perfection. Isn't that right? If you are having a machine, you cannot have a machine which it will not work unless everything is perfect. This is a fact. We know this. One little thing goes wrong in that machine, the whole thing will stop. So the emphasis is on perfection. But there is no life in it. Now you compare that machine with a child of 3 years of age and see the difference. Our institutions are like that child. You compare the outside institutions, which are like machines, and they have to work in perfection. Every part has to work in perfection. Now you compare that with a child of 2 or 3 years of age. You will find the child has no perfection. You see the difference now? It has no perfection, but it has life. And it has the promise of the future. This is the difference. Our institutions are like this. They are in the state of infancy. They are not perfect. They make a lot of mistakes, both local and national institutions of the faith. But they have life in them, and they have the promise of the future. You know, when you have a child which is very young and he comes into the room, we have none of them in here, by the way. We have got some beautiful children sitting who are much grown up, but I mean smaller than these children. If they come into the room, they are going to disturb a lot of things. They could disturb a lot of things. A small child could pull things up and break up things and draw lines on the walls for you and all kinds of things they do. But the parents are not worried about this. Why is it that the parents are not worried about all the imperfections of their child and all the wrong things he does? Because they know in the future he's not going to do it. That's all. They know when he grows up he's not going to do it. That's not why they're not worried about it. This is exactly the way we are. This is exactly the way the House of Justice is dealing with the local and the national spiritual assemblies of today, and the same way the Guardian did before them. They are not worried about all the mistakes we make at all. And you know, we make a lot of mistakes in our institutions because they are not infallible. I was talking to somebody in the House of Justice, a member of the House of Justice, and he was telling me, he said, nearly we come across maybe with 20 or 30 mistakes that the National Assembly has done, some very serious mistakes. But we don't bring it to their notice. We let them grow out of it. They have to grow out of it. Maybe if there is one of them out of this 20 or 30, which is fundamental point, we will bring up to their notice. You will be surprised to hear how many mistakes and wrong things and wrong attitudes that we have in our institutions, which are overlooked completely. They are not brought us to our attention. In the same way that a father or a mother would not and cannot, in fact, expect his child to act like a mature person. Can you do that? Can you ever do your child to behave like a grown-up person? If you do it, you're going to destroy him. But you must let him make all the mistakes and pull all the things together and push all the things down and break things up. And he grows and grows out of it himself. If everything that he does which is wrong, really it's by our standards, by the adult standards, everything that he does really in the house is wrong. Now if we try to correct him, punish him right, left and center, the minute he does a move, you just change it, he's going to become a nervous wreck. He will not grow. Whereas you have to let it do all these things and it will grow out of it. But if he does something fundamentally wrong, oh yes, if he's going to burn his finger, you just pull him back. But other than that, you will put up with all the wrong and the difficulties that happens in the home with the child, because you know in the future he's not going to do it. This is exactly what the House of Justice today is doing to us. They know we make all the mistakes and all the weaknesses we have. Oh, so many things. And yet, they don't draw to our attention. So you see, the faith has an organic growth. The institutions of the faith have an organic growth. And so our job at this time, when we look upon our local spiritual assemblies, is to love them and to cherish them, in spite of all these weaknesses that they have, in the same way that the parents love and cherish their children, in spite of all the wrong little things that they do. And not until we acquire this consciousness and recognize that these institutions belong to Baha'u'llah, that they have the future. The future is great. In the future they are not going to make these mistakes. And if they ever did, they will be held responsible by other institutions, by higher institutions. But you can't hold responsible a child for a lot of wrong things he's doing. You see, you give a nice suit of clothes to a child and you let him out into the garden, he comes back rolled in mud. You can't keep him responsible. You don't blame him. That's a child. But when an adult, if you give him to an adult, a 21-year-old man goes out and rolls in mud, he's in trouble. He has to answer for it. But that time has not yet come. And so we are to deal with our institutions with the greatest love. We have to cherish them, we have to obey them, yes. And even they make wrong decisions. Abdul Baha has said that you obey them and the right things will come out. And I have seen this happening over and over again. And sometimes it may be very difficult for us to obey them because we know they have made a wrong mistake, wrong decision in your heart of hearts. But we don't criticize them. It is forbidden to criticize the actions of the local spiritual assembly publicly. Oh, you can criticize them. The only way you can criticize these institutions is to write to them. If you have a criticism of any local assembly, you write to that local assembly and openly tell them what you think of it. Now, it is the duty of the local assembly then to pay attention to it and give you an answer and discuss it. Now, if you are not satisfied with their answer, you don't disobey them. You still obey them. But you write, but this time you turn to the National Assembly. And even if you don't like the decision of the National Assembly, you still obey them. But then you can turn to the House of Justice and say, well, I don't agree with this. But you see, we have all the freedom of criticizing. But once you did that, once you wrote a letter, and or you went and saw them personally, that's finished. The minute you talk it over with a 10th person, with another person, then that is a serious breaking of one of the very sacred laws of the faith. You can't go on and criticize a local assembly by writing to them your views, and then going out into the public and constantly saying, oh, you know, I think this assembly is doing this and this assembly is going to do that, this is against the faith. And the same thing is with the National Assembly. If you find that you are not happy with what the National Assembly does, you can criticize them in writing, but we cannot go out and criticize them in front of each other. But we have to obey them. But I know these things don't happen in here, probably. I'm sure of this. But I think that what we have to do, and this is a very vital thing, is that we have to cherish them and love them. Your National Assembly, for example, is a body that all the believers must rally around. You must pray for them. We must help them in your prayers, in your thoughts, and we must obey them, obey that institution, because it belongs to Baha'u'llah. It's the institution of Baha'u'llah's institutions. And we must never allow that institutions to be humiliated by any outside body or force. Well, I'm lost here. I don't know where to turn and what to say, because time is limiting us. I think this conference is finishing, as far as I can see it, today, in a sense, because so many of you are going to go. And
could you say a word about meditation and possibly distinguished from study learning?
Well, I'll make a note of it in here, because there are so many points that the friends have asked in here, and I maybe talk about all of these things. I feel that the best thing for me would be, maybe now, to turn to your questions and see whether we can at least end up this. And if those of you who come tomorrow, we could all together begin with a different subject. So let us perhaps see what we have here now, and try to deal with some of the questions. Is that acceptable to you? Now, what I have said so far about teaching and this afternoon, if you have any questions that you even want to ask now, I can make a note of them in here, and then we'll see how we can fit them in. Anybody else has any questions? Yes?
I don't know if this would be feasible, but I wonder if tomorrow, when it'll be kind of a new situation, if you couldn't give us, the people that are here, a mini version perhaps of that teaching seminar you give in Europe?
Well, maybe. I'll make it. We'll see. We will see. Yes?
I'd like to be able to understand better how those of us, all of us that possess an ego and utilize that ego, how with the ego we fight the ego.
Oh. Yeah. I feel that, yes, there's another question in here. You know, I think this question of ego, you were here when I was telling you the story of the drop on the ocean? Oh. This is why. Yes. You see, the story of the drop on the ocean is this. I'll repeat it for you. This is a story of a little drop of rain, they say, was falling down from sky, from the clouds. And it was very proud of itself because it realized that it was the water of life. And water of life is very, very precious. It's the most precious thing in this creation. And so that drop of rain was very proud of itself as it was coming down, until it suddenly saw the ocean beneath it. And when it saw the ocean, it saw its own insignificance, and it shouted and it said, if this exists, then what am I? Up to then he hadn't seen the ocean, you see. And when it said this, the ocean attracted it to itself and made it part of the ocean, became a part of the ocean. Now this story is very apt in here. We are all like that drop of rain, and the self is that call, is that voice within us, which you call it ego, which is proud of itself. Not until we see the greatness of the revelation of Baha'u'llah that I was talking about yesterday again. And that is a very important key. Not until we see that. Now again, if you were not here yesterday, maybe sometime you can refer to some of these tapes, we talked about this. Or those of you who will be tomorrow, maybe I can read for you some passages which you can see what a tremendous revelation this is. Not until you see that great ocean and recognize it, we will not become humble. Humility, true humility really comes then when you see yourself as utter nothingness. Then the self will go into the background. Yes?
Well, yeah, I only brought it up as something that maybe we can go into tomorrow.
Yeah, good. Okay, well, I think this is the answer I have. We must, not until we recognize the greatness of this revelation and turn to Him, we turn to Him with a feeling of awe and wonder, can we recognize our own impotence. And then the self will disappear, or will not completely. We cannot destroy the self. We must not destroy the ego. If the ego is there, you cannot destroy it as long as we live here. I was mentioning, well, I don't think we better go into that now. Take us further and further. Any other questions that you have? Very good. Yes, please. Shout about it.
How many tablets of Ahmad is there? And
What's this? How many what?
tablets of Ahmad?
How many?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And also in the tablets of Ahmad, where it says, "Be as a flame of fire to my enemies,
Hmm.
and a river of life to my beloved."
Well, you said how many tablets of Ahmad there are, isn't it? Isn't it the first question, isn't it? Yeah. Well, there are several tablets which are written for people called Ahmad, but they were different people. You see now? There is one particular which is very famous. That's what you say. There is another one which is also famous, and Shoghi Effendi has translated parts of it in the gleanings, parts of it. Although his name does not appear as Ahmad in that particular part, but that's another tablet. And there are other tablets which are written for other people called Ahmad. So it's not easy to say how many tablets of Ahmad there are. There may be several, depending on the number of people whom Baha'u'llah had written to different Ahmads. Ahmad is a very common name. But there are two which are very famous and well known amongst the believers. One is the one we always read and call it the Tablet of Ahmad, and most believers are familiar with it. The other one is an Ahmad who was very different type of a person altogether than the other one. One was the embodiment of purity and sanctity, and the other one was the opposite. And Baha'u'llah wrote to both of them. The one that we read, of course, is that Ahmad who really was so detached from the things of this world that Baha'u'llah has given him such a great station. Now, when you say that Baha'u'llah has said that be as a flame of fire to my enemies, and a river of life eternal to my loved ones. Well, it is not necessarily meaning that when you see the enemies, you have to burn them up and destroy them. This is not what is meant. It's really meant, you see, a fire always in the writings. A fire is an instrument by which you can tear up and burn the veils which come between man and God. In the long obligatory prayer, you can say, make my prayer a fire that can burn away the barriers between me and God. So that when Baha'u'llah says that you should be as a flame of fire to my enemies, in one sense, you could say it means that you should burn their veils of ignorance. Fire also warms up the hearts of people, That's another thing, to warm them up. So that there are various tablets of Baha'u'llah in which he has in fact used these symbols very clearly. He has said in some tablets, for example, Baha'u'llah says to a person, he says, be as a flame of fire, and with it warm up the hearts of people. So from these words you can deduce that it's not meant that you should become fierce with people. In fact, in one of his tablets, Baha'u'llah has made it very clear that we should never interpret anything in his writings into that state of fierceness and rising up against other people. He has mentioned that, and I've actually, I think, quoted it in his third volume of the Revelation of Baha'u'llah when we are describing the fire tablet. Baha'u'llah says, do not use those passages which I have used in the fire tablet as a pretext to rise up and to destroy people's lives or otherwise to become an aggressive person. He says, these passages we have revealed in order to indicate the sufferings which have been inflicted upon him. And that he says in this dispensation, we must be always loving people, even our enemies. This is the teachings of God, and it will never be changed. It is the eternal teaching of God. If that was what was in your mind, perhaps this may be the answer to it. All right? Yes?
I have a crucial question.
A crucial question we can't answer.
To myself.
Oh.
The tablet of Allah and the fire tablet, are those to be, this is in relation to prayer on the one hand and reading the writings on the other. Are those, if you say those are reading the writings or praying,
we cannot really here draw, there is nothing hard and, there is nothing absolutely hard and fast rule that you can say this is one and that's the other. There are many prayers which are like tablets. There are many tablets which are like prayers, half of them. So that we, again, remember, everything depends on your intentions and your heart. I can assure you that if every morning you read the prayers and thinking these are the writings, that will be acceptable to God. Of course it will be. God is very, very forgiving. And He looks at your motives more than anything else. But I think this, you can't draw a line between it, and I think that both of them are correct.
In the volume here, 3, I've given it on the parsons. There's similar names, something like Bull Rum tobacco. Both of them start with a B, and I think the two backwards on the right-hand side are slightly different. Law, tablets are laws. But anyway, what is the expression? The two with B, one of the meaning.
I didn't exactly follow what you were saying. Sorry. Anything else? Yes?
You mentioned somewhere along the line that there were some things that are counter to creation or...
That what?
Run counter to the creative force of God. You might say unforgivable.
Oh.
That keep our souls from progress.
Well, no. All I said was that one of them is what Christ refers to it is sin against the Holy Ghost, which is to us Baha'is is the covenant breaking. Now that you mentioned that, I think it's not a bad idea if I talk to you a little bit about the covenant. Huh? Yes. You see, I mentioned yesterday a little bit about this, and now before I go there, I want to put your mind at ease. Somebody has written me a letter here called Carlos. I don't know who it is. Carlos, you are the one. Now, I wonder whether we should discuss this thing with you later on, because it's all about the obligatory prayer, isn't it? And if there is time, by all means, we can discuss it. But it's something that you and I can talk about it, asking some meanings of this and that. And the other person is called McGrath. It's you. Now, will you be here tomorrow? Will you be here tomorrow? Okay. Well, I'm just saying, in case we couldn't deal with it today, at least we can leave it. And there is another person. Who has written, his name is Thank You. Now, and this is about process of the lesser peace. Now, I'm just wondering whether that person will be here tomorrow.
No, but I can take it. It's my wife.
Oh. You will be here tomorrow? Huh?
Yes.
You will be? Oh, good. Well, then I like always to put the questions away. And that's how we did it. Right, successfully. Now we can talk. Oh, you are coming, yes?
Yes.
Yes? Yeah, what is the part?
It says here the tablet of the world.
Yes.
But you recognize a similar expression in the name of different tablets.
No.
Okay, well, forget that. The name of the expression is, in the index, you fail to translate the Jaliat
Oh, I didn't translate it, no? Well, that's my problem. Fault. Effulgences. I'm glad I'm not infallible, you know. I make a lot of mistakes. That's a great relief, actually, when you know that you are not infallible. I find it very good. And it's a great relief. And that's one of the bounties of God, really, that He has made us not infallible. And that we make all these... Well, friends, I think it's not a bad idea if we talk about the covenant. But before I talk about the covenant, there's one subject that maybe we can talk about it now, and that is to close the materials that we have been discussing so far about reading, saying the prayers, reading the writings, teaching the faith, and we said how important it is, and as we go do these things, our faith will grow. And I mentioned that we must not become rigid in anything in life. We should not become rigid. These are the basic principles that we have to observe. But you know, if you didn't today, you will do it tomorrow. Don't be worried about it. Although tomorrow may never come, that's another thing. But and don't keep me responsible now and said that you told us not to do it today. And but all I'm saying is this, that we must become very much assured of God's bounties which will come to us if we take a little step towards teaching and towards reading. God will help us enormously. And I mentioned that you could examine, you could test these things. You could test Baha'u'llah and see how much he will change our lives. I've heard many friends have come to us and told us the same thing, that since they have been putting these things into practice, that they have been reading the writings religiously. I told you like the story of the Irish girl I mentioned to you yesterday in Paris. Do you remember? Now, these people are so much out of the problems of this world, that all the problems are no longer on their shoulders. They just feel a new person. They feel relieved of all things because their reliance is on Baha'u'llah. Although they may go through a great deal of suffering, but they know that this is a marvelous thing, and they endure it and they love it and they grow in the faith. So that all these points that I mentioned yesterday, the reading of the writings, the saying of the obligatory prayers, the living of the life, the teaching the cause, and the pioneering and making more local assemblies, really, these are the basic works which will help us to grow, and our faith will grow. But then there are dangers. Now I'm going to mention some dangers for you here. Dangers. You know, if you possess a very nice thing, there are thieves who are ready to take it from you. If you have a beautiful treasure, there are thieves. There are some very dangerous robbers, highway robbers, who can rob it of you. Now that I'm talking of highway robbers, I remembered of a story which might be a good thing to hear it. Highway robbering. Do you know what highway robbering is? You have never been involved in it. Highway robbering is something which happened in the East very much. And when I was young, we used to go through it all the time. When you travel from one town to another, there are big deserts around. And these deserts, there are certain areas that armed men are there, bandits you call them, and they attack caravans and people who are traveling, and they will take all their things from them, everything they have. I think you had them in America years ago. You've forgotten the practice, huh? Nowadays you don't do this, but in the old days they used to do that. Now, in these highway robbers, there was a highway robber who somebody talked to him about the faith, and this is not a made-up story, really, and he became a Baha'i. But in those days there were no local assemblies to help us. He just taught him the faith. He accepted Baha'u'llah and became a believer, but he continued in his work as a highway robber, you know. He was really sincerely, he was doing his job very well. He understood certain teachings, of course, and he also heard that in the faith there was no clergy, there were no priests. You know, this is one thing he heard. There was no priests in the faith. And he was very happy about that there were no priests, because after a year, when he met this Baha'i and he told him, how are you doing? He said, he said, my business is going on very well. In fact, it's much better than last year. Because he said, when I was a Muslim, I would never rob a clergyman, but now I do. Now this man later on really became a true Baha'i, and then he lived the life completely different, I can tell you that. We all change, Yes, we were talking about highway robbers who robs you of everything. Now in the faith also, in our lives, there are very dangerous robbers for every one of us in our lives, which we have to be very careful. Once you become a Baha'i, and once you grow in the faith, and once you do all these things we mentioned, you have to be constantly watching. And it's a constant watching, in the same way that you, I don't know what you do here, but in our countries we have burglar alarms and all kinds of things to protect us from this. Now there are I'm going to mention three very dangerous robbers of faith, who rob our faith away from us. The first one who robs it, and is the very dangerous one, is our own self. Again, an ego that we were talking about. That is the most dangerous thing, which can constantly direct us towards the animal world, the animal nature. I was mentioning the other day to some of the friends who were assembled here, it's like an aircraft. We are like a human, the faith, the human being is like an aircraft. We have two things. One is the dead weight. You see, the aircraft has a dead weight, which means that dead weight that drags it down all the time. All the time it's ready to drag it down, to drop it. It is the weight, gravity. And then it has the engines, which are pulling it up. Now, the minute the engines are stopped, immediately the dead weight will pull the aircraft down, and it will not wait and say, all right, I'll give you 3 minutes. No, immediately it pull it down. So that, you see, the engines is our faith. And it must be always revved up. It must always be operating, always be on. If you are not on our guard, this dead weight, which is the animal nature in man, we have two natures, the animal nature, which we call it self, that is going to pull us down. And so the only thing which will stop it is our faith, which can pull it up. And it's very easy to come down the hill, then go up the hill. It will pull you down immediately, the force of gravity. But for the engines to pull it up, it takes a long time, and it needs an awful lot of energy and time and effort. And this is one of the greatest robbers we have of our faith. The other robber, which is just as dangerous, is bad company. Bad company. Baha'u'llah has told us that we must associate with the godly, with the people, and eschew fellowship, he says. These are his own words. Eschew fellowship with the ungodly. Now, the ungodly does not mean a person who doesn't believe in God. Remember that. Oh, no. The ungodly is a person who comes between you and Baha'u'llah, and who says to you, well, look, you are a Baha'i, okay, but let us go and do this, let us go and do that. Directs you to do things against the teachings of the faith. I've seen many people who become Baha'is, young people especially. The young people are more targets for this, much more than the older ones, in schools, in colleges, in society. I've seen some young people who come into the faith with great joy and excitement, and after a month you hear, where are they? Oh, well, this boy had a friend and is involved with a friend, and that's it. He's gone. The friend has pulled him the other way. The ungodly does not mean a person who doesn't believe in God, is agnostic or atheist. The ungodly may be a person who confesses in a very sincere way. But a person who is an agnostic and an atheist may not be an ungodly person. He may be a very good person. And in fact, most of them are very honest people, very good. Most people who become agnostics or atheists, I think they're very honest people. They find that religion has been so misrepresented and so distorted in their ways by those who confess to have religion, that they have just said, we don't want this. This is very honest. So, this is the second dangerous thing that could rob us of our faith, really. We have seen amongst the young people, so many young people who have been destroyed, completely gone away because of this bad company, completely destroyed. People who were brought up even as Baha'is. And then the bad company, they got in contact with so many bad associates, and then they took them away. And the other one, finally, the third one, another thing which I'm sure doesn't happen in America, it's gossip. Really, backbiting. This is something which is, we must always talk good of the people. Always talk good of the people. Talking with people. Somebody said, when do we draw the line? We can always talk about people, but when can we say it is backbiting? You know, sometimes you talk about people. When does it become backbiting? I thought, I said to him, when you begin to enjoy it, it becomes backbiting. You know. Really, that's what happens. These three things, I think, are just enough for us to concentrate on these points and try to guard ourselves against this. We must always talk good of the people. Beautiful. Every Baha'i is so beautiful because the power of faith is working within that person. Because as I said this morning, well, we are related to Baha'u'llah. I am only related to him by name. That's all I can say. But that's a tremendous honor, tremendous. Well, now, having said this, let us go a little bit to the subject of the covenant. I wanted to mention maybe about half an hour here and talk about covenant. Again, yesterday we touched upon this. I mentioned that Baha'u'llah brought for us a great ocean of his revelation, a real ocean. In the dispensations of the past, the manifestations of the past, they brought also the Word of God. But in relation to what Baha'u'llah has brought in this day, it was not an ocean, it was a small pond, you might say. But they brought the water of life. Every one of the prophets of God who have come, they bring with them the water of life. And that water of life, when they are alive, when the manifestations of God are alive and they are with man and they are walking with man and talking with man, that water of life is fresh. It's like rain. You know, the Word of God is like the coming of rain. When the rain comes, you become refreshed by it directly. You know, it comes to you and hits you directly. You become refreshed by it directly. But when the rain stops, when the manifestation of God is no longer with us, that water is accumulated then in a pond. And that's where you get your water of life. But he is no longer there to rain upon you. He's gone. Christ was here for 3 years. Muhammad was for 23 years. And what he left behind was the Quran, for instance, which became like the pond from which all the people could go and receive this water of life. In Christianity, we have the Gospels, which is the repository of the words of Christ. And it is like a pond of water to which people, the saints and scholars of Christianity, went to it. They took this water of life and they took it away and distributed it and gave this water of life to everyone. This is how other religions grew. In this dispensation, Baha'u'llah has brought an ocean for us, really an ocean. But in the past, when the Prophet passed away, he left this water of life free to people to use it the way they wanted it. Which meant that everybody was free. If you have a pond of water in your house and hundreds of people are at it, what will happen to that water of life? To that water? It will become adulterated because everybody pushes his pots and pans in it and washes things into it, and after a while that water loses its purity. It's adulterated. This is what happened to older religions. The founder of the faith brought the water of life, but he left it freely to his followers. He said, yes, this is for you. And the followers really so much adulterated it. They added things to it, to the Word of God. They took away things from the Word of God. They interpreted the Word of God the ways. They pulled it into pieces the way they did it. And so they created sects and divisions. They adulterated it. And now we look at these religions, there are hundreds of sects. It's because man has had the freedom to use this. Now, Baha'u'llah has done entirely a new thing altogether, which the prophets of the past had not done. Now, why they didn't do it now, this is an important point. You must not think that the prophets of the past did not know. Baha'u'llah, as you know, has given us a covenant, firm covenant. He has put a wall around this great ocean. And he said nobody has the right to touch it. Nobody has the right to interpret it. The other manifestations of God didn't do this. You mustn't say, oh, well, they didn't do it because they didn't know. This is far from the truth. The reason they didn't do it was because mankind in those days were not mature enough to be held responsible. Because once you have a covenant, you will have to be responsible. In the same way that I was giving you the example of a child rolling in mud, coming back with his new suit of clothes. He rolls in mud and he comes home. Well, he's not to be held responsible. Only when he grows up, you can give him responsibility. You give him a new suit of clothes, he goes back, he goes out. But if he rolls in mud, as I said, he will be in trouble. So you see, mankind had not reached the age of maturity to be able to hold on to the terms of a covenant, which is very disciplinary in its nature. You do not have to interpret the words of God. This is a great discipline. But in the past, they did. And so different religions in the past were divided into sects. And yet those sects grew together. For instance, in Christianity, you will see that in the early days, the Christian faith was divided into 3 or 4 major sects. But each sect grew upon the tree of Christianity. Each one drew its sustenance from it. You couldn't say one of them didn't draw the sustenance from the teaching of Christ. It was like a tree which had several branches. But today it's different, very different. There is only one branch, and anyone who deviates is cut off. And when you cut it off, you don't have to fight it. It will dry by itself. Now, in this dispensation, as I said, Baha'u'llah has brought for us an ocean of revelation. But he did not give that revelation to us directly and say, all right, this is my revelation, I brought it for you, I give it to you. He didn't do that. He brought it for us, but he didn't give it to us. I think I mentioned that somehow in passing yesterday, in reference. He didn't give it to us. He gave it instead to the person of Abdul Baha. And Abdul Baha became the container of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. All the forces of the revelation of Baha'u'llah were placed within Abdul Baha to such an extent that he had the powers of the manifestation. Although he was not a manifestation of God, he had the powers of the manifestation of God. It's like the moon. When you look at the moon, it has light, and it is beautiful light, but it is not of itself. It has not a light of itself. It is reflected upon it. Whereas the sun, like a manifestation of God, has its own light and its own heat. Abdul Baha here is like the moon, which gives light. By virtue of being the container of the revelation of Baha'u'llah, he had all the powers of the manifestation conferred upon him. He knew what was in your heart, just as Baha'u'llah knew. And he had all the powers. And his words, although is not the word of God in that sense, but it has the same validity as the words of Baha'u'llah. In fact, in one sense, his words are more authentic than those of Baha'u'llah. Did you ever think of that? The words of Abdul Baha could be more authentic than the words of Baha'u'llah. For example, if you ever come across a statement that Baha'u'llah has made a statement, say, and Abdul Baha says this really, he may make his statement completely opposite to it. Which one would you take? The words of Baha'u'llah or the words of Abdul Baha? You don't take the words of Baha'u'llah. You take the words of Abdul Baha because he is the interpreter of the word. So in that sense, his words become more authentic if they seem to be contrary to it, because he is giving us an interpretation which we may not even understand, but it is he who can interpret for us. Yes? Yes, of course. The words of Shoghi Effendi are the same thing, because he is the interpreter of the word of God. But this is very rare that this may happen. It's very rare. But if it has happened, there are some cases. I'll give you an example of it. Baha'u'llah's secretary has written, he said that Bab and Baha'u'llah had met out physically in Tehran. It is in one of the tablets which Mirza Agha Jan, Baha'u'llah's secretary, has written. And you know, Baha'u'llah's secretary did not write anything of himself. Everything that he was written, it was dictated to him, even though it appears in his own, as if it is his own composition. But it was all composed by Baha'u'llah, everything that he has written. Now Abdul Baha says they never met personally, individually. So whose words we take? We take the words of Abdul Baha. You see, this is how we have to understand this. Now, I was saying that Abdul Baha in here becomes the container of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. And yesterday, those of you who were here, I was describing how Baha'u'llah is like the summit of a mountain, and Abdul Baha being a servant that no other human being on this earth can reach him as low as Abdul Baha in servitude. He's the lowest of all in servitude. He's like a valley. Baha'u'llah like the summit of a mountain, and Abdul Baha like a deepest valley. And so when the water pours down from the top of the mountain, it accumulates in the lowest valley. And so all the forces of the revelation of Baha'u'llah are accumulated within the person of Abdul Baha. And then there is another thing you must remember, that the center, if I wanted to put water in this glass, and the water is pure, this glass must be empty. If it is not empty, when I pour water in it, it's going to be adulterated. And Abdul Baha was that empty of his own self. He had no will of himself. He submitted his will to that of Baha'u'llah completely, utterly. And so he was a stainless mirror, as Shoghi Effendi describes him, a stainless mirror which reflected the light of Baha'u'llah in perfection. If the mirror is not stainless, it will not be able to reflect it fully. And so it was a completely empty and pure vessel in which Baha'u'llah poured his revelation within it, the forces of his revelation. And you must not think also that Abdul Baha tried very hard and tried to become a very outstanding person as it was, and emptied himself. In a sense he did, maybe, I don't know. But he was certainly not a human being like you and I. He was created for this purpose by God. It was a gift of Baha'u'llah to mankind. It was a part of the revelation of Baha'u'llah, in the same way that revelation comes from Baha'u'llah and it is from God who sends it to us. Abdul Baha was also a gift of God to mankind. He had the makings of being pure and empty of self. And so he was a perfect exemplar for the teachings. Now, Abdul Baha, during the 29 years of his ministry, he enriched the Baha'i writings, the revelation of Baha'u'llah was enriched by it. He expounded it, he explained it to us, he put it in simple words for us, he guided us, he helped us how to live up to those teachings. And then, of course, as you know, here comes the story of self again, comes up. This ambition, this ego, as I said, is the greatest enemy. There were people who had ego, great ambitions to become leaders. And when Baha'u'llah passed away, and Baha'u'llah told us very clearly in his will and testament, he said, everything I have brought is within Abdul Baha. I'm paraphrasing his words, or paraphrasing the thought even. But this is what he said really. Turn to him for anything you want. Outside him there is nothing. And yet there were some ambitious men who as soon as Baha'u'llah passed away, thought now the field is open for them. And they wanted leadership, just like religious leaders. You know, today we have plenty of them. This shouldn't be a surprise to us. Today the world is full of leaders. Everybody wants to become leaders. So you see how much we have a lot of ambitious men. Now I'm not saying that in government whatever they do is not our problem. They're not worried about that. They are all ambitious. Okay, let them be. And I don't think that it is bad to be ambitious in your work. Why not? You want to be, if you're doing any work, why don't you? We should do it in such a way that we become distinguished. We progress. We go higher up in your work. This is not a bad thing, provided we do it in the right way. And not to try to kill a lot of people on the way, but do it in the right way. A Baha'i who is working, whatever your profession, you must try to perfect it. You must try to be distinguished. If you're an engineer, be a distinguished engineer. If you're a doctor, be a distinguished doctor. If you're an administrator, why not? But we are saying in faith, in the faith of God, there is no room for ambition. And these ambitious men wanted to become leaders. There were so many of them. So many of them. And most of them were outstanding teachers of the faith, who thought this is the opportunity to rise up and break up this faith, like the old days, into sects. And so they began to attack the center of the covenant, like men who come to attack this great wall which Baha'u'llah has placed around this ocean. They wanted to get through to this ocean, but they didn't succeed. And at the same time, I can tell you, it brought so much suffering to the person of Abdul Baha that not until you study the history of that period, and maybe I don't think that history is yet really compiled, of the history of covenant breaking during the time of Abdul Baha, in English anyhow. When you read that history of the covenant breaking and the sufferings which were inflicted upon Abdul Baha, you will not believe it. The things that they did. How much they went, these Abdul Baha's brothers, his family, the family of Baha'u'llah, they all rose up against him. Every one of the members of the family of Baha'u'llah, with the exception of a very few, rose up against Abdul Baha. And then, hand in hand with some very outstanding teachers of the faith for many years, not only misrepresentations, but so many times they plotted to take his life. They did everything to humiliate, to misrepresent, and to dishonor him. All the time. This was going on, the intrigues that were going on all the time. Now it's beyond the scope of our discussions here to even go into it. If ever somebody can study that, you will find that no human being can ever go through so much opposition and afflictions. And yet Abdul Baha dealt with it personally with loving kindness, but for the community's sake with great firmness. And he said, those who were the breakers of the covenant, those who have arisen to destroy the cause of God, he announced them as covenant breakers, and we do not associate with them. That's all we do not do with the covenant breakers. You do not hate them, you do not fight with them, you do not try to destroy them, but we just do not associate with them. And this is a very important principle. Abdul Baha said it's like a disease, infectious disease, which the doctor will isolate you. I mean, this happens in life. The doctor isolates you if you have an infectious disease. And this is because he said if 1,000 healthy people go near that one defected person, that diseased person, they're all going to take this disease. The 1,000. That one person will not become better by associating with 1,000 healthy men. But 1,000 healthy men will become affected by one person who is diseased. You see, this process of covenant breaking, which did not exist in the past, they existed in the past, but that it was not dealt in the past. Nobody had the power, the authority to deal with those who break the covenant. Those who broke the covenant, if there was such a thing as a covenant. In Islam, there was a verbal arrangement or a verbal statement which was made by Muhammad describing who should be the follower of Muhammad, who should be succeeding Muhammad. But his followers divided, and they disagreed, and they divided into two major sects. But they were both growing again. There was no question of cutting anybody off. They were both Muslims of different sects. But in this age, anyone who have risen up against the center of the faith, he is cut off. He's cut off. And I will explain to you this process of covenant breaking and the process of throwing away somebody out of the faith, cutting him off, as I said, like a branch which deviates, and you cut it off. And when you cut it off, it drops on the ground. And for a few days it may be green, maybe a little life in it. But eventually it will perish. We don't have to fight them. We don't have to hate them. We don't have to do anything. But we do not associate with them. And the best example, again, to know this is to look at your own human body. The human body is the best example. If you look at the human body, you will find that a healthy person can always withstand any disease or germs or anything which comes from the outside. If you're healthy, you're not going to be affected by it. We always go through these germs and through these things. You always, through all around us, it's full of germs and various things. But you get over it. But if ever you allow poison to enter inside your bloodstream and circulate, that's the end. You can't stand that. It will destroy you right away. And so the body has a system. The body has a machinery. The kidneys, this is the work of the kidneys. They inspected the bloodstream, if you like to call it. And they pick up anything which is poisonous. All the poisonous material are collected from the body, from the bloodstream. They won't let it go through the bloodstream. And at intervals, these impurities are thrown out. Isn't that right? If there was no kidneys, you know what happened to a person? Probably he would die after, I don't know, I'm not a doctor, a few hours. All the poisons is destroying you. That's the end. And so all the impurities are thrown out. And once it is thrown out, you feel healthy. This machinery. The hands of the cause, it's their function. To be vigilant. And if there is anyone who is a poison circulating within the community, they'll throw him out with the approval of the House of Justice today. In the future, they will devise a different system, perhaps. But there is a machinery. And it does not mean that anybody who opposes the faith in some ways, you throw him out in that way and you call him a covenant breaker. A covenant breaker is a person who opposes the center of the faith actively. For instance, you may find a person who says, look, I am not a Baha'i. I was a Baha'i, but I'm not a Baha'i. Okay, this is not a problem. You will withdraw his name. And in fact, you will love him and you will help him. You will associate with him. Or a person may have broken some laws and his voting rights is removed from him. Still, you can associate with him. There's no problem there. He will one day may come back again into the faith. But a covenant breaker is a person who actively opposes the center of the faith. For instance, he says, I believe in Baha'u'llah, but I don't accept anything that Abdul Baha said and I'm going to oppose it. Or somebody may say, I believe Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha, as they did, but I will oppose anything that Shoghi Effendi will say. And I am a Baha'i and I'm coming to your 19-day feast and I'm going to oppose everything that Shoghi Effendi has said. I won't let that happen. Or somebody today might say, look, I accept all the writings, but I will not oppose anything that I'll oppose anything that the House of Justice says. I'm coming to your 19-day feast, to your assemblies, to your communities, and I'm going to oppose everything they say. Well, this is the poison which is trying to circulate inside. And this we will not allow to happen. It's like a cancerous disease which happens. Sometimes you may go and the doctor says, I must cut your hand off right away. You won't object to that. You will welcome it. You say, all right, cut it off. Why? Because you know that if that cancer is allowed to remain there, it's going to destroy you. This is exactly what covenant breaking is. But fortunately, now we live at a time that we are talking about covenant breaking. Very few of them exist today who are opposing the House of Justice. Very few of them. And they are so, we are not worried about them. We are not doing anything with them. We are just leaving it to themselves. And as I said, we don't hate them. We don't associate with them. If they write me a letter, I will not answer them. I will not read it. I'll throw it away. It's poison.
The covenant breakers have, with every major change, the death of Baha'u'llah and Shoghi Effendi.
Pardon?
The covenant breakers have arisen with every major change, with the death of the central figure. There won't be any more of that. The House of Justice won't die. It'll be the same as these.
I don't know.
Can it be?
I don't know. There may well be. There are still some who oppose the House of Justice. I think as long as Shoghi Effendi mentions, he says that in every faith, people arose and divided religions into sects. They violated the covenants. In this age, he says it's the same. People will have violated the covenant, and in fact have violated it much more vigorously than any other previous dispensation. But he says the difference, and therefore probably this covenant breaking may be there till the end of this dispensation. But he says the distinguishing feature of this faith is that they have not succeeded in bringing division. They have dissipated themselves. And this is the true history of the faith. All of those people who rose up against the faith, where are they? Those covenant breakers of Abdul Baha, they are gone and forgotten and finished and part of the history. If you want to go to Akka to find out the grave of Muhammad Ali, who was the arch breaker of the covenant, you won't find it. You don't know where he is, even buried. If you go to those hundreds of people who rose up against Shoghi Effendi amongst his family and others, where are they? They're gone, finished, completely finished, without doing anything to them. They're gone. And today there may well be a few here and there. But one thing which is sure is that the cause of God will not become divided into sects. If you look at the history of other religions, you will find the sects were created immediately after the Prophet was gone. The body of Muhammad wasn't buried yet, that his followers were divided into two major sects, and the fighting broke up amongst them right away. In this dispensation, this is why Baha'u'llah says this is a day that shall not be followed by night. Now I will explain to you in another way what covenant breaking is, just on a basis of nature. In nature, what is in nature covenant breaking? Just to explain to you by using the laws of nature. As I said, from nature we learn everything, really. First of all, do you know that look at nature, you will find always opposite things attract each other. The north pole of a magnet and the south pole of a magnet are opposites. They'll attract to each other. But the two similar poles, they repulse. If you bring two north poles of a magnet together, there is a force of repulsion. Now, this is in nature. And it's the same thing in spiritually. God is one end, but the opposite to it is man, the opposite pole. God is sovereign Lord of all. The opposite to it is servitude, humility. You see, these are two opposite things. And these two things attract each other. God loves to see a servant. He is attracted to a servant. He attracts to himself. But if ever somebody wants to put himself on the same level as God, or when I say God, I mean, say, the manifestation of God, or the center of the covenant, it doesn't matter. If a person wants to put himself on the same level as Baha'u'llah, or put himself on the same level as Abdul Baha, or put himself on the same level as Shoghi Effendi, you know, the same level, there is a force of repulsion. This is covenant breaking. As long as you are a servant, there is no problem. But as soon as you want to bring yourself on the same level Knowing what this is, knowing this is a manifestation of God, having recognized Him, you want to bring yourself on the same level, immediately there is a repulsion. Now we want to know, how do we know we bring ourselves on that same level? How do I know that how can we prove that Muhammad Ali, for instance, brought himself on the same level as Abdul Baha? How do we know that those who oppose Shoghi Effendi brought themselves on the same level of Abdul Baha? How can we say this? Now, there is one test for it. And the test again you will find in life. If I challenge you to fight with me, you and I have to be of the same strength, or else I would never dare to come and say, let us fight. You only fight with someone who is your equal or less than you. A child will never come and challenge a grown-up man. Or you and I would never challenge one of these boxers to come and fight with us, because we are not equals with them. If I challenge you to come and, if I oppose you, it means I bring myself on the same level. At least. Because I'm opposing you, I'm challenging you. That is the way you can know it. When Muhammad Ali challenged Abdul Baha, he brought himself on the same level. And this is repulsion. When somebody challenges and opposes Abdul Baha or Shoghi Effendi, he puts himself on the same level. By virtue of opposing him, it is an indication that you consider yourself at least an equal. Otherwise you wouldn't. That is how we know. Once they oppose, this is the criterion. Once they oppose the center of the cause, then this is covenant breaking. And that has to be established, by the way, by the center of the faith. Nobody can proclaim somebody a covenant breaker. Now, why I mentioned the importance of covenant breaking and steadfastness in the covenant is that we must not only look at the history of the faith in the past and all the covenant breakings, that's part of history, which give us a great courage in the faith. It's a great pride for us, a great joy and a pride. We can mention it with pride that so many people rose up against the faith, rose up against Abdul Baha, rose up against Baha'u'llah, rose up from within, rose up against Shoghi Effendi, tried to break the faith into pieces, and they did not succeed. And as Ruhiya Khanum once in one of her talks mentioned, she said, every one of these covenant breakings is a ribbon we wear in this battle. You know, a ribbon that you wear, a medal. Each one of them has proved the invincibility of the covenant of God, that you cannot break it through. Even the most fierce onslaught which had taken place in the faith had not succeeded in breaking through this great ocean. So you see, and now look at what happened at the end. Now I have no time in here to talk to you about this, and it's just coming to an end. But look at what happened when Shoghi Effendi passed away. When Shoghi Effendi passed away, the machinery of the covenant, this wall around this whole, the cause of God, was so strong that even though he had not left a will and testament, and I can tell you we don't want to go into that, the great wisdoms of not writing the will and testament. You must not think that Shoghi Effendi forgot to write the will and testament. The great wisdom. And if he had written a will and testament, I'm not going to go into it, you would see that he could have violated some of the basic principles of our faith. Now, I am not at all prepared to go into this question now, because there is no time. It takes a good while to discuss this. Now we understand this. He could not have written. His hands was tied. And in spite of the fact that there were no will and testament, and in spite of the fact that the Baha'is were not only Persians who spoke the same language or only English, but that they were scattered throughout the length and breadth of this earth, coming from so many diverse backgrounds. And yet the faith of Baha'u'llah remained unshaken. The community remained unshaken. And when one of the hands came up, Mason Remy, and he said, follow me, it was only laughable, the consequences. Where is he? What's happened? It was all evaporated into the air. The Baha'i community remained steadfast. It's just like every interval, the impurities were thrown out. That's all that happens. And it was a good thing. All the impurities, like the impurities of the body, which are thrown out every intervals. And even now, you said there are no possibility, you suggested there were no possibilities of covenant breaking. Well, there may be. There are always ambitious men. And somebody may come and say, well, now let us see what, they may oppose the house of justice. I don't know. There are already some who are doing it. Very few. You can count them with the fingers of your hand throughout the Baha'i world, really. Now, this is a stage that we have reached, and we have to be grateful to those souls who defended the covenant of God, who defended this cause. As I said, they rallied around Abdul Baha and Shoghi Effendi. You know, there was a time that Shoghi Effendi, not one member of his family remained faithful. Not one member of the family of Abdul Baha, they all rose up against him. And you might ask yourself, why is it that the person now this is the last thing I'm going to say, and we close this meeting because it's getting late. The last thing I'm going to say to you. Often people may ask themselves this question, how is it that of all the people who should rise up against Abdul Baha were his closest people, his family, his friends, his brothers, why should be that all the family of the master should rise up against Shoghi Effendi? They were the closest to him. You would expect that they wouldn't rise up against him. Now you see, this is a very significant thing to ask. Now the only way I can describe it to you is this, that if you were going to see a great scientist, say you and I were going to see a great, celebrated scientist, say for instance if Einstein was alive, we were all going to see him. Let's go and see him. Now either you know mathematics or you don't when you go and see Einstein or someone like him. You either know mathematics or you don't. If you know mathematics, when you go there and you sit down and you listen, you see him on the blackboard working with his theories and all the formulas he has worked out, and you see the way he has come out with such genius way he has proposed his theories. You will be so carried away into the world of mathematics and physics that you consider him as the greatest man, and you come out of the room so excited that if anybody asks you what was he wearing, you don't know. What would it look like even, you may not know, because you are carried away with his theories. But if you didn't know mathematics, and you looked at what he's saying, and especially if you're sitting in the front row, now some of the people who are sitting in the front row have seen a lot of things, they would say, look at this man, look at his, you won't understand what he's saying, but you can look at him very clearly because you're sitting very close to him. He would say, oh gosh, look at this fellow, his coat is not properly buttoned, his shoes are dirty, his hair is unkempt. Why they make such a fuss of him? You see now, because you don't know mathematics. And so when you come out, you find a lot of faults with him. This was not he was talking nonsense and I didn't understand it, and he was having you see all his personal side. Now this is exactly what happens with the manifestation of God. And those who are near him, his relations and his family are very close to him. They are sitting like the front row. And they have no spiritual qualities. You can be sure of this. No spiritual qualities. The only sign of spiritual qualities is if they are servants, if they are servitude. Like Abdul Baha, who I told you would never enter into the room of Baha'u'llah without prostrating himself at his feet and considering himself as utter nothingness. Now if you're not like that, you don't know mathematics in that example. Now he knew it. He had seen nothing but the greatness of Baha'u'llah. But these people who had nothing at all, no spiritual qualities, but full of ambition, they had no share of the spiritual powers which was within him. And this is why Baha'u'llah says how many the people who have been in his presence who hadn't seen him at all. And how many people who were never in his presence and they had understood and recognized his greatness and glory. These people were sitting very close, and so all they saw was a human being. They saw him, he has to eat, he has to sleep. If he gets tired, if he doesn't sleep tonight, he gets sick. It's just like everybody else. And because they had not seen the great glory which was within him, therefore they were the first to rise up. You see now how it is when you're very close? They always say that when you are close to a lamp, there is a shadow near the lamp. You know these lamps which have a stand, if you look at it, there is a shadow there. The light goes around. You're close to it. When you're close to the manifestation of God, tests are very great. The slightest impurities, the slightest condition of ambition will destroy the soul. But we must thank God in this day that we have none of these problems, although we have to really deepen ourselves in the knowledge of the covenant. And I wish there was time that one could talk about the covenant. That this in itself is something which will need a long time to discuss this. But now I feel that we have come to the end, whether good or bad. We have talked a great deal, and I know that some of you are going to go. How many are going tomorrow? Well, everybody is going. So never mind. No. Huh? Oh no, everybody is going away, tomorrow. They won't see us tomorrow. He's going away tomorrow. Oh, there's a few people. Well, I would like to say to those of you who are going that for me it has been a greatest privilege and a greatest joy to be with you, really. And I hope that I haven't made you tired of all these things. And as I said, if you want to forget everything, forget those points. Just a few of them you can remember. But always remember that Baha'u'llah has to be with us. This is the thing. And this is the whole, the essence of all that we have said in our service. And that He comes to us to our assistance. He helps us. He supports us. And all this love that we have for each other, the joy and the love that is in our hearts, is not because of ourselves. Now don't mistake that. All this love which brings us together and makes us to become like one people is not because of us, that we are very important people, that we are very special people in that sense. All of this love and this joy and this unity is because of Baha'u'llah. It is His revelation. It is the forces that He has released in the world, and it is that which comes through our hearts and makes us to become one. Otherwise, if you divorce that from it, what had we in common? All of us. Very little. Nothing. And in spite of all our weaknesses, we were talking about the weaknesses of our assemblies. In spite of all the weaknesses of our assemblies, look at the way the faith is growing. Look at the way we are holding on together. If it wasn't for the cause of God and the power of Baha'u'llah, do you think we would be staying together for more than one day in a local assembly? You will disband it immediately and say, go home, we don't want to get into this thing. Oh no. But it is the cause of God, and it is the early stages. And the only thing which will help us to really become happy people and to see that the cause goes forward is to love each other through Baha'u'llah. Love, if this love is not there, then we have to fight the spiritual battle. If I cannot see everybody with the eye of love and unity, then I have to fight my spiritual battle. And as I said, we must look into each other's faces and see a trace of Baha'u'llah, and then it will all work. Well.
One question on terminology. In English translations, Shoghi Effendi talks much of the greater covenant. I think he means that of Baha'u'llah. Yes, it's Baha'u'llah. One with God, I think God. And then the lesser is Baha'u'llah, and so on for two manifestations.
That's right.
But besides, at one point he says sometimes God is greater plan interferes or something, intercedes. Well, so as you see it, the ocean, the immerse itself in is sort of come to Baha'u'llah, bigger ocean up above God, and then the previous maybe Baha'u'llah sort of calm.
Well, I suppose you can say these things.
I'm asking on your own.
Yes. Well, the covenant of God with man is something all-encompassing. The covenant of Baha'u'llah is only for his followers. It's only addressed to the followers. And that the plan of God is something overall, which will include all human beings. And Shoghi Effendi says sometimes these two plans will run into each other. Well, friends, I want to say farewell to some of you who are going, and I hope that we will see and hear about you all wonderful things that happens in this country. And I cannot say to you how much I have been happy and delighted to meet with the friends. So, these questions, I'll leave them on this table until tomorrow. Oh, no, we are not supposed to put anything here. Okay, well, we'll take them. And so, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, no, please. No, please, sit down. Please. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Are we going?
Yeah. We'll be here
Oh.
this evening. The program begins at 7. We'll be here.
Well, thank you, John. I feel that we could deal with some of these questions, and then as we go on, I'm sure a lot of subjects will open up that we can talk about. Yesterday and day before, as some of you may know, we dealt with a comprehensive sort of survey of the life of a Baha'i. And the theme was, what should we do? How can we live to enable our faith to grow? And I think we still can talk about that, naturally. You can talk around it and about this. But I think this morning I will pick up this question here. Is the person who has written this here? You have. It says, please tell the story. Oh, story about circumambulation. I thought you meant the wisdom of it, or the yes. Well, first of all, I think I will mention this. Circumambulating, as you know, in the faith, this is a way of showing one's love and devotion to one that you worship as your God, as your Lord. You circumambulate around him, and this is actually a law. This is a principle of nature. Again, in nature, you can find a parallel for this. You will find always an object which depends upon its creator. It revolves around it. For instance, the earth revolves around the sun. It's in love with it. This is a love relationship. And the satellite revolves around the earth. It is the force of love, really, as we know. I mean, from the point of view of physics, we know what holds the satellite in motion. It is that force of attraction, which is the love and the speed of its action that make it circumambulate its beloved. And so it is a law of nature that if you depend on someone as your creator, you circumambulate around it. And this is why when you go to the shrines, the act of circumambulating the shrine is an act of devotion to your Lord. In the writings we come across this statement many a times, that the lovers circumambulate around their beloved. Now, the story of circumambulation, which is a story I mentioned to our friend in here, and he has recorded it in his tape. I think I am always reluctant to talk about these accounts unless it is in writing. I feel we must be very accurate in quoting these things, because when the disciples of Baha'u'llah have recorded such incidents or such accounts, they have recorded it to the best of their ability and knowledge, and all we can do is to translate it and convey it. To try to put our own words to it, it sort of snowballs a little bit. I mentioned yesterday that we must not try to verbally communicate these stories. And this particular story that you have asked me to say, and I don't know how you come to know about it, probably Red must have told you this. He's hiding away there. This is already recorded in the videotape. Well, I will tell you the story, but don't go and tell everybody about this. Really, just keep it for yourself. Because I say this to you. First of all, such stories which relate to us the greatness of the cause, and such stories which relate to us things like miracles, things which sounds and looks like miracles. These things we are not supposed to consider them as miracles, because Baha'u'llah says, do not attribute any miracles to him. He says this will degrade the station of the manifestation of God. These accounts are only good for people who have seen them. And often people who had seen some of these accounts, I remember when I was a young boy, and they wouldn't tell us. They were very reluctant to talk about it because they didn't want to make it a point by which people would say, oh yes, this is the proof of the truth of this faith. You know, we never bring miracles as the proof of the truth of this faith. And as I said, Baha'u'llah says no one should attribute miracles to him. Although Abdul Baha has said that you can talk about it because it will give people joy and excitement, and it will uplift the souls to think about it. But we are not attributing miracles here. As I said, Baha'u'llah says it will degrade the station of the manifestation of God. Now they were reluctant, those people who were the origin of all these stories, they were reluctant to say it because, and especially when there were people who were not Baha'is, they would never say it to them. They would wait till people really become deep in the faith, who could sort of take it and put it in the right perspective. Now I will tell you the story of Baha'u'llah. You know that when Baha'u'llah was in the house of Abud, that's the time that he, as you know, he spent about 7 years in those two houses, which is now called the house of Abud. And he had never seen a blade of grass, really, something green, trees, which he was so fond of. He really kept, as I said yesterday, the manifestation of God submits himself entirely to what his enemies do to him. He never uses his powers to stop them persecuting him. And so Baha'u'llah submitted to his enemies, and he did not leave that house. Although several governors who had come, they were so friendly, some of them became so much the admirers of Abdul Baha, and in one or two cases they even met Baha'u'llah in the house of Abud, that they became so much carried away with his powers, and they saw his glory, that they openly said that, of course, Baha'u'llah could leave the town if he wanted it, and Abdul Baha could leave the town if he wanted it. But you see, they were incarcerated in that city according to the edict of the Sultan. Now Baha'u'llah had mentioned to Abdul Baha on one occasion that it is 9 years, he said, that he had not seen any sceneries of green and trees and flowers. And Abdul Baha immediately realized that his will now is that he should leave this place. And as you all may have heard, I'm sure, he went out and he rented these gardens outside Baghdad, outside Akka, known as the mansion of Mazra'e nowadays. The mansion of Mazra'e, as you see it now, those of you who have seen it, has been developed further since those days of Baha'u'llah. In those days were much smaller and much more primitive than what it is today, but certain basic part of the house is still there. The room of Baha'u'llah is still there, and all those things. Things have been added to it. Things have not really, there's not much change in it, except things have been added to it. Rooms have been added to it. So, Abdul Baha rented this for a very reasonable price. And then he arranged the making of a special carriage. In those days there were no such thing as carriages around. And then he came to Baha'u'llah and he said, the carriage is ready, the gardens, the house outside is ready, and that he said, please, you can come out and let's go. Baha'u'llah said to him, no. He said no. He was a prisoner and he was staying there. Now here is a point that you must remember. I mentioned yesterday, the relationship that Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha had was not the same relationship as an ordinary son and the father. You know how it is, how informal is the relationship of the son and the father. That Abdul Baha could sort of insist and persist and say, oh please come on, let's go, and this sort of thing. It wasn't like this. Baha'u'llah was his Lord. He had recognized him so much that none of us can ever recognize Baha'u'llah to that extent. And he showed such humility and such submissiveness to Baha'u'llah that no person can ever do. And in fact, it was Abdul Baha who taught the believers. You know, whenever believers came to the Holy Land, to attain the presence of Baha'u'llah, Abdul Baha would prepare them for coming in contact with Baha'u'llah. He would even look at their clothes and see whether their clothes were good enough. And if it wasn't, which in many cases were not, he would give them a new coat, new clothes to wear, so that when they go into the presence of Baha'u'llah, they are very well, you know, they look their best. And so, you know, and he taught them the lessons in humility and self-effacement and reverence. He taught them, prepared them for this. Well, so you can imagine when Baha'u'llah said no, he will not go, that he was a prisoner in that house. Abdul Baha could not insist. He could not say any more. But then he decided he better get somebody who is not a believer. He could insist. And so he went along and he saw the Mufti of Akka, which is the religious head of the city. And he was one of those great admirers of Baha'u'llah, this Mufti. A man by the name of Miri. He was Ali Miri. He was a very devoted person. He was really devoted to Baha'u'llah. Wasn't only an admirer, but he really became a worshipper, you can say, of Baha'u'llah. He had seen so many miracles, really, that man, in his life during that short period that Baha'u'llah was in Akka, that he once came to Abdul Baha and he said to Abdul Baha, he said, every time I stand to pray, Baha'u'llah appears in front of me. I pray to him. You see, this is how the influence of the power of God can change the hearts of people. And at first he was a great, I wouldn't say enemy, but he was a very difficult person. He was very much against the faith and the founder of the faith. And he met Baha'u'llah in the barracks of Akka, this man. And he was so proud that Abdul Baha kept on reminding him when he went to the presence of Baha'u'llah that he must change his attitude. And if ever he wanted to say anything, if this man wanted to say anything in the presence of Baha'u'llah, Abdul Baha would say, be quiet, don't say anything. This is how he really enabled him to see gradually the greatness and the power of the faith. And then came a time that this Mufti of Akka became such an admirer of Abdul Baha that if he ever walked with him, he always walked behind the master, which is a very important sign in the East. If you walk with somebody, it depends who you are and who he is. If he is more important than you, you never walk in front of him. You always stay a step behind. And he always walked behind the master. And anyhow, this man came to Baha'u'llah and he said that, why aren't you going to this house outside Akka? And Baha'u'llah said to him that he was a prisoner. He would not go. And he said, he insisted. And he said, everything is ready. You are not a prisoner. No one can keep you a prisoner. And remember, the edict of the Sultan was still in force. The edict of the Sultan was still in force. But, and he said he will not leave Baha'u'llah. He just kept on, he clung to the hem of Baha'u'llah's garment, and he knelt before him. And he said, not until he accepts this leaving the house will he leave him. And so Baha'u'llah said, okay. And then, as you know, he went to the mansion of Mazra'e for the first time. And he went in that carriage. And Abdul Baha says, I took him there and I returned back to Akka myself. And so Baha'u'llah then spent mostly the months of summer and the months of when the weather was not very cold, in the springtime, sometime in the autumn, he spent in that house. But he often came back to Akka. You mustn't think that when he went into that house that he never came back. Oh no, he came back many a time to Akka. And after all, Abdul Baha was living in the house of Abud. The mother of Abdul Baha was living there. And the greatest holy leaf was living there at the time. And so he often came to the house of Abud. And then, as you know, this mansion of Bahji came into the picture. The mansion of Bahji was completed by the same man who owned the house, part of the house of Abud, a man called Udi Khammar. He completely finished. It was half-built building. Udi Khammar, he finished it up and he made it a residence for himself. He wanted to move into this great palace in the outside of Akka. But as you know the details, how the outbreak of cholera took place and how Abdul Baha went along and rented that from him. And Baha'u'llah then moved into that. Now when he moved, he really did not move from the mansion of Mazra'e into the mansion of Bahji. It happened that he was in Akka. When he left for the mansion of Bahji, he left Akka from the house of Abud to the mansion of Bahji. And it was just at the time that my father was in the presence of Baha'u'llah at that time as a pilgrim. And he said that when this building was rented by Abdul Baha, the believers went there along with Abdul Baha and they washed the building with soap and water and everything else, because it is a marble marble building in the top part of it, and they washed it all and cleaned it for the coming that Baha'u'llah will come into it. And the first people who moved in were the family of Baha'u'llah, but not the mother of Abdul Baha or the greatest holy leaf or Abdul Baha himself. They did not move. And the reasons for it, now we don't go into it. Then, one day, it was known that Baha'u'llah is going to move to that mansion. And as you know, Akka in those days did not have any public lighting. The whole area was in the dark at night, absolutely dark. But some Baha'is of India had sent to Baha'u'llah a very unusually large lamp, oil lamp, oil, the wick, the oil. And this lamp was brought into the mansion, and it was put in the hall, and you could see it from distance, a light shining in the mansion. So now this is the background to it. So one day Baha'u'llah was to go and move to this mansion. And my father and Nabil, both of them, were living in a little room in one of the streets of Akka. The street of Akka, called the Souq Abiyaz, means the white market. And when you live in that place, they had a window which was overlooking the road. And the only way that someone can come from the house of Abud to go into to go through the gate and go out of Akka is to pass in front of that house. And so they were standing behind the window, waiting just for a time that Baha'u'llah would be passing in front of their house, in front of their room. And they waited and waited until near sunset, before sunset. And then suddenly they saw that Baha'u'llah was then riding a donkey. It was very custom. This was the only way in those days. It was not the carriage, just a donkey. And behind was Baha'u'llah's servant, about 10 yards behind him. He was riding on his donkey. And the two passed in front of this room. And as soon as it passed and they saw him, Nabil said, "Let us go and follow them." So the two of them came out and they walked behind, about 200 yards away, following Baha'u'llah. And when they reached the gates of the city, the guards showed their respects to Baha'u'llah, and he went out, and these two also went out afterwards. And soon it became dark, evidently, and then they could see, eventually they reached the point that they could see the light in the mansion. The ground for their cattle to eat. And one man went up one of these very tall trees, very, very tall. And when he went very, very tall, up to the very top of it, suddenly he slipped a little bit and he fell down. Very high up, and he knew he's going to be killed. There's no question about it, falling from that height. At that moment, in desperation, in a fraction, in all this thing coming in a split second, he turned to God and he said, "If you save me, I'll give all my cattle to you. All that I have," and that's all he had. "All my cattle to you, for you. I don't want them. Please save me." And of course God heard him, and he said, "Okay, we will see we'll test him." See, God always tests. He, instead of falling down on the ground, he fell on another branch. And he just hardly held himself. But it was, when he looked down, it was again dangerous. But it wasn't as dangerous as before. He was further down. So he again began to pray, please save me from here, he said. But he said, last time when I was on the top of the tree, I said, I'll give all my cattle to you. I think it's not fair, he said, that I should give all my cattle to you. Really and truly, I think half of the cattle for you. And after all, I have a wife and family and children. You don't, what will you do with all the cattle anyhow? I'll keep half of it, and the other, you save me. I'll keep the half, and then you keep the other half. So God said, okay, we let him go down a little bit more. So this time he fell down, and he came down and he landed on another branch, which wasn't at all as high as the previous one. But still, he saw now if he falls down, he's not going to be killed. That's the danger of death is gone. So he said, really, God, I was becoming very sentimental and carried away. I was really carried away. I think this is altogether an unfair situation. I mean, what will you do with... I have a wife, I have children, I've lived all these years, I've gathered these cattle, and now give you half of it. Really, what will you do with the half? Really, that's unfair. I was carried away, he said, when I was up there. I'll make a deal with you, he said. I'll have all the cattle, and you have all the milk and the cream. So God said, okay, that's all right. Fair enough. And he let him drop down to the ground. And when he dropped down to the ground, he said to himself, what milk, what butter, oh no, you don't want it. Really, this was all unusual excitement on my part. You don't need it. Now you see, I said the story that now at this time in the history of mankind, we are now on the ground. Our foot is on the ground and we are safe. But a time will come, I can assure you, that we will be on the top. And then we are ready to give everything. And then it may not be just work out for us. This is what happened in Persia. Because the world conditions will really dramatically change. We talked, the world conditions will deteriorate with such speed now that it is going to bring about what Baha'u'llah has foreshadowed, the limbs of mankind to quake. Shoghi Effendi mentions, he says, the cities will burn, the atmosphere of the earth will be contaminated. And he said these are only either accompanying or will herald the coming of that great calamity which mankind must go through. He has written this. So that it is our really work and our privilege now to arise and serve the cause of God. And be sure of his assistance. He'll come to us if our motive is right. Well, I feel that you've had plenty of... you got tired. And we can go out, Mr. Chairman, have a cup of tea, and then we can come back again. But this time I will certainly deal with all the questions that you have left. I have them all in here. All right. Well, I am going to look at something which is... I suddenly thought of a little story, I'll tell you. Because it's a good thing to know how this is to do with this. Because somebody was mentioning to me during the break that gave me to... I felt that people think that to serve the faith it means that you have to do something very, very big. All the big noises, join the big noise people like myself, for instance, which is not really serving the faith at all in relation to what other people can do. I can tell you that. Talking is nothing to do with the faith, with serving the faith. It could do something, but I feel that we must not think that to serve the faith you have to be responsible for a certain function, or you must be a person who yes, is a member of an assembly or a national assembly or a board member or anything like that. This has nothing to do with service to the faith. And another thing that I want to mention is that how much in the next life we will be amazed to find out that so many unknown people in this life, unknown in the way of public, not being in the public attention or public eye, who will have such an exalted station in the spiritual worlds of God. And how many people like me who will be completely lost. Now, you know, this is true. This is really true. We must not ever attach importance to this, the people having a position, because nobody, as I said, has a station in this faith, really. We are all having a function. Yes, we have sacred functions. But this function is given, and God help the person who has been given a function. If he doesn't do his function well, it's much better if he was not given this function. You know, because service to the cause is when you make a cup of tea in your home with the love in your heart that you want the people to come into your home so that they could hear about the faith. That service, if it is done with the purity of motive, which is you do it for the love of God and for the love of Baha'u'llah and for the love of the people, that's much more meritorious than anything else, because God does not want from us more than we can do. But He wants us to do our best. It doesn't matter what we do. And in fact, the simpler one is, the better it is. The simple heart, the simple person. We have lost, I think, our simplicity in this modern civilization. If a soul is simple, God loves that simple soul. Always the simple soul has got he is the one who is going to benefit, and he'll receive all the rewards, because there's nothing worse than becoming sophisticated with modern way of life. And this modern way of life has really destroyed, most peoples of the world have been destroyed as a result of this modern civilization, which is eventually going to be destroyed and perished. The civilization that we have, it's a tottering civilization that Shoghi Effendi refers to it. So that, you know, we must not pay attention to these outward appearances of peoples and what they do. What is important to God is the heart of person and how you feel, and what little you think, what little you do, which is the best you can do, is much more meritorious in His sight than all the big things other people do and the big projects other people have and all the things they do, if it is not done to the best of their knowledge and ability. Now, the story which came to me is a story. I'll tell you two similar stories, really. One is for during this period of Shoghi Effendi. I knew a man who was called Charles Dunning. I don't think any of you had met him. He was an Englishman. He was a man from Yorkshire. Some of you could read his account of his life in the Baha'i World, one of the volumes of the Baha'i World, in a memoriam. He was illiterate. He hardly could write his name. He was if you looked at him, I don't want to describe it, what it was like physically. This man had such a pure heart and so frank, and none of these conventions that we are familiar with, none of these conventions he ever understood or carried it out. And yet he was the beloved of Shoghi Effendi. You know, Shoghi Effendi loved him so much, and he showered so much love upon him. Someone arranged for him to go. He was one of the Knights of Baha'u'llah. He went to the islands, the Orkney Islands, in the north of Scotland. And he taught the faith. He left behind him so much memories. But he was very frank, and the language wasn't what you would expect from a Baha'i sometimes. But this didn't mean anything, because the language which came out of him was purely from a very pure heart. You know, when he went to see Shoghi Effendi, when he went on pilgrimage, I'll just give you an example of the language. Shoghi Effendi so much loved this person, and he always made him to sit at his right-hand side, at the table. He used to call Shoghi Effendi, who said, "Guardian, this is not right," he said. This is how he would talk to the guardian. "What you said is not right." He just had this. And once Shoghi Effendi said to him, "I have given some more plans to the British Baha'is. They are not going to like it." He said, "You are talking rubbish." Now, you know, this is the man. He didn't say rubbish. There was a slang in the which means rubbish. He says bunkum. Bunkum, guardian. And he didn't understand what bunkum means, and it meant rubbish. You're talking rubbish. Now I think, but now the love that Shoghi Effendi had for him had no bounds really. And he was such a simple man that he used to sign his name. He could only write his name, Charles Dunning. He would write down there KB after his name, means Knight of Baha'u'llah. You know, the British people who are knighted, they are usually called KBE. You know, they write down after name. These are the titles. And he always used to write his name, Charles Dunning KB. Well, it was always the same thing. Abdul Baha had so many disciples who were like this, and he loved them. There was a believer, now this is a believer, I had never found his name. And we were told the story many times, but I failed to get the name from my father when he was telling us the story. But this person remains unnamed. But he was telling us the story that, you know, when people went to see Baha'u'llah, usually you wrote, you said you're coming, you got permission, you then would arrive in Akka. Then the master, Abdul Baha, would arrange for you to stay in the pilgrim house for a few days, to rest, to settle down, to look at your clothes, to see if you had sufficient means. And then they would arrange for you to come into the presence of Baha'u'llah. But this man didn't know any of these things. He was such a simple soul. He started to travel from Yazd. He began the journey, and he walked all the way. He had nothing but a little bag on his shoulder. He was an elderly man, and he was going to see Baha'u'llah. He wanted to see his Lord. And he came to Akka. Eventually, somehow he found his way, and he began to ask people where he can see the house of Baha'u'llah is. And they showed him the house. So he comes in, and he finds there are some stairs. He goes up the stairs. There was nobody around at the time, but then he hears a lot of people in a room. You know, Baha'u'llah was in this room. He just goes near the door. He puts his head through the door, looks around, and he says, "Which one of you are Baha'u'llah?" This Baha'u'llah. And Baha'u'llah embraces him, showers so much love upon him. And then he says, "Bring tea for him." He says, no, that's trouble. Don't get into trouble. And after a few minutes, after an hour sitting there, he says, "Well, I think I better go, and not to cause any more difficult troubles, I'll go." You know, this is how, nobody would ever leave the presence of Baha'u'llah unless he would dismiss them, you know. This is how it was. But this man was a simple soul. And this is what matters, really. Simplicity in our soul and in our heart. And that cup of tea that you make, with love, and with simple heart, and with devotion, that is much more fruitful than all the things some others may do in the faith. Well, now, there are some questions here. Somebody says, is this person who is, your wife is not with you, right? What? She'll be here. Oh, you're taping it?
Yeah.
All right. This is a question. He says, could you speak on the process of the lesser peace, the emergence of the faith from obscurity, and the completion of the ark on Mount Carmel, and how these are related? This is quite a vast thing. She wants to know everything. She really wants to know everything. Well, I chose this question because it's a good question, and it will probably give us a little picture of the faith in the future. This is more or less the subject that we were discussing at the Dublin conference, international conference, that, from the writings, and I have heard this is Pilgrim's Notes, but I have compared this Pilgrim Notes with the writings of Shoghi Effendi, and I found out that almost everything that is in this Pilgrim Notes, they are recorded in various parts of Shoghi Effendi's writings, and if you put them together, it'll tally with what Shoghi Effendi had said to this believer. There's only one or two things that I could not identify in the writings. And that is that, first of all, the lesser peace. As you know, the lesser peace, and this is not part of the Pilgrim Notes, I'll come back to it later. As you know, the lesser peace is a political peace. Baha'u'llah has said to Queen Victoria that if you, now that you have rejected the most great peace, which is a spiritual establishment of his world order in the world, now that you have rejected it, at least you should adhere and bring about a lesser peace so that wars could be abolished. Now you see, we were talking yesterday about the creativity of the word. Because Baha'u'llah said this, we shall have a lesser peace. And if we don't want to have a lesser peace, we will be forced to have a lesser peace. You see now how the word of God is effective? We will be forced. Because man will come eventually to a point of recognizing that if he takes one more step, the whole world is going to be destroyed. And he says, that's enough. So the lesser peace will come. It will come at a point that mankind has really exhausted itself. And then he has no choice but to accept what Baha'u'llah has said. Now, those of you who were here, I was talking the story of the egg. You remember? The egg and the opening of the egg. The cause of God is now, the institutions of the faith now are in obscurity. I'm talking of the institutions of the faith. People do not know what our institutions are for. No matter how much you try to explain what is a local spiritual assembly doing, the generality of mankind does not appreciate it. In fact, we ourselves, as we were talking yesterday, may not appreciate it fully, of what the significance and the importance of these institutions are, that these are going to be one day the basis of the government for mankind. I'm not saying it's going to be necessarily the government, but they are going to have a great share. Who knows how they will develop and what they will do, these houses of justice. No one can say how these houses of justice will fit in to the running of the world, the management of the affairs of the world, how our national assemblies will fit into it, how the governments will fit into it, how we cannot say these things. Nobody can ever foresee how these things will emerge. And the only way that Shoghi Effendi has described it to us, when they asked him, tell us what the unfoldment of the administrative order is going to be like, how will it shape up? He says two things will enable us to understand the unfoldment of the administrative order of Baha'u'llah and the emergence of his world order. Two things. One, he said, is the passage of time. You have to wait, in other words. And the other is the guidance of the house of justice. Now, this is exactly the same in nature. If you, as I said, everything we have in the faith, you can trace it to nature. Now, in nature, you will find that anything which has an organic growth, say for instance a tree, example of a tree. The tree, once you plant the seed, you cannot ever say what this tree is going to be like until you give it time. Passage of time will tell you what this tree is going to look like, how big it's going to be, how many branches will it have. And the other thing, this is one element, the passage of time. And the other one is the laws of nature, which must be allowed to run through this whole process, to run this process of growth and development. The laws of nature must be allowed to work through this tree. And through these two elements, we can know what this tree is going to be like. Exactly the same thing here is with the development of the administrative order. Two things, the passage of time and the guidance of the Universal House of Justice for centuries maybe to come. Then we know what the world order of Baha'u'llah is like, how it will manage the affairs of the world, how it will run the affairs of the world, how all these institutions will come together to form a complete, a coherent system which will govern mankind. But at the moment, the faith is the institutions of the faith, local and national and international. They are in obscurity, and mankind does not know what they are for. Now, the time appears from the writings. It appears from the writings that when Baha'u'llah says that when the limbs of mankind have quaked, when it has really trembled, when the old order has been crumbled down, he says, then and only then, you see, these are his own words, then and only then will the divine standard be unfurled. In other words, then and only then people will recognize what we are saying and what we are having, what we are building. They are going to see, just like when the egg breaks up and opens up, you're going to see the new life emerging. And then people can see a new life. But that new life is just born. The institutions just have emerged. Nobody can say that once a child is born, he can immediately manage, he can immediately act as a grown-up person. You have to wait time for it to grow. Centuries has to wait, maybe. When the world order of Baha'u'llah, when the institutions of the faith emerge, in the words of Shoghi Effendi, the evolvement, he says, the evolvement, you see in one of his letters, the evolvement of local and national institutions, when that takes place, and he mentions when it will take place, I will talk to you about it now in a minute, the evolvement of Baha'i local and national institutions of the faith, it is just an emergency. Just people will see it. They can see what potentialities there are in it. But it cannot immediately take over now the affairs of the world and begin to rule it, rule the world. The institutions of the faith cannot do that. We have to have an interim form of government in the world, which would then, from the lesser peace onwards, could then manage the affairs of the world until such time that the world order of Baha'u'llah can then come in and take over gradually as time goes on. Now, Shoghi Effendi has given us a timing for this. In one of his letters he mentions that when the buildings on Mount Carmel, the building of the Ark, are completed and the world center of the faith begins to function, and which is quite a long way to go yet by the look of things. We have to build up more buildings, 3 more buildings, as you know. There are 2 buildings already built on the Ark. The Archives building and the building of the House of Justice around the Ark. But there should be 3 other buildings. One is for the study of the writings, which I understand will be built between the Archives and the House of Justice. And then the other 2 buildings, the International Teaching Center and the Public Library and the General Library, International Library. These 5 buildings then completed, and then the beautification of the gardens, the terraces to be made, the functioning of the world center of the faith, when they all begin to function. Shoghi Effendi says it will coincide with 2 things. One is the emergence of the lesser peace, and one is, as he puts it, the evolvement of both local and national institutions of the faith. Now, it is then that peoples of the world are able to at least appreciate, to some extent, what these institutions can do for the future of mankind. But as I said, it will take a long time for the world order of Baha'u'llah to come into being. Now, from here on, I'm going to describe this story of this pilgrim's note. And you must take, but as most of these points that I'm mentioning, or you can find it in the writings of Shoghi Effendi, here and there, put them together. You know that, now I'm not yet talking about that pilgrim's note. Let me give you a little bit more background to it. You know that the teachings of God, the social teachings of Baha'u'llah in this age, are such that the generality of mankind without being Baha'is, can and will put them into operation without knowing where they come from. This is the spirit of the age. And when this lesser peace is coming, Shoghi Effendi has said in this pilgrim's note again, which I haven't been able to identify, maybe our friend Ted can tell us if he's found anything, which he says that the lesser peace and the maturity of mankind are one and the same thing. The coming age of humanity, which Baha'u'llah refers to in his writings, and the lesser peace are one and the same thing. Now, I don't know. I haven't been able to find it in the writings, but this is the pilgrim's note. But from the signs, if you look at the signs of the coming of age of humanity, which Baha'u'llah has given us signs for it, you can believe this. You can accept this. Because Baha'u'llah have said in some of his tablets about the coming of age of humanity, a time that humanity will come of age, like a man who becomes 21. And he has given us 3 signs for it, Baha'u'llah. Now this is in the writings. One is the establishment of a universal language. So you see, this is not very far away. It's not something which you can say it's going to be hundreds of years, but it is something which is round the corner, you can say. Because the man is needing it more and more. The other sign is that kingship, the institution of kingship, will be such a discredited institution. It will be so discredited that people do not want to take on the burden of kingship, if you offer it to them even. Well, this has happened already. The discrediting of the institution of kingship. Kingship. Now, it does not mean that we Baha'is believe that there should be no kingship in the faith, in the future. In fact, this is one of the teachings of Baha'u'llah. He says God would prefer, God likes to see a system of kingship coming into being, rather than a system by which you have presidents. Because, he says, kingship is a sign, it projects the majesty of God. If it wasn't for kingship, you wouldn't have the word majesty. And you would not know what majesty is. And you would not know what the majesty of God is. And Baha'u'llah says we do not want people to be deprived of this. But this will be a democratic, or what not democratic, constitutional kingship. Something which is very different from the kings which existed at the time of Baha'u'llah. Constitutional kingship. Who knows? I have again heard this. I don't like to repeat Pilgrim's notes. But we have heard that Shoghi Effendi has said every country in the world will have a king, including the United States of America. So watch for yourselves here. Now, the institution of kingship, whatever happens, will become eventually part of the world order of Baha'u'llah, because you cannot have anything in the future but the world order of Baha'u'llah, which will have a system, which will be a system by which the whole world will combine all its resources and its institutions together, and how they will merge we do not know. So now the second sign, as I said, that Baha'u'llah gives for the coming of age of humanity is that the institution of kingship will be discredited so much that people do not want to take the burden on. This has happened. And the third sign, which also has happened and has taken place already on a smaller scale, but anyhow it has taken place, is that the alchemy, he says, will become an achieved, alchemy will be achieved. That is the transmutation of copper into gold, of any metal, the transmutation, the changing of elements. Well, now this has already taken place in the atomic laboratories, and you can do this through the process of processes of the atomic physics. But it is so expensive that if you change them, it's going to be very expensive. I read some time ago in the newspapers, years ago, that one of the nations, Russians, have said that they can produce gold, or they will produce gold, which would be cheaper than what is in the market. Now, again, this is an indication, this alchemy. By the way, when alchemy has been one of those things that all the early men of knowledge and science of those days, from the early days of Islam, they have been working on it. Many people. Actually, the word alchemy, the word chemist, is an Arabic word. Alchemy, kimia. It's from kimia, which is an Arabic word. And but during Baha'u'llah's lifetime also, many of his disciples during his lifetime were involving themselves in this act of producing, of testing and experimenting. And Baha'u'llah stopped them. He said, this is not the time for it. He told them to stop this. And he said, when the time comes, it will be discovered. And he said, when it will be discovered, we have a tablet of Baha'u'llah which is very striking. He says, when it is discovered, mankind will discover a force which can destroy the whole world. And he prays that God will not, and this is, as I said, associated with the discovery of the atomic energy. So now, you see, these are the signs of the coming of age of humanity. And in this Pilgrim's Note, we heard Shoghi Effendi said that the lesser peace and the coming of age of humanity is the same thing, which from the signs that I mentioned to you, it's very likely. Now, all the other things that he has spoken about it is very beautiful, and you can find it in the writings. He says you can divide, he says you can, in order to study the progress of the world in the future, you can first divorce the faith from it, and let us examine the non-Baha'i world after the lesser peace to see what processes and what stages it will go through, the non-Baha'i world. First of all the social teachings of Baha'u'llah. Now, forget about the Baha'i Faith and the influence of the Baha'i Faith. Forget about that. But look at the non-Baha'i world. Let us have the branch of humanity, which is non-Baha'i branch. The non-Baha'i branch will go through so many stages of development and progress, using all the social teachings of Baha'u'llah, such as equality of men and women, establishment of a universal language, establishment of a world government, the making of one weight currency and measures, the federation of nations. All of these things will take place, the social teachings of Baha'u'llah. Education for all, the tapping of the resources of the world equitably. And these things will happen without necessarily knowing that these are from Baha'u'llah. But these are the social teachings which will be carried out. And as a result of it, he says, a great blessing will come upon mankind. The wars are abolished, and the blessing which will bring with it is that of social and economic and scientific developments that mankind will make, in such a way that the planet will become like one country, literally, like a federation of nations. Like here, the United States, you have federations of nations, of states, but really they are one country. And this will become the world, and that we become so used to mixing together and rubbing shoulders with all kinds of peoples, of all nationalities and peoples, that it's just like living in one country from the point of view of social and economic and other developments. Now then he says that looking in this branch of humanity, which is now devoid of the faith, and the faith has nothing to do with it at the moment, directly, he says that religions lose their influence more and more. And they cannot influence humanity. The soul of people will be starving for spiritual food. Although they are progressing socially, economically, politically, but spiritually, they will be in starvation, a spiritual starvation. And therefore, there would be a great deal of delinquency, maybe. People have plenty of things to, plenty pleasures and plenty of food, plenty of comfort, security. And this will bring about, and the starvation of spiritual food, it's a terrible effect on the soul of man. The soul of man will be in a very depressed position in this particular branch of humanity. And then he says, now let us look at the faith and what the faith does. The other branch. The other branch will go through stages. These are all written down by Shoghi Effendi now. You know, these things that I'm saying, it's not really Pilgrim's Notes. As I said, these are all can be verified in the writings. The faith will go through different stages. The first is the stage of obscurity. And we are in obscurity in some parts of the world. But in some countries, of course, we are not in obscurity. It doesn't come together at the same time all over the world. One country, for instance, Persia, came out of obscurity in the first year of the coming of the Bab. The faith is not in obscurity. Everyone knows what the faith is. They all know it's part of their language, it's part of their vocabulary. And then after that stage of obscurity, it will become emancipated and from the religious orthodoxy. And then it will become known as a world religion. It will emerge as a world religion. And then it will grow through these stages, which we don't want to go into all in details, but eventually it comes to a point where in a country, the majority of the people in a country become Baha'i. And that is the stage of sovereignty for the faith. And this lady who was the pilgrim asked, what is majority? And Shoghi Effendi said 51%. When majority of the people of a country become Baha'i, then then the Baha'i government comes into being in that country. And the laws of Baha'u'llah can function. The laws of the Kitab-i-Aqdas then can function. And Shoghi Effendi had said in this particular note that it is expected of the minority then to obey the government of the majority in the same way that we now obey the governments we live in under. But of course, the Baha'i government will honor the religious aspirations of the people and will give them every freedom to exercise their religious laws and teachings. And then if you go further in this particular branch of the Baha'i branch, you will find that more governments will become Baha'i governments, one after the other. I mentioned yesterday that really and truly you people should aim at making this country the first Baha'i government. And really we must not think at it in a unbelieving way, but rather believing that they will come, that we will have Baha'i governments. Now then you will have the second Baha'i government and the third Baha'i government and so on and so forth. But then you see, humanity is one. You can't divide it into two branches. Although we said for the sake of studying, we are having one branch, we call it non-Baha'i, and one branch, we call it Baha'i. But humanity is one. And so more and more of these two processes will merge together as time goes on, merging together. People become Baha'i. Baha'i states come into being. Until such time that the majority of the nations in the world become Baha'i. It is then that these two processes that we have been analyzing in this way, these two processes completely merge together and meet together at the top. And he says, as a result of this merging together, a child will be born. And that is the child of Baha'i civilization. And he says that is synonymous. That is synonymous with the establishment of the most great peace. And it is synonymous with the birth of the world order of Baha'u'llah. And it is synonymous with the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth. And mankind will celebrate that day in the name of Baha'u'llah, the Father, who has brought this kingdom. And then that child of Baha'i civilization which is born will takes ages and centuries and thousands and thousands of years, 500,000 years, for the manifestations of God to come and enable that child of Baha'i civilization to grow into perfection, just like a child grows into an adult. And how the emphasis will be on nobility of man. That man will become noble. Now this is the vision of the future for us Baha'is. Now we are in the darkest period of the history of man, the darkest period, and it's closing in on us day by day, and coming to the point of completely sundering everything which belongs to the old days, the old order. We talked about it yesterday, how much we Baha'is should be confident, absolutely confident, that we are going to be here to bring the message of Baha'u'llah to masses of peoples after the destruction of the world and all that is therein. This is our function. This is why He has created us. We are created for this purpose. The peoples of the world do not know.
Mr. Taherzadeh, when does the universal persecution, the worldwide persecution of the Baha'i scribes, where and when
Okay.
does it
All right. We cannot now. All right. We cannot now ever doubt the power of Baha'u'llah, which is invested in his institutions, the power which he has got in it. Just as much as yesterday we were talking about the new life which comes out of the egg. The chicken coming out of the egg is the only thing which has got the power to stand on its own feet and to become the living organ of a new world. We must have faith in this. And we must prepare ourselves for the day that we are going to be there to bring great numbers into the faith. As Shoghi Effendi says, these institutions we are building becomes beacons of light to guide humanity at the time of its greatest peril. We are not worried about ourselves as to try to, we must never think of ourselves, oh, I want to protect myself. Well, you're all right, you will be protected. I can assure you will be protected. Well, if you want to take any actions, do. Nobody will stop you. But you know, a time will come that we will be guided when the guidance is needed. We will be guided as what to do. We will be guided by the House of Justice. And if they are not in contact with us, because communications will be cut off, time will come that we will not be able to communicate with them. Our institutions today, which are very weak, and we were talking about them yesterday, these very weak and insignificant institutions, which we think they are insignificant outwardly, these institutions will be so inspired, our national assemblies will be so inspired as to tell the friends what to do, where to go to protect themselves. It will come. This is already happening in some countries where there is a great deal of wars and dangers facing people. These institutions will be guided by Baha'u'llah, because there is the spirit of life in them. The spirit of the cause is within them. It's pulsating within them. Although they may be weak. Yesterday, you remember we talked of the ministry of Baha'u'llah during the years that he lived in that mansion. Almost half of his ministry in Akka was spent in this building. It's really the climax of his revelation when God really ascended upon his throne. This is the throne in some of his writings referred to, is the throne of there is this building, the throne of God. And in the traditions it's very clear that when God sits on his throne, all the messengers and the concourse on high circumambulate it. You can see in the writings too. Well, these two people wanted to circumambulate now this throne of their Lord. And when they went close to near the mansion, near the walls of the mansion, they found that 4 sides of the mansion is packed with people. Now they were not imagining things. They were not psychic people. They were very clear-headed. And they of course knew there's nobody from Akka. There's not one soul has left Akka at the time. There's nobody. It was none of these people. 4 sides. And they were filled with such awe. You can imagine the awe of that particular occasion must have been tremendous. That they couldn't go close. And they realized that to them this is really what their outer eyes could see was nothing but the souls of the manifestations of God and the concourse on high circumambulating the throne of their Lord. And so they went back, and then they circumambulated from long distance away in great awe and wonder, of having seen this. And he says that our shoes were filled with mud, and the whole area was wet, and all the mud that they went through. And then they quickly left for Akka. And they arrived just in time that they were closing the doors, the gates of the city. But they managed to get in. Now there is a custom amongst the people of the East that when something very, very important happens, they won't sleep that night. For instance, when you look at the passing of Baha'u'llah, when Baha'u'llah passed away, the friends don't sleep that night. They stay up in his memory and they say prayers. The same thing happens to the time of Abdul Baha passing. Now, Nabil said to my father, he said, tonight we must not sleep. We must stay awake. And Nabil was a man who used to drink a lot of tea. And he said to my father, he said, you make tea and I will write poems about this whole episode. And so that night, Nabil wrote the whole story of this in poetry. You know, many of Nabil's notes, Nabil, the historian of the faith, many of his notes are in poetry. You must not think that the first section of the Dawnbreakers, which Shoghi Effendi has edited for us, is exactly what Nabil has written it in this form. This is edited by Shoghi Effendi. Some of these notes are in different forms. He had put them together and produced it. And the rest of his memoirs and notes, which deal with the history of Baha'u'llah, which are not published yet, they are also, some of them, in this form. So that night he wrote this, the whole story of what had happened. And in the morning, the two of them sent to Baha'u'llah this poem of Nabil. And they also sent him, you know, in those days it was customary for the believers to send gifts to Baha'u'llah. Just like you give a box of chocolates now. In those days, the very popular thing was a sugar cone. You may not have seen what a sugar cone is like. In those days, sugar were made in the form of a cone, big cones, and then you break them for your tea and other uses. So they sent 2 of these as a gift to Baha'u'llah. And Baha'u'llah wrote a tablet. We don't have this tablet because maybe this was with Nabil's things. We haven't found it yet. And in this tablet, Baha'u'llah accepts their pilgrimage at a time that all the concourse on high were circumambulating the throne of their Lord. And he gives a new name to each one of them. Now, as I said, don't go along and tell the stories, because it's bound to become it'll change in his career. I've heard people saying this because Shoghi Effendi used to tell this story to some of the pilgrims. And the pilgrims would come and say this story to an audience like this. And then I have heard myself that some other people have been saying this story, and then you say, how did he hear it? He heard it 2 or 3 steps away, which meant that it was so changed that it had just a bare resemblance to what I was telling you now. So here we are. You asked me to tell you the story. Now I feel that we better deal with some of these questions which are in here. Or what would you like me to do? Anybody has a question now? Yeah?
As you know,
The what? To do what? I don't know. Maybe they do. Yes? Yes? Well, that's, all these things, I suppose we are free to think in these terms if you want to do that. I don't know some of the answers, really. Well, let me... Yes?
Would you please speak to us a little bit about fear of God?
Oh, fear of God. Gosh, you're all going to be frightened, huh? No. I think it's a good point. Actually, somebody has asked this question. You know, Baha'u'llah has mentioned in many of his writings that the fear of God is what we have to, all of us, feel. And that he says, not until you have that fear of God in your hearts will you be able to progress. Now, you can read in the gleanings. I don't have it in here. In fact, if you had the gleanings here, we could find it for you and read it, those passages. But anyhow, we can read it later on, maybe. You can read it later on at some stage. He says this is the way in which man can progress spiritually. Now, we must remember here that fear of God. God is loving. God is just. God is full of bounties. Now, why can we fear Him? How should we fear Him? You know, first of all, let me mention this, because I said God has bounties and has justice. Do you know that it is through the bounty of God that we have come into being, not through His justice? It's a very important point to remember. It's not through the justice of God that man is created. And it is not also through the justice of God that divine revelations are sent. It's through the bounty of God. Now, Baha'u'llah has mentioned that if ever the justice of God comes into being, the whole creation will cease to exist. You see now? I'll explain to you. You know, if you have got some money in your pocket, and if you go to a shop, it is only just that the shopkeeper should give you something equal to your money. It's justice. You give him the money, he gives you the goods. This is justice. But what would you do if you went to a shop and you had no money at all, and the man gave you a lot of things? This is not justice. This is bounty. Now, Baha'u'llah says, look at yourself and see what you are. He says, you are a handful of dust. You're made from the dust. And the dust is the most worthless things you can find in this creation. It's the lowest kingdom. You're made of dust. And he says, you had nothing. And he says, look what I gave you. I gave you the most precious entity in creation, and that is the soul. But you had nothing. So you see, creation comes into being purely through the bounty of God. If it was through its justice, we did not deserve anything, because we were dust. You see? This is a very significant point that he mentions. So the bounties of God is the cause of progress and development spiritually. If ever the justice comes into being, as he says, the creation will not exist, cannot exist. Disintegrates immediately, finishes. Now God, therefore, through His creation, He has brought about His bounties for us. And I mentioned yesterday how the forgiveness of God, that how much the forgiveness of God plays a role in life. Not in this life, but also in the next life. That is to say that through His forgiveness, all people will progress. Every person will progress in the spiritual worlds of God. We do not believe in eternal damnation. Every soul will grow. Even those who have had a terrible life here, who knows how God will deal with them? We don't know. We cannot here judge and say, oh no, this man is going to be treated this way or that way. Who knows? Baha'u'llah mentions one of his greatest enemies, who was the Turkish ambassador, the Persian ambassador in Turkey, who was a great enemy of Baha'u'llah, who did so much to hurt him. Baha'u'llah says God may forgive him, because one of his relatives is a believer. You see? Who knows how God acts? So that there is no limit to God's love and mercy and forgiveness. But now let us examine fear of God. Fear comes to us when we are not able to cope with the situation. Now, isn't that right? Now, I'll give you an example of this. Say you are working in your office, or you're a student in a school. If you're a student, if you have not done your work in school, when the day of examination comes, you will be filled with fear. Not that the teacher frightens you, but that you are fearful because of your inadequacy, that you haven't done what you are supposed to do. If your boss, if your superior, or whoever you work for asks you to do something and you don't do it, you are filled with fear. This is how fear comes to us. It's because we are inadequate. We haven't done our job. Now let us put ourselves in position of coming face to face in the next life with God or whatever it is. I'm sure we won't see the essence of God, but shall we say with the manifestation of God, with Baha'u'llah, face to face with Him. Now I can have two conditions. Either I'm satisfied that everything He has asked me to do, I have done it absolute perfection, so I have no fear. Right? Now, that's the answer to it. Or, if I haven't done anything at all, I would be very fearful. There is another alternative if I'm not fearful. Maybe I'm not fearful because I don't think these things will happen in the next life. Maybe Baha'u'llah will never come face to face to me. Maybe He never asked me, why did you do this or that? But this is not true. We know that we will have to give account of everything. You see, Baha'u'llah mentions that. He says, keep your account every day before you are asked to give your account before God. So fear comes not because God is a fearful figure, that you're frightened of Him. But fear comes to us because we are inadequate. We look at our shortcomings. And then when you are going to really face Him, when you really realize, now this is the time, now I'm going to face Him, the fear of God is engendered in one's heart. This is really what it is, the fear of God. It's because we are conscious of our shortcomings. And then when you realize that what you had to do. Now I tell you, I had once an experience, and I'll share it with you. It's a personal experience, but I share it with you. You know how it is every time we have a problem in life, personal problem or any problem, we immediately go to God and pray to Him. As soon as you have a problem, you just take the prayer book and you sit down and you pray, the remover of difficulties and all the others that we are familiar with. Well, one day I was doing the same thing. And suddenly, now I can tell you there, really and truly, suddenly I saw Baha'u'llah as if I saw Him in front of my eyes saying to me something. And you know what He said to me? Quite frankly, I got it very clear. He said, shame on you. This is what He said. Shame on you. Every time you have a problem, you come to me. Really? But did you ever come once to me and say, oh, please, help me to teach your faith, help me to serve your faith, I am longing to do something for you? No. You only come to me when you have a problem. Shame. Now, I really stopped praying. I just stopped it. Couldn't say anything. And it came to me like a thunderbolt. Now, you know, it's like this. And it became very clear that it was like this, that you have a very good friend. Say you have a very, very good friend, one of your best friends, a very influential friend, a very best friend that you have, that you give your life for him. And he lives, say, in another country. And he writes to you and he says, look, I want you to do something for me in here. I can't be in your country, but I want you to go to this shop and buy this and that for me. What would you do as soon as he writes to you? You immediately go and get it for him. He says, you are the only one who can do it. Go and get it for me. But what happens if I don't do it? I won't do it today, I won't do it tomorrow, I won't do it the next month, and the next month, and the next month, and the next year. I will never go to get this thing that my friend wants me to get for him. But then every time I need something, I'll go to him. And I expect him immediately to answer it. Now you see, this is exactly the situation. So that really when we think and we find that we have so much to do And this life is so short. So much to do for Baha'u'llah. He has asked us to teach his faith. Now that's what I said. Shame on me. That was the answer. I don't do it. And instead I go to him for all my problems. And then, when the real time comes, really, if Baha'u'llah would come and say to you, what have you done now in your life? Let us examine it. What have you got? What is the result of your whole life? What have you done? Well, this is where the fear comes. Because one is not adequate. But you know, there is one thing we must remember. Again, remember the forgiveness of God. Once you fear him, yes, then naturally one fear him. One fear that one hasn't done what he is supposed to do. But also remember the bounties, the love of your Lord. You know, our life is like this glass. You see, this glass of water here. Every service that we render is like a drop of water that you put in this. And at the end of a lifetime, all that you have is the result of your life. Here, you present it. This is what you have. That's what you take with us. That's what we take with us into the next life. We talked about it the first day. Remember, we said we can only take good things into the next life. And all our deeds is like this perfect water that we are taking with us. Drop by drop. We serve today, we serve tomorrow, and this adds together, accumulates together. But a little bit of impurities, then it will make the whole glass to become adulterated. A little bit of self, a little bit of ambition. These are the things will really destroy our services to the faith. There may be a man who has served an awful lot in this life. There have been some people like this. Served enormously, on a great high scale. But at the end, they did something which destroyed it altogether. And so the cup of water, instead of being pure, it is adulterated. But there is one remedy which we can still have, and this is again a marvelous thing that we have this remedy. You know, have you seen in chemistry, there are some, if you have something, for instance, colorful, dirty, you just drop one little chemical into it, it'll purifies it, cleanse it immediately. And this is the same thing here in our deeds, in our life. We can cleanse our deeds and our actions with servitude, becoming a servant really, becoming selfless. That is like this chemical which will purify all the wrong things that one has done. And God will come to you then in great measures. This is why Baha'u'llah says, how many a person who has lived a life of service, and at the end, just at the end, when he is going to go, he does something which will ruin his whole life. All his services are gone. And how many a person who has lived a terrible life, and just at the time of his passing, through one deed, through the carrying out of one action, just like this chemical that I say, drop into this water, he will become completely absolved of all the wrong things he had done. And that's why he says, no one knows what his end shall be, and that we should pray for ourselves, that we may end up in with pure deeds and pure thoughts and pure actions. The most important thing is not to serve the faith. The most important thing is to serve the faith with pure motive. You know, if I serve the faith with wrong motive, and there may be some people, I don't know, when one looks upon oneself, one comes across this, that one may be serving for sometimes, or to some extent for wrong motives. If you serve the faith because, oh well, I serve the faith so that I become responsible for this work or that work, and people will pay attention to me, or I'll become an important person, well, this is really dangerous. This is dangerous. I mentioned there's nothing in this life except a station of servitude for us. And servitude is what Abdul Baha says, become like a dust in the pathway of thy loved ones. I remember when I was young, and I was going, my father was in prison at the time, and the speaker or not? Yes, it's okay. I remember that we used to go once a year to a very, very remote village, hidden behind so many mountains, lofty, very high mountains, higher than these mountains here, or almost like these mountains. We had to go maybe 3 days riding on a donkey to get to this little village. And in that village, the whole village was Baha'i. But it was very small, maybe about 20 people in it. It was the same village that in 1955, when there was a wave of persecution against the Baha'is of Iran, it's called Hormozak. 7 people were martyred. Well, we used to go once a year, or at least my father used to go, and when I was a young man, I used to go with him, just to meet with these believers who were so cut off. And most of these believers were illiterate. They couldn't read or write. They were very beautiful people, very humble, very beautiful, full of the love of Baha'u'llah. But they had no education. And that year, my father was in prison because of the faith. And he sent me a message. He said, now you go on your own. Now at that time, I was just a student in the university. I'd just come the first year of university, and you know how it is when you go into the university, you become very important. You feel very important and all the rest of it as young persons. And he said, now there is one condition. When you go there, you must never feel yourself superior to these people because you can read and write. You must never sit with them in a disrespectful manner, just with a air of superiority. He gave me a lot of information about that. That we must consider ourselves as dust in the pathway of these loved ones of God. He said, if you can go like this, then go on. And I can tell you, it's a marvelous experience for us to become humble before each other. Because I mentioned yesterday, each one carries with him a sign of Baha'u'llah. And it is when you look into that face, you must see a sign of Baha'u'llah. Because all I can say in my life is that I am related to Baha'u'llah by name. I can't say more than that. I can't say really I am a Baha'i. This is where the fear comes in also. How can I say I'm a Baha'i, really and truly? But I am related by name to him. And that's enough. That's enough to look into the faces of the believers. And then you love them because of Baha'u'llah. And the friends, when they have this devotion to the faith, and they serve the faith just because with the right motive, then the great powers will come upon us. But if we serve the faith with the wrong motive, I don't know, it's not really what will be, it's not acceptable really. Baha'u'llah mentions that 2 things are very dear to God. One is the blood of the martyr. Now, the blood of the martyr. Now, why is it that the blood of the martyr is dear to God? It's because you know that the purpose of life in here is that we may become detached from this world. and draw nearer to God. This is the purpose of life. But God has given us barriers. There are barriers. There are several barriers that we have to overcome. The barrier between man and God is attachment. Baha'u'llah says there are 3 types of attachment. One of them is attachment to this world. We talked about it yesterday a little bit. Attachment to the things of this world. This is one barrier. If we can remove that barrier, then we have 2 other barriers to overcome. The other barrier, he says, is attachment to the next life and the reward of the next life. And that's a very, very deep subject when you think of it. We don't serve Baha'u'llah. The motive should not be, let me serve Baha'u'llah so that in the next life I have a good position there, you know. What time is it? You want a cup of tea? Since I've left my job, I've forgotten everything. We serve God not because we are going to be rewarded. But do you know why we serve God? Baha'u'llah mentions it in our daily prayers. You read it every day. The noon prayer. I don't know it in English. In Arabic. When you translate it, it will become, I bear witness, O God, that Thou hast created me to know Thee and to worship Thee. That is the purpose of creation. God has not created us for anything else, but just that we know Him and to worship Him. Do you remember when we were talking about the soul, I was mentioning that the purpose of life is for us, for our soul to bring forth a fruit, a child, and that the only way it can do it is to turn to another force, to another agency, and that the purpose of life is that we turn to Baha'u'llah, that we love Him and worship Him, and as a result of this, the spirit of faith is born in us. So you see, we do not carry out all the teachings of God so that in the next life we can become very exalted person, great station. Although this will happen, there's no doubt about it. This will come by itself. But to be attached to it, it's a wrong reason for serving the faith. You see how delicate these parts are? And the other barrier which Baha'u'llah says, which John in here pointed out to us, is the kingdom of names, attachment to the kingdom of names, which is really, it boils down being attachment to our own perfections and accomplishments. You become attached to your knowledge. You like yourself because you're a knowledgeable man. You like to be praised because you're a knowledgeable man. This is attachment to the kingdom of names. You love to be praised for other actions that you do. This is another form of barrier. Now these barriers removed, you have a martyr. Because a martyr is a person who becomes detached 100%. When he says, I give my life, what has he done? He has become 100% detached. There is but none of us can reach to that point unless you come to that very point of testing, when you are tested at that hour, that moment. If you say so, if you come to that point and then you decide and say, I'll give my life, you become 100% detached. And that is what God loves, more than anything else. Because it's 100%, it's a complete detachment. And this is why Baha'u'llah says, the blood of the martyr is the most precious thing in the sight of God, because you have given up your all in the path of God. And the other thing, which is beloved of God, the tears which are shed in fear of God. The tears which are shed in fear of God. And then Baha'u'llah in this tablet, he says, we do not want people to give their lives. We do not want people to give their lives. The world should be such that people don't have to give their lives. And so he said, we have replaced it in this dispensation. We had replaced the blood of the martyr with teaching, with the efforts and the work of a teacher. Teaching the cause of God has the most meritorious of all things in the sight of God. It's the most meritorious. It's not one of the most meritorious, but the most meritorious. Because we talked a great deal about teaching yesterday. Remember, I was saying the purpose of teaching is not just to increase our numbers. Main purpose is not that, but it is to bring a soul to its God. And we talked about it. You remember the force of attraction and all the rest of it we spoke about. You people are in the habit of drinking coffee and things, huh? Yes. No, go on, yes. Otherwise.
The book of Certitude, I believe, and I don't have my books now, so I can't remember exactly which book. But it says every man has a conscience, but not every man has a sense of shame. Is this part?
Yes, well, it is not in the Kitab Iran, but it is in one of his tablets, which he quotes in the epistle to the son of the wolf. He quotes it. Yes, he says that he's talking again about the fear of God, really, and the importance of religion. That religion, you see, he says that when you have to carry out a teaching of God, not everybody has this. It's very difficult to translate that word, shame, as you put it, the word shame, from the original language. It means that there are some human beings, but Baha'u'llah says there are not many, who have the sense of shame. If they do something wrong, they feel ashamed of it right away. You know, they feel immediately, they know they have done something wrong, and they'll stop doing it. But he says there are not many people like that. And therefore he says the laws of God are given to us that we may obey them, and that we should bring in here, obedience to the laws of God, and to have the fear. It's like saying, and I'll give you an example of it in daily life. It's like saying that there are some citizens who can live without having a policeman among them. But there are very few such people who can live in peace and tranquility in a town without any policeman. But you need a policeman. That's what Baha'u'llah is trying to tell us. He says we have to have a policeman. We have to have an agency by which men can discipline themselves. This is the purpose of that particular, is the meaning of that particular thing that you mentioned in the writings. Well, now, I am going to, maybe we can stop sometime, but I'm going to look at some of these questions, which one of the things I love to do is to not answer questions, leave it off. So you must push me to do it for you. Let us see, where are we now? I'll look at the. You know, really, I feel that we are in this life. We are having so much to do. Time is so short. In every community, as I was saying yesterday, every community in the world now, the time is short. And these opportunities that we have now for deepening and for teaching, because deepening on its own should really bring forth the fruit of teaching. The time will come that we will have not these opportunities. But now the challenge has just come. And if we don't do it, if we don't arise to really respond to the call of teaching, all these questions are good and we must learn it. But I mean, the most important thing in our life is to think every day, am I teaching? And again, I wanted to make it clear, teaching doesn't mean that every day you must go and definitely talk to somebody, although it's a very good thing to do. But it means every day you must be doing something about teaching. It may be you're doing something about one person. It may be doing something about two people in your lives. But that you're doing something all the time to teach the cause of God. Because the opportunities will not come again. And God may give this to someone else to do it instead of us. The conditions of the world are moving very swiftly towards a an end of all this comfort and all the peace that we still have in the world. The conditions will dramatically change. And then we may find that the opportunities are lost. But really God has chosen us, and this is a marvelous thing to think that God has chosen us from among 6,000 million peoples of the world, and have told us, like Baha'u'llah, like that friend of ours in that remote country, telling us to go and do certain things for him. He says, I can't do it, you are in there, you must do it for me. And this, I think, this feeling will urge us to go ahead. That we are chosen, really, by God to carry out His work. And it is a great, great privilege. I just wanted to tell you, it came to me a story. I'll tell you, it's a Persian story, which will indicate how much we must thank God that we are chosen today to carry this great responsibility with us. The story is a story of a mother who had 3 children, 3 sons. Do you know that story? Mother who had 3 sons. And she wanted to know which one of them is worthy to become her, to inherit her estates and become the heir in the family. And so he wanted to test his sons. And so he invited, the sons were living in different homes, each one of them having their own lives, and the mother was living alone. And so the mother invited one of the sons to come and stay with her for the night. And she chose a very, very cold night. Snow coming, like maybe in Alaska. Snow all over the place. And that night, she cooked a meal for her son. And she put a lot of salt in it. Very much salty. Full of salt. And she drained all the water from the taps and from everything. So there was no water in the house. And so they ate their food and they went to bed. And they slept. In the middle of night, when the son was fast asleep in this little cozy room, warm, she woke her son up and she said, I am very thirsty. Would you go and get me some water, please? Oh, the son got up and he said, are you really thirsty? He went to this tap, water, to get some water, and there was no water. So he came back and he said, well, there's no water and probably you can carry on till tomorrow morning. Okay, mother said, fine, that's okay. Then the second son did the same thing exactly to her. And the second son came and the mother got up and she said, look, I am very thirsty tonight. Would you give me some water? The boy got up again and she said, are you really thirsty? She went there and she looked at the water and found there was no water. She came back and she slept. She said, there's nothing there. But then, soon afterwards, he himself got thirsty. So he got up and he went out. He found there was no water here. He had to go in this cold weather out into the well to drag some water out of the well. So he went outside and he took some water for himself, drank some water. And he said, well, it's not a bad thing. My mother was thirsty. I bring a cup for her as well. So he brought a cup, woke up her mother and said, there is some water for you. Now that's the second son. He brought the water. But he brought it with the wrong motive. You know what I mean? The first time that the mother was thirsty, he didn't go out. But when he himself became thirsty, he goes into all the trouble in the cold outside, gets the water, brings it along. He drinks it himself because he was thirsty, and then he gives it to his mother. You see how wrong motive is? And then, of course, you know the third son, what he did, you can imagine. As soon as the mother said, I'm thirsty, he went out, he found there was no water. He said, okay, I'll go outside and I'll get some water for you. And when he came back, he gave the water to his mother. Now that was chosen. That person was chosen to become the heir, because he did serve him with the right motive. And this is exactly like us now. We have been chosen, really. And when we do things with the right motive, but then the time will come, I can assure you, the time will come that we will be longing to do service to the cause, to bring great numbers into the faith, and we may not be able to do it. This is what happened in Persia. The believers in Persia are now longing to do something, but they can't. They can't. The doors will be closed. Now, I'll tell you another story, and then we'll go for a little drink. You know that they say there was a man in Persia. Often farmers have to go because there is... This will come only when the faith grows enough to attract opposition from the religious leaders. The religious leaders, Baha'u'llah, Abdul Baha has told us, and Shoghi Effendi has told us, will rise up against the faith in the future. With such vehemence that Shoghi Effendi in one of his letters says it will eclipse, it will become much more than what has already happened in the faith on a worldwide scale, the opposition which will come to the faith of Baha'u'llah. If you use your imagination, really, you can come to see that. Shoghi Effendi mentions that when the faith grows and attracts enough attention to itself, the leaders of churches in the West will rise up against us. Now, this is not what he says. Abdul Baha had said this. Abdul Baha had said that how the world will rise up against the faith. He says that they will come, that the Africans, the Americans, the Europeans, the Turks, the Chinese, they all will rise up against the faith with such vehemence that it's very difficult to explain, he says, at the time. And then he says the believers will arise to defend the faith with such forcefulness, with such faith, with such powers coming to them, such confirmations, that they will certainly establish the ascendancy of the cause and overwhelm those who have arisen to oppose them. And Shoghi Effendi says when the faith will reach a point that people will take notice of it. He has written this letter, a very special letter to the Persian friends. And he says that the time will come that once this happens, the churches in the Western world will rise up against us. And he says, especially the Anglican Church. And then he says it will be followed by the Catholic Church. And he says the Pope himself will stand up and oppose the faith with all his power and authority. Can you imagine what will happen then, all these things? Abdul Baha says he's longing for the day that from the pulpit the clergy denounce the faith. It is the time that great numbers will come into the faith. The more they oppose it, the more the faith will be proclaimed and more people come into it. Look at what has happened. Just we had received some persecutions in Persia, and how much the faith has been proclaimed all over the world, and people have come to at least hear its name and know of its existence and become familiar with its great standards and qualities and teachings. How much more would it be when these great leaders of the world rise up against us? And he says, as they rise up against us, the faith will grow much more. And as the faith grows more, their opposition will get fiercer. And as the opposition gets fiercer, the faith will grow more. And then he says, the faith of Baha'u'llah will really be established by the action of its enemies throughout the world. And he says that the opposition which the clergy will have in the Western world will have its reverberations, and it will respond, it will create again the same sort of persecutions in all the continents of the world. And then he says it will affect the Hindus and the Buddhists, and they will rise up against us, he says. The Hindu leaders of religion and the Buddhists will rise up against the faith with such vehemence that he says it will bring to mind reminiscent of the opposition which the clergy showed to the faith in the earlier days and denounced the faith from the pulpits in Persia. And then he says, when the faith reaches the greater and greater ascendancy, the political leaders will rise up against the faith because they see the bankruptcy of their institutions. So you see, they don't do anything until they see that there is a threat. And the threat is when the faith grows. Not until it grows will people oppose it. Who knows when that will be? It depends on our work and the progress of the faith.
Mustn't it be after the earthquake?
I don't know. This is, as I say, it all depends. If in a country now you ignite a fire of, if you, for instance, in Ireland that we are teaching, if great numbers come into the faith, they will come right away and oppose us with tremendous power and authority. Already this has happened when the 10-year crusade started. And some pioneers went to South Pacific. Some of the friends may remember. The great numbers came into the faith in some of these islands. And some of these churches rose up against us with such forcefulness. They drove away some of the pioneers out of the country. They deprived all the members of the faith from all their social benefits. And all these things have happened already, but on a very small scale. Already in Scotland we have had several times the clergy have denounced the faith from the pulpit and in the newspapers with great vehemence. But these are nothing comparing with the time that they become desperate. And then we will see how they will oppose us. Well, friends, it seems to me the time is telling we must go. And I've managed to put one or two questions still unanswered, so we'll see how it will go in the afternoon. Thank you very much indeed. So, you all go for lunch. Well, friends, in this session I promised to talk about some of the questions. Now, there is a question here, which is quite a long one, a lot of aspects about the obligatory prayers, about the long obligatory prayers. And there are some questions asked, 7 or 8 of them. I think some of these questions are things that I could maybe discuss with the person because you cannot really talk about it here. This is all actions and movements and all the rest of it. But I will go through some of the gist of some of the basic points that you have raised here about the long obligatory prayer. As you know, Baha'u'llah in this obligatory prayer mentions that we should say this prayer when we are feeling spiritually uplifted, and in every 24 hours. And he says that when you stand there, before you start it, you should gaze as if awaiting the mercy of your Lord coming to you. In other words, he says, look to the right and look to the left as if you are waiting for the mercy of God to come to you. And now the question is, how do you gaze? Now the answer to this is up to you. Really, it's nothing that we can describe this. This is, you see, the obligatory prayer, as you can see, has some symbolism in it. There are some symbolisms in this. There are symbolic actions that you do, which is, as I mentioned in the first day, the actions are symbolic of our attitude. That when you raise your hands in supplication, this is reinforcing what you're saying by your actions. These actions, for instance, of supplicating, which is to raise your hands upwards towards God, is only a symbolic action. The same thing is with the action of prostrating yourself down on the ground before your God, when you are feeling, you're expressing your humility and utter nothingness to God. And that is why, probably, Baha'u'llah has said that this prayer should be said alone, in the privacy of your own chamber. You cannot say this prayer when there are others around. And that we talked about it, of course, in the first day. Now here again, it's also symbolic of waiting for the mercy of God to come to you, just as you're beginning, as you're standing to say your prayer. I think Baha'u'llah is trying to enable us to concentrate here. It is really a message to, now that you're just going to say your prayers, you are in the presence of your Lord. You are going to be in the presence of your Lord. You must await and expect His mercy and His bounties upon us. And this is what's in our hearts. And this movement, looking to the right and to the left, is just symbolic of our inner attitude. It's no use just to look at the right and to the left when our inner attitude is not with us. And the inner attitude should be that now I am standing before my God. And I am going to say these passages. And when you read the obligatory prayers, you'll see most of the passages are expressing one's impotence, one's ignorance, one's utter nothingness, really, in relation to the greatness and the loftiness of his creator. And then there are occasions that you praise him, you glorify him. You see, these are all the most important aspect of this prayer is the attitude that we have to develop during this period, and to concentrate and to know that we are in front of our God. Some of the friends were not here. We talked a little bit about the obligatory prayers and the importance of it, and we said that Baha'u'llah has mentioned, and Abdul Baha, that if we do not say them, that we can never get close to them. We can never get close to Baha'u'llah. And also how important it was. We discussed this in great detail. So maybe if those of you who are not here, maybe one day somebody can tell you about it. Yes. There is another question here which is worthy of discussion, and it says, can you explain the meaning, the following words that appears in the obligatory prayers? He says, Baha'u'llah says, make my prayer, O my Lord. Or the person says when you're praying, make my prayer, O my Lord, a fountain of living waters, whereby I may live as long as thy sovereignty endures, and may make mention of thee in every world of thy worlds. Now look at what a beautiful vision Baha'u'llah even is given to us in here. I mentioned again the first day about the soul of man. You remember about the soul, how it comes into being, and how the soul has a beginning, but it has no end. And that the soul will last in all the worlds of God, as long as God exists. Now here we are praying that soul, and also we talked about the soul of men in the next life being graded. There will be different grades. How we talked about this. Now here is really one is asking that this prayer may become a means by which we may progress in the spiritual worlds of God as long as God exists, and make mention of thee in every world of thy worlds. First of all, again, I think we mentioned that the worlds of God is not one, that the spiritual worlds of God are infinite, and there is nothing greater in this life also for a Baha'i, and also in the spiritual worlds of God, than mentioning him, mentioning the Word of God. You see, the Word of God is the source of our existence. Everything has been created through the influence of the Word of God. It's like the rays of the sun to this life. What this rays of the sun does to all this creation, the Word of God does to man. And in here Baha'u'llah explains to us, and in fact there is an indication that in all the worlds of God, the most potent force which exists, which will enable man to grow, is the influence of the Word of God. In the same way that in this physical life, the most potent force which exists, which enables us to grow, is the rays of the sun. And that these words of God in the next life are similar to the rays of the sun, which enable our souls to grow as a result of it. to make mention is a very important thing. When you read the writings, you make mentioning of your Lord. When you say prayers, you make mentioning of your Lord. When Baha'u'llah says in the hidden words that you must make mention of him, he says that I'm paraphrasing his words in English, he says that the remedy of all your ills is remembrance of me. Forget it not. Now that remembrance and the mention of God are the same words really in Arabic. You remember God by reading the words, by reading the prayers. This is remembering, mentioning him. All of this thing really relates to our attitude again of devotion to God. But again, look, there is one thing we must also say here, that every individual believer should read the writings for himself, and you can meditate upon it yourself. The writings of Baha'u'llah are such that every human being can talk about it, can think about it, can meditate upon it, think of it, see what you feel, what you understand of it. At the same time, there are passages which Abdul Baha has explained to us, the authoritative meaning of it. Now his explanation, his interpretation is authentic and is authoritative. But it doesn't stop the believers themselves to read the writing and understand the way you want it. But you must make sure it is not authoritative, and that it is good for yourself, and that we must not try to convert other people to our understanding of a certain passage. You can certainly talk about it, but as long as it is clear that it is your understanding of it. But we are all free to do that, and this is how we develop and how we grow. It's not forbidden that we must not interpret our own understanding of a thing, as long as our interpretation is not against the interpretation of Abdul Baha, if such an interpretation exists, and B, as long as we don't go and propagate it in the community in such a way as to try to bring about an argument amongst the believers, so that somebody says no, it means this, and you say no, it means this, and then there is an argument. In this case, Baha'u'llah says both of them are wrong. It's a marvelous teaching. It's one of the best teachings of Baha'u'llah. Mirza Abul Fazl, the great Baha'i scholar, he has mentioned some of the outstanding teachings of Baha'u'llah, and the first on his list is this, that he says that Baha'u'llah in this day has forbidden people to interpret his writings in an authoritative way. And then he says that he also has told that if people begin to argue amongst themselves about a subject, both parties are wrong. Now he thinks this is a marvelous teaching, and this is true. So that we can also read these words yourself and meditate upon it. Now meditation, somebody asked, we must not confuse this meditation with all these techniques which people have developed in this day and age. There is no technique for meditation in the Baha'i Faith. It is entirely up to the individual to read the writings and then to think about it and to try to understand it. There is no such a thing as turning within yourself to find out what you think, but it is something of turning to your God to find out how He might affect your heart. Those of you who were here, we were talking about the knowledge of God which comes to the heart of man. Do you remember that? The first day we talked about it, how knowledge comes through the heart of man. The knowledge of God, and not through your mind. The mind will pick it up afterwards and understand it. But it first comes into your heart. It dawns in your heart, within your heart. And that, I think I mentioned the story the other day about a man who came along and asked me, and he said, I didn't understand this, I don't accept this word of Baha'u'llah. Yes, I think I mentioned that. So I better not to go through these things. I hope that you don't. Those who haven't been here, I hope you won't mind me not saying these things again. So you see, friends, here we find that we have ample room for reading the writings, every individual, and meditating yourself and understanding it. And if you keep on reading the writings, now this is what will happen. If you keep on reading the writings, if you keep on studying the writings, which is also different from reciting the writings in the morning and in the evening. To study the writings and to recite in the morning and in the evening are two different acts. One is designed for having a spiritual food, as we do it. Baha'u'llah has ordained for us, has told us we should read his words, recite his words in the morning and in the evening. This is for the spiritual food, although you learn from it as well. But the study of the writings is different. We have to study it in our own time. We can ask questions. We can discuss it amongst ourselves. Just as we are doing now. We are discussing the subject now. But it is not by any means exhaustive. It is only one man's opinion of one's understanding. And that we should read it ourselves. And if we keep on reading and reading, and today you understand something about these words. But I can assure you, after a year's time, if you keep on reading the writings, your understanding of that particular passage will so much mature, and you can understand much more than today, provided we turn our hearts to Baha'u'llah and let his light of his knowledge shine within our hearts. So we see meditation in the faith. There is no system, there is no ways, there is no techniques. We have to turn, read the writings, think about it, but turn always to Baha'u'llah for assistance. When peoples of the world, the people who do not have access to the Word of God in this age, well, you can't blame them. They want to know something, and they constantly turn within themselves. And you know, when you turn within yourself, you can find an awful lot of things which is not right. And so we come out with all kinds of ideas. But when we turn to the writings and we pray and we meditate. Now, if you read something of the writings and you don't understand it, don't rebel against it. We must accept and we must submit, and then eventually the meaning of that thing becomes clear to you. But as long as you submit, the minute you rebel and say, I won't accept that, then the doors are closed. And we never will understand the meaning of something. Now I think that yes, there are Baha'u'llah here in the long obligatory prayer. He says, I know the following refer to Baha'u'llah, but why all these particular words and titles used? I don't think anybody can answer that question. It's only Baha'u'llah who knows why he has used these particular titles. And the word is this. You know, there is a passage again in, I don't know the English of the obligatory prayer to recite for you here, but when he refers to Baha'u'llah, and he says that he is the hidden mystery. That's Baha'u'llah being the hidden mystery, the treasured symbol, through whom the letters B and E have been joined and knit together. And do we say the words B in the parentheses? No. We won't say the word B in the parentheses. We just say the letters B and E, because in the original language it's the same thing. Now I'm sure maybe I better say something about the meaning of these letters B and E and the treasured symbol and the hidden mystery. You see, Baha'u'llah here refers to himself as the hidden mystery, as the treasured symbol, through whom the letters B and E have been joined and knit together. When you join the letters B and E, what will you get? B. Now this is a symbol, this is a call for the creation of all that is on earth and heaven. When God wanted to create, in Islam it is said that when God wanted to create this creation, he uttered one word, and that word, be thou, and then it was. That is how creation came, through the utterance of one word. And in here we say that it is Baha'u'llah. Now Baha'u'llah does not mean Mirza Hussain Ali, the person who appeared in 1850 and he passed away in 1892. Not the person, but the spirit which animated him. The most great spirit, Baha'u'llah says, animated him. In the writings you will find there is a difference in here between Baha'u'llah differentiates between the Holy Spirit of God, which animated all the prophets of the past, and the most great spirit which animated him. You will find that in his writings Baha'u'llah always refers to the most great spirit in this age. And this is an indication of the greatness of this revelation. We cannot again measure these things and say, well, how great it is. But all we can say, it is the closest you can get to God. It's this most great spirit. And it is that most great spirit which has been responsible for the creation of earth and heaven. The letters B and E have been joined together through the instrumentality of that most great spirit. But that most great spirit appeared in the form of a human temple some 100 years ago. for a short period of time. You see now? That most great Spirit of God appeared in the form of a human temple. It animated the soul of Baha'u'llah. And it is that which he therefore speaks with the voice of God. And he says, I am God. Baha'u'llah in many of his writings has said this, I am God. It does not refer to his person. It is that voice which says, it is that spirit which says, I am God. And we must remember that in the previous dispensations, the manifestations of the past did not say that. They always gave the glad tidings that one day a day will come, that it will be the day of God, that God will walk upon this earth with his servants. In the Old Testament you can read, there are many passages. In the New Testament, in the Quran particularly, there are many passages about the coming of a day when God himself when man will meet and will come into the presence of God. Now, we said yesterday again, or day before, about the fact that the essence of God is beyond us. The essence of God can have no connection, no relationship with man. It can have no relationship even with the manifestations of God. You see, no manifestation of God has ever understood the essence of God. Because if they do understand, if they have any connection with it, then they will become partners with him. And this is impossible. Baha'u'llah mentions this. He mentions in the Shoghi Effendi has translated this. He says, 10,000 prophets as great as Jesus stand dismayed. I'm paraphrasing his word. Stand dismayed at the threshold of thy gate. Dismayed when they hear that my essence thou shalt never understand. Something to this effect Baha'u'llah mentions in some of his tablets. So you see, the essence of God is hidden from all of us. It cannot have any relationship with anything. If you attribute anything to the essence of God, that will cease to be the God in his essence. You cannot say to him, you cannot attribute to the essence of God that he is all loving, that he is the all knowing, that he is the all wise. You cannot do that. Because as soon as you do that, you limit him right away. Baha'u'llah says that in his essence there are no attributes. You can't attribute any attribute to him. There are not divisions that you can say this is his attribute, this is his essence. And this is something that no man, no person, no human being, no manifestation of God can ever comprehend the essence of God. This is why in the same obligatory prayer, if you remember, you say, there is a passage, and also in many other tablets, there is a passage when you say to God, you are praying to God, and you say, exalted art thou. I'm paraphrasing it really. You are so great that my prayer can never ascend to you. You are much more exalted than my prayer reaching you. Of course, the prayer of man can never reach to the essence of God. Baha'u'llah, this is why Baha'u'llah always, when he refers to himself, he is the revealed word of God. This is the thing we can understand and appreciate. And what revealed it was the most great spirit in this age. And this most great spirit, Baha'u'llah in one of his tablets, says that the Holy Spirit of God, which animated all the prophets, was created by one word of this most great spirit. You know, one of the titles of Baha'u'llah is this, that he is the one who has sent all the messengers. You read this in the tablet of visitation also. In the tablet of visitation of Abdul Baha, you read it, through him all creation came into being and all revelations were sent down. And in here you say it was through him that the letters B and E were joined together, which means that the whole creation came into being. But it is not the person of Baha'u'llah. We must, of course, we are aware of that one. It is that most great spirit which in this day manifested itself. And as I was saying yesterday or day before, in Baha'u'llah in one of his tablets mentioned that the purpose, that the reason that God has created us is only so that this revelation may come into being and Baha'u'llah may reveal himself to mankind. Now here we come to see therefore that Baha'u'llah refers to himself as the hidden mystery. Now how can I say what does it mean? If it's a mystery, nobody will understand what it is. The treasured symbol, who can understand what it is? But one thing we understand is that it is the Spirit of God which creates. again, we should read it and meditate on it. And then it comes a point that you believe it. And then when you believe it, you will understand much more of it. And not until you believe it can you understand much more of it. And when you believe it and understand much more of it, your belief becomes much stronger. And when your belief becomes much stronger, your understanding becomes much stronger. And you understand some things that the previous year you couldn't understand. So everything we acquire is through our belief, through our faith. And this is when the heart opens up. It's just like opening the valve of the heart, step by step. And the more you open it, the more truth comes in, the more realities we can understand.
Mr. Taherzadeh, I know you have a lot of questions there, but I'll put this in a hypothetical sort of situation. Say a non-Baha'i came to you who had been told, you had taught him, that all the manifestations of God are to be regarded as one and the same.
Mm-hmm.
That one is not exalted above the other.
Yes, I would agree with him.
And
Yes?
then he reads these passages in writings that says Baha'u'llah created them.
No, we won't say that.
They seem to say that.
No, we won't say that. We won't say that. This is why I was saying yesterday that we have to have wisdom in teaching. We would never say to a person who has never heard of the faith before this. You know, it's like you learn things as time goes on. You can never learn everything at one go. And if you do that, you harm everybody. First of all, I can assure you that let me explain this point that we say the manifestations of God are one and the same, and at the same time we say this is much more exalted. Although I will not explain that now to a person who just wants to hear about the faith. I will say to him that they are all the same, and they are all the same. But when you get deeper in the faith, you will understand. You know, when you come across the divine revelation, we know is progressive. And also, life in here, if you look at nature, anything which has an organic growth, it grows from a child into an infant, into a child, into a boy, into a man. This sort of a development you go through. Revelation is the same thing. There was a time that revelation came in a form of as if it was like a child, and it revealed all the qualities in it of a child within that revelation. Now, if you look at the child, this child is now 1 year of age. The next year it becomes 2 years, and then eventually becomes, say, 5 years of age. When he becomes 5 years of age, if you go and see that 5-year-old child, where is that 1-year-old gone? The 1-year-old doesn't exist anymore. The 1-year-old is in that 5-year-old. And then that 5-year becomes 10-year-old. And that 10-year-old, the 5-year doesn't exist, and the 1 year doesn't exist. Now they all appear in the form of a 10-year. It's the same identity. So, you are, for example, a person now 20 years of age. But 20 years before, you were a baby. You are the same as the baby 20 years ago. But you are very different from a 20 year ago. So that although your identity is the same, but your powers and qualities are far, far greater. And this is to say the same thing is with the manifestations of God. Christ, Moses, and Baha'u'llah are in these stages. They go through these stages. It's the same reality. But because it manifests itself at different ages, the identity is the same, but the capacities and the possibilities and the powers are far, far greater. You cannot ever compare a man of 21 years of age with a child of 1, although it's the same identity. It's the same person. So that this is one way I say, that you can look at this equality of the manifestations of God, and yet their diversity and their differences. We say the manifestations of God are one and the same, in one sense, and at the same time we say, and the Quran mentions it, Baha'u'llah mentions in the Kitab-i-Iqan, he says, we have exalted some above the others. And this is because of this exaltation is because a child has developed into this growth and become a boy and become a man. Today, divine revelation with the coming of Baha'u'llah has reached the age, you might say, of maturity. Just like a boy or a little infant has gone through stages until it has come to become 21 years of age. And when you become 21 years of age, for instance, what happens is that you can manifest all your powers within you. Whereas these powers were latent within you when you were a little baby. These powers all existed there. You had legs, you had hands, you had organs, you had brain, but you couldn't use them. They were potential. But now, the idea of coming the age of maturity is that you can use those powers to the fullness. Now, when you explain it in this way, then gradually you must read the writings yourself when you grow as a Baha'i, and then your understanding will widen. Of course, we cannot say these things to a person who is not a Baha'i or who wants to investigate the faith. You have to gradually bring him up. It's like trying to say to some person who begins to learn a science or anything at all, you suddenly throw him down the deep end. It's not going to be helpful. You have to gradually bring him up and up and up, step by step. So that this is how the faith grows. Again, I would say that we must read the writings. Read the writings. So that through this, every individual has to understand for himself these things. And that's why I suggested this. I think I did suggest, if I'm not wrong, I suggested that the friends should study the dispensation of Baha'u'llah. And they should study the advent of divine justice, those passages at the end of the book, and read it for themselves. And if you didn't understand it, do not rebel against it. This is a very important point that I mentioned in the first day. Do not rebel against it. Submit yourself to it, and then pray about it, and then read again other things. And someday your heart will begin to understand the meaning of all these things that you once were rebelling, or you wanted to rebel against, or you did not understand it. So, that is what I can say about this subject. Yes?
I think Robert's question leads to three more. Let's see. Number one, were you telling us earlier today, or maybe last week, I sort of understood. Second, a nice galactor, sort of apples and all sense, and well met, is a physical ability. You know what I mean. From your description, I got the impression that the spiritual part of a person's being is sort of the same thing, maybe it's a small thing. Is that right?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it is right. I don't fully understand what you said, but I think...
Allah says, I desire not that the cities of men's parts.
Sorry?
I desire not that the cities of men's parts.
Oh, yes, of course, yes, of course. Yes, we said that Baha'u'llah says, your heart is my home, purified for my descent. Yes, this is very true.
Then, second question, I think you straighten out the supreme manifestation as against Baha'u'llah's other things, that all prophets learn to life, and whoever raises one above another can do the same thing. As I said, the huge library of Revelation, Baha'u'llah only alone, in a sense, is a supreme revelation. It's not actually a supreme manifestation. So, then, we agree with that. But now the third question I want to ask you, you were saying about the early days of your father and so on, that some of the man was going in the gate of Akka, and Baha'u'llah fixed it so these guards had their eyes fixed.
Sorry?
The guards did not see them.
Oh, yes.
Well, now, we read in the Jewish Torah that Melchizedek one day was running around and so forth. If you've seen the movie, you know that Abraham bowed down, the Bible agrees, before this fellow and paid him some tithes, you see. Now, when you translate from the Chaldean, Melchizedek means Prince of Peace, you see. The only title of it all. Well, that's about all the Bible says, but if you see the movie, the way they portray it, Baha'u'llah and some assistant went off to one of those corrupted towns, and when they got there, Baha'u'llah fixed his gaze on these guys, and they were at least temporarily blinded.
Yes.
So if this is true, then that's the second time Baha'u'llah told that story. Having descended the Savior at that time before he was born.
Well, these are all very interesting contributions, really. One thing now that you said, it reminded me to mention, and that is about the supreme manifestation of God, that you said this. I think I must mention here that Shoghi Effendi in one of his letters, and in some of his letters, mentions to us though, that we cannot put Baha'u'llah on the same level, on the same category as other manifestations of God, because he is a universal manifestation of God. Now this is something that is that we have to explain to the people when they come close to the faith, when their understanding of the faith grows. We can talk to them about what a universal manifestation of God is. Abdul Baha says every 500,000 years, approximately every 500,000 years, one such manifestation appears, who is a universal manifestation of God. And he initiates an era, a cycle. He initiates a cycle, during which time all the manifestations who come will be under his shadow. Now, in order to understand this, I'm going to take you to nature again and give you an example of this in nature. In nature, you will find that a tree, if you have a tree there, the tree is growing. And why does a tree grow? It's because forces are released to it at the springtime. The springtime comes, releases forces of nature and forces of life, and the tree begins to grow. And then the growth stops. And then another springtime comes, it gives it another impulse, and the tree gets a little bit bigger. And so on, it goes on and on. Every springtime, this process repeats itself so that the tree will continue to grow. But one springtime is a very special springtime in the life of the tree. There is one springtime which is a very special time. And that is the springtime when the tree for the first time gives its fruit. This is a very critical and a very special springtime. We say the tree has now matured, has reached the stage of maturity, it has given its fruit. Now whatever fruit the tree gives, see how vital this year is, how vital this springtime is, because whatever fruit this tree gives, all the other future springtimes which will come cannot change it, and will not change the nature of the fruit. Springtime after springtime will come, but it will never change the nature of the fruit, although it makes the quality better. Now this is exactly the same thing as the revelations of God. When the first time the manifestations of God appear, like Moses and Christ and Muhammad, their job was to give an impulse, a spiritual impulse, to the body of mankind. The humanity grew as a result of the appearance of these manifestations of God. Every time they came, it grew more. At the time of the coming of Baha'u'llah, the coming of Baha'u'llah is responsible for bringing forth the fruit of humanity. And do you know what the fruit of humanity is going to be? The oneness of mankind. This is the fruit that we are going to give on this planet. And this has come about because this particular springtime of Baha'u'llah had been destined to bring forth the fruits. Now whatever fruit this revelation brings forth, which is the oneness of mankind, all the prophets of the future are limited in a sense to promote it. They can't bring anything newer than that. In fact, this is true. On this earth, you cannot have anything more than the oneness of mankind. So that in one sense, this is the meaning in one sense, that all the prophets who come in the future are under the shadow of Baha'u'llah, means their teachings must revolve around the basic principle which Baha'u'llah has produced, the oneness of mankind. And I was mentioning this morning, about the Baha'i civilization that Shoghi Effendi talks about, the birth of Baha'i civilization. And he says that humanity will become so noble in the future. The emphasis will be on nobility. That this child of Baha'i civilization will have to grow as a result of the coming of successive manifestations of God in this cycle of 500,000 years. So in that sense, we can say that Baha'u'llah is a universal manifestation of God, or sometimes you say he's a supreme manifestation of God. But of course we must gradually explain these things to people, and this is where the wisdom in teaching is, you see. I was in a meeting the other day in Ireland, and we were talking with some very staunch Roman Catholics about their faith. And after I spoke a little bit about Baha'u'llah's teachings or revelation, the man said, well, he thinks it is very good, but Christ was definitely much more exalted. I said, I agreed with him. It's all right, because as far as he's concerned, this is true at this stage. And we are not going to disagree with him. We are not going to, in here, go on and fight over all these things. If I would have told him, no, this is wrong, they're equal, he wouldn't have accepted. He couldn't have gone a stage further. You have to help people. Not to everything they say to disagree with them. You just hear it, you just make a remark about it, another remark. Gradually, if you can bring them closer, they come to a time that they will say, yes, he's equal. And then when they read more and more, they find that he is not, in a sense, that this is a universal manifestation of God. This is the difference. Now, well, I suppose we can go on and on these things. I don't know whether what I have explained is any good or or sufficient for your questions. Now that I've talked about nobility of man, that Baha'u'llah says humanity will become noble in the future, it reminded me to tell you something when he describes a little picture. He gives us a little picture of the future, a little glimpse of what the future world will be like under his revelation and because of his revelation, something we cannot visualize even. And I'm not going to go into all details of all the things he has said, but just will give you one example of it. You know, there was a time that Baha'u'llah was in Baghdad, and Nabil has recounted this story, which is not published yet fully, and or at least the Nabil's narratives are not published yet, that part of his narratives. But we have this section of it in which he describes that how one day he was seated and some, as you know, Baha'u'llah, he asked some questions. He asked certain questions, and the question was basically this: how can I believe that the Bab is a manifestation of God? The Bab. Baha'u'llah, I mean, I'm sure if it was me, I would immediately go and say, oh, this is the proof, this is the proof, this is the proof. Or I would immediately begin to talk about the Bab. But Baha'u'llah knows that this person has not understood the reality of his prophet. The reality, I said, of his prophet, Muhammad. He has not recognized it. Because if he had recognized it, he wouldn't ask this question. He would immediately recognize the Bab. You see, there is a great deal of difference between knowledge and recognition. We are going further and further from the subject, but I'll bring you back again. Don't be worried. You know that there is a great deal of difference between having a knowledge of something and being able to recognize something. I'll give you an example of this. You see, I have in my hand, you can see here on my finger, there is a ring. This ring is made of gold. I know it. I have no doubt about it that this ring is made of gold. No doubt whatsoever in my mind. I've had it for all these years. I have a knowledge that this is gold. But can I recognize gold from brass? No, that's something different. It's the same thing with people who believe in religions today. They know that Christ is a manifestation of God. Can they recognize him if he comes? No. Our job as Baha'is, and this is the secret of teaching. Our job as Baha'is is to enable them to recognize the truth of Christ, the reality of Christ. I'm not talking of his teachings. Forget about his teachings. Everybody knows about his teachings. But the reality of Christ. How would you recognize him if he walked in this room? What qualities he should have? How would you look at him? And would you say, now this is because of this and this and this and this, I can see he's a manifestation of God. We Baha'is should be able to do this. This is our job. This is the basis of our teaching. Now this is what exactly, and so instead of me going straight away to talk to somebody about the Baha'i Faith, when I want to teach him the faith, I must know, and today this is the truth, the great, great, great majority, if not all the peoples of the world who have a religion, they have a knowledge of that religion. They cannot recognize, they have not been able to recognize the truth of the reality of their prophet. If they were able to recognize the truth of Christ, for example, a Christian, he would immediately become a Baha'i. He would immediately recognize Baha'u'llah. So that when you come across a Christian, the first thing we have to do is to teach him how to recognize Christ as a manifestation of God. All based on facts, not based on beliefs, but based on facts. Because there is a great deal of difference between facts and beliefs. You may believe in something. The Christians believe that Christ went up to heaven. But is this a fact or not? Fact is something that nobody can deny it. For instance, the existence of China is a fact. Why is it a fact? I haven't been to China. You haven't been to China. But the reason that we say it's a fact that China exists is because nobody has denied its existence. It becomes a fact. But what would you do with something which some people denied? It's not a fact. It could be true, it could be a fact, but it is a belief. So that we must be able to explain the reality of Christ, not with what people believe, but with facts. So that nobody could deny those facts. Here, 2,000 years later, you can prove the truth of Christ's mission 2,000 years later in such a way, in many ways, when you read the writings, in many, many ways, that nobody can deny them because they're all facts. And it becomes very clear. That's how you recognize Christ. And when that person accepts that, then you talk to him a little bit about Baha'u'llah and can show him the similarities. This is what Baha'u'llah did when this man asked him about the Bab. He said, how can I believe in the truth of the Bab? Baha'u'llah knew this man has not recognized the truth of his religion, the truth of his prophet. And so what did he do in the Kitab-e-Iqan when he wrote the answer? He never says anything about the Bab. He begins to talk about Noah, talk about Moses, talk about Jesus, talk about Muhammad. He talked about all the old religions and history of old religions. And a lot of spiritual facts he brings out from all the basic, and he builds the foundation. What is he doing? He's building the foundation all the time. It's like somebody who comes along and asks you, as I said yesterday, he says, tell me about electricity. And what would you do? You teach him all about mathematics. You keep on teaching him about mathematics, constantly teaching about mathematics until such time that you can tell him, now this is electricity. Now this is what Baha'u'llah does in the Kitab-e-Iqan. He talks a great deal about the past, making him to recognize the truth of some of the things of the past. And then at the end of the book, a little portion of the end of the book, maybe 10 pages, 20 pages at the end of the book, he applies everything to the Bab. How clear it becomes. Of course, and this man, when he received it, he recognized, he became a believer. Now you see now, this is one of the things we must remember in our teaching work. We must not, when you're teaching a person who is a Christian, for instance, you must teach him first to recognize the truth of his religion. And this is really the thing we must learn. Not to talk about the teachings of Christianity. Oh no, the teachings of Christianity is clear, the history of Christianity is clear, but how to recognize Christ as a manifestation of God. Now these are the things that in seminars, you'll have to have seminars in which you can discuss these things so that we can be able to do that. And therefore, when we are teaching the people a faith, we don't begin with suddenly indulging in all these subjects, which we Baha'is often are in the habit of doing, of bringing the teachings, bringing the history of the faith, but first talk to him, confirm his faith, confirm his religions. And it is at least my custom is that whenever we have a meeting with the people who want to know about the faith, and we are teaching him the faith, first of all you must know what they believe, as they were saying yesterday. And once you believe what they say, if they are a religious person, maybe 10 sessions, you talk to him about Christ. Nothing about Baha'u'llah. Continuously, until he really recognizes Christ. And then it's very easy to apply these things. And then this person, who is staunch in his religion, become more and more inclined towards the faith, until such a time that he becomes a very staunch Baha'i. He has the full background, and the foundation is perfect for it. Strong foundation. Oh, I don't know why we went into that. Oh yes, I was going to tell you about the story of Baha'u'llah in Baghdad, when he was sitting there and he was talking to some of his disciples. And then some of these princes arrived, 2 or 3 princes. And Baha'u'llah changed the subject immediately. See? And when he changed the subject, one of these princes objected. And he said to Baha'u'llah, how is it that when we come in, you change the subject? He says, you are speaking about spiritual things to these people. But when we come, you talk to us about worldly things. What is the news of the market? What is the news of Persia? And all these things. And then Baha'u'llah had to tell them. He said, I tell you who is worthy to hear my call and my words. And he began to expound this. And he gave him an example. Now, I hope that when I give you this example, it wouldn't confuse you now, because it's possibly that so many people will come out with questions. After this, I'll be in trouble. But I will tell you. Anyhow, I have written it, I think, in one of these volumes. He says, should there be a man standing on a vast plain? Say, a man, a human being, is brought out and he's standing on a vast plain. And if on his right-hand side is accumulated all the wealth and all the powers and all the treasures and all the kingdoms of the world, and on his left side is accumulated all the poverties and the persecutions and the sufferings, and the voice of God, should the voice of God reach this man on this plain and tell him, take any of them you like. It's up to you. You're free to choose any side. You can take what is in the right, all become yours. The sovereignties, the dominions, the treasures of this earth, or all the suffering and the poverty and the persecutions. And if the voice of God tells him that if you take this treasures and all the wealth and all the beautiful things, not one little thing will be taken off your spiritual station. This will be promised to you, that your spiritual station will remain the same. It wouldn't affect you. Take it. Take all the money, take all the wealth and all the powers of this world in your hands. Your spiritual status will remain the same. And should you decide to take all the poverty and the sufferings on the left-hand side, not one little thing will be added to your spiritual station. And then Baha'u'llah says, should this man, now you're free here, you can take any of them without losing your status. Which one would you choose? Baha'u'llah says, should this man incline himself towards the left, where he is towards the poverty and the sufferings, such a person is worthy to hear my words. And then he goes on to tell them, he says, I have come to create a new race of men. And he says the new race of men that he has come to establish, he gives 5 examples of the new race of men. I'll give you one of them. This is enough because of time. He says, I have come to create such a race of men that in the future, he says, in the future, in this revelation now, remember, as a result of the coming of Baha'u'llah, should there be a very beautiful woman, young woman, very beautiful, and should she have all the jewels, of most expensive jewels with her, and should this woman travel from the east of the world to the west of the world, single and alone, no man will be found who would cast a lustful eye on that woman or would want to go for her jewels. He says, I've come to create such a race of men. He says, these are his own words that Nabil has recounted. He said, not one man will be found. Now, it doesn't mean that men will be different in the feelings of sexual relationship, sexual urge. It's not something that you say, oh, well, they will be different types of men. No, it'll be the same. But that they will be able to control. So much spiritually inclined that they can control. They will control. And he says, I have come to create such a race of men. So this is where we are talking about this child of Baha'i civilization has to grow and become mature and become full of perfections. Now we are in the very darkest period, remember, of the history of man. Now you can't even go, I don't know how it's in here, but in our country a woman cannot go at night alone from here to there. You see? See the difference? So, there is another question about the hidden words, and again I would advise you to read it yourself and find out. I entreat thee by thy footsteps in the wilderness, and by the words, here am I, which thy chosen ones have uttered in this immensity, and by the breath of thy revelation, and the gentle winds of the dawn of thy manifestation, to ordain that I may gaze on thy beauty, and observe whatsoever is in thy book. Well, I suppose the things which are probably needs a little explanation here. I entreat thee by thy footsteps in this wilderness. Thy footsteps in the wilderness is what I said before. It is the fact that God, the most great Spirit of God, the most great Spirit, appeared in the form of a human temple. The human temple who walked on this earth. This wilderness is this earth. You know, in one of his tablets, Baha'u'llah says, all the spiritual worlds of God are crying out and saying, blessed art thou, O earth, for thou hast been made the footstool of thy God. I'm paraphrasing his word. So that really, when you say that thy footsteps in this wilderness, it means God manifesting himself in the form of a human temple. And by the words, here am I. Now, the word here am I, this is an Islamic reference to an Islamic saying that when, in the day of judgment, God manifests himself, the peoples of the world will turn to him, will run to him, will go to him, those who are spiritual, those who are recognizing. And this call of here am I means I am your servant, I believe, I am your this is what the believers said. This is the call of the believers. This is the call of the early disciples, of the dawn breakers, who come and say, here am I, which thy chosen ones have uttered. Means those people who had been the disciples. They call out when the Lord appears. They run to him and they recognize him and they say, here am I. And then, by the breath of thy revelation. Well, this is obvious. The breaths of thy revelation means the forces which this revelation has been released in the world. And the gentle winds of the dawn of thy manifestation. These are all expressions of the... you see, again, you can see here that this is a very interesting word. The gentle winds of the dawn of thy manifestations. Always God, when he manifests himself, the same way as the sun. Go to nature again. The nature will teach us a lesson. When the sun comes out in the morning, it doesn't suddenly blaze upon you with all its energy. It's first very gentle. The rays of the sun, if you stand in the very, very early in the morning in the vast plain and you see how the sun rises, the rays of the sun is very gentle at first. It's the dawn. It's the beginning. It's the early days. And as the sun rises, the energies become more and more evident. And this is exactly the same thing as revelations of God. When Baha'u'llah appeared, the gentle winds of the dawn of his revelation were really obvious. They were gentle. This was a time that Baha'u'llah was in, for instance, the mountains of Kurdistan. Some of the beautiful writings he has left behind, although I mentioned the other day that most of his words were not recorded. Some of those beautiful words. You know that prayer you have, which is translated into English, create in me a pure heart, oh my God. This is, for instance, revealed in the mountains of Soleimani, in the mountains of Kurdistan. Or the other one that I don't know the English of it was revealed there as well. That's a good way of saying it, isn't it? There are several of them. Create in me a pure heart, isn't it what I said? Yes, this is one of them. And there is another one which is a very favorite prayer of mine, but I don't know which it is in English. from the sweet-scented streams of thine eternity. These are the gentle breezes of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. And when you come further and further into the revelations later on, as the sun rises, you come across those passages when Baha'u'llah identifies himself with Godhead. I am God. The revelation takes its shape of power and authority. This is the face of your Lord. You see? So that here we come to probably when you look now, when you read it, maybe it will be of some help. And I think this would be sufficient, really, and I'll see you. Friends, what is the program? What are you going to do? Do you want to go on you can't go on like this till 4 o'clock. You'll be absolutely, Wouldn't you like to have a little break of 10 minutes? I think so. Well, friends, I always, when it comes to the last session, I feel very sad. This is the session we have to say farewell. Oh, you can't? Can you hear it now? Yes, I was saying that the last session is always a sad occasion, especially for a visitor. And especially when one sees such a marvelous community, really, as I have seen here in this 2 or 3 days, really. And but this is the way the faith is growing now all over the world, is through the influence and the work of the power of Baha'u'llah. Everywhere that you go, you come across such beautiful faces all over, everywhere you go. Everywhere the friends have become luminous in their work, in their faces, in their spirit, in their work. And this is what gives us encouragement and hope for the future. And I hope that this gathering in here that we have had for the last 3 days will not be a gathering which we begin with words and end with words. I hope that what we have been saying and will become some use to the friends. And I hope that the suggestion that I made to forget all the things that I have said and to remember those points, by which time maybe you have forgotten all those points by now, we should really try to think about it and to give 1 or 2 hours a day, every person, no matter who we are, to Baha'u'llah for teaching the faith personally, on a personal level. If we do that on a universal scale and religiously give 1 or 2 hours a day in discipline ourselves, and also read the writings in the morning and in the evening, in the same way that I told you the story of this Irish girl in Paris, of how she would do it. This way we can then bring great victories to the cause of God. And then really we must thank Baha'u'llah. I think we can't do anything else but to thank him all the time, that he has brought us together in a unity and love. And this love and this unity that we feel in our hearts is not because of ourselves. It's not because of us that we love each other. We are very insignificant otherwise if we divorce the faith from ourselves. Very insignificant. All that is there, and this beautiful spirit that is generated when we meet together, is because of the love of Baha'u'llah, because of his spirit which comes through us. I hope that I am in a way looking forward to meeting the friends again in other parts of this country, a beautiful country, and I'm hoping more and more to meet more of the indigenous people. I feel we have a duty, a responsibility ourselves to attract them to ourselves, to bring them together, to become as one people. And not until, this is a challenge, I think, to the Baha'i community here, not until the believers here, the Baha'is who are here, can, in their heart of hearts, unite themselves with the indigenous people of the Baha'is and really bring them together, be together, and work together, can the faith grow. I remember some years ago we had, I'm not saying that these things happen in here because I don't know anything about it really. But I know some years ago we had what they call it a breakthrough in Scotland. Bringing a good number of people. There again I mentioned there is a class distinction, very, very clear class distinction in England. In here you have race distinction, race class, races. Over there it is the prejudice of class. And I remember one particular group of people came into the faith who were belonging to the working class. And then we had the middle-aged Baha'i, middle class people who were Baha'is previous to that. They never were united. It was a lip service unity, which both sides felt, or at least the others felt. And then the whole thing was disintegrated. The whole thing collapsed. The faith did not go forward. And I think not until this unity is real, that we love to embrace them and involve them in our works, in all the spheres of our activities, can a multiracial community such as this grow. And maybe, I shouldn't say this because I'm not familiar at all with what you do, and I know how much your NSA and your institutions are really devoted to the cause and how much they're working. And we must also pray for our institutions. We must pray for the National Assembly. We must rally around that institution. We must rally around that institution. And with our hearts pray for them. I mentioned yesterday how the institutions are weak today. They are going through the stages of infancy. We must not look upon what decisions they make. They could make all kinds of decisions. They could make a lot of wrong decisions. We are not concerned with that. But this is an institution of Baha'u'llah. It is now in the stage of infancy. It has the life, it has the spirit, and it has the promise of the future, that in the future the institutions will become so capable of not making mistakes. We must not look into these things, but rather to rally around the institutions of the faith and cherish them and love them, and then the things will grow. I have to say farewell to you now, people who are in this part, and really I cannot describe the joy and the spiritual upliftment which had been with me during these 3 days that I have visited you. And I shall never forget this beautiful faces and beautiful spiritual atmosphere which has been created here. And I thank Baha'u'llah for having given us this great privilege of being together today in this way. My love really has no bounds for all of you. And I want to say a prayer in Persian for the friends and for this country. I'll say a prayer. And this prayer I'll say for the pioneers and the workers of the faith. Prayer of Abdul Baha. It's one of the prayers of the tablets of the Divine Plan. والله ای خداوند بی همتا، ای خداوند بی همتا، ای رب الملکوت، این نفوس سپاه آسمانی تو اند، امداد فرما و به جنود ملأ اعلی نصرت کن تا هر یک نظیر اردوی شوند و آن ممالک را به محبت الله و نورانیت تعالیم الهی فتح کنند. ای خدا ظهیر و نصیر اونها باش و در صحرا و در بیابانها و صحراها و در کوهها و صحراها مونس اونها باش تا به قوت ملکوتی و نفسات روح القدس فریاد زنند. توی مقتدر و عزیز و توانا و توی دانا و شنوا و بینا.